to see them walk straight up to our well-dressed churchgoer and pull the handcuffs straight out, that didn't just draw everyone's attention, it pretty much demanded it. He just stood up, turned around, let himself be handcuffed, and the cops walked him out of the building and out to the patrol car. One of the cops drove the guy off, then the other came back to recommend that we just close for the day. Forensics were about to be all over the guy's car, and it'd be one hell of a bad look to have an active crime scene in our parking lot. My supervisor touched base with management, and they agreed that having people watching all that CSI stuff over their breakfast melts was probably a major no-no. And about an hour later, we'd closed down the restaurant, and I was walking to my car just as they were pulling the first body out of that guy's trunk. I caught one glimpse, then averted my eyes because I instantly recognized that the body was small, child-sized, and I did not want to deal with the memory of seeing a dead kid like that. I texted some coworkers later on saying how I was pretty sure that they pulled a kid out of the guy's trunk, and then a few days later, the whole story broke on the news. The well-dressed, cheerful customer who ordered his steak and eggs, extra hash brown with biscuits and gravy on the side, had killed his whole family that morning before he decided to drive them to a Waffle House. The guy must have known that in the very best case scenario, he was going to jail for the rest of his life. Worst case, he'd just be up for lethal injection. But before any of that, before he had to face the music, the guy wanted a few final plates from his favorite breakfast place. And I swear to God, I would never ever have guessed what a terrible thing that guy had done. The way he came up to the counter, like it was just your average Sunday morning, it was like the part of the guy's brain that accounted for emotion was just gone or broken. I can't even imagine the kind of headspace that I'd be in if I just annihilated my own family. I lose my appetite whenever I even get remotely stressed out. So the idea that this guy had bashed in his two kids' brains and then thought, I'll go for some biscuits and gravy right now, that's just about the creepiest, most haunting thing I've ever been unfortunate enough to cross paths with.
Thank you. Or possibly 3 days.
I hope
It was Blake Saxton.
I'm a 26-year-old female, but when I was 8 years old or so and my brothers were 10 and 6, something happened that would change everything for my family. Both of my parents were police officers. Most people would think that there's nothing to be afraid of when your parents serve to protect. But my brothers and I were not prepared for what the next few years had in store for us. My parents' relationship began to get rocky when my stepdad reconnected with a woman that he knew. At first, it was just friendship, or so my dad thought, but this woman wanted so much more. To this day, I still don't know if it was an affair, but my parents are still together to this day. This woman was obsessed with my dad. She began calling the house to talk to my dad, and when my mom tried to put a stop to it, she started leaving ungodly, threatening voicemails on the answering machine. She was saying things like, I'm going to slaughter you and your children, and then your husband will be all mine. My dad blocked her number from the house phone, but then she had started mailing sickening letters. It got to a point where my mom tried to get a restraining order. After a year or two, the letter stopped, until one night my brothers and I were playing games on our Super Nintendo in their room, demolishing each other in Street Fighter, when we then heard scratches at the bedroom window. Spooked, my little brother ran and told my mom. With the gun cocked and loaded, she proceeded to check around the house where she finds a knife where this woman tried to cut the screens off the windows. I guess trying to break in? After that, my mom installed a security system on the house, a really nice one too. Every entry of the house had to have a code to get in. The alarm tripped a few times, but after that, nothing. A few months pass and we all come home from the mall in Atlanta to find an envelope taped to the front door. Inside were pictures of the inside of our house, the Polaroid kind that you had to shake to develop, including a detailed message on how she would expose us. Well, after that, my parents sold the house and we moved away. It really makes me sad because I really loved that house. So just a detail before everything. This takes place during my mid-20s, and at the time I had no idea that I had cyclothymia, so I didn't know how to regulate my mind, and my life was quite an emotional mess. It was summer of 2020, and I was back in town after a long while. At the time, I was living in my grandmother's apartment for work-related reasons, which was in the worst part of town. My friend was living 10 minutes from my grandmother's place, so I used to see him often. We used to play video games, have long talks about life and future, smoke weed, and so forth. Usual best friend stuff. That night though, as I thought about going home around 2 in the morning, my friend told me that he had the end of a whiskey bottle and that we could drink a glass to enjoy my return to town. We rolled up 2 cigarettes, poured 2 glasses, and then went walking in the night around the lot in a park and just continued our discussion. As we were talking outside under a street lamp, we saw a car with a bunch of guys. They had just passed the street, but we didn't think much about it. It was just a car passing by, was what we were thinking. After the glass and cigarette, we decided to go back to the apartment. On the way, we saw 2 of the 3 guys in the street passing us yet again. One of them then exclaimed,
"Yo, that's them!"
but seemed to look away behind us. Again, we didn't think too much about it and just continued to walk. When we arrived, my friend said I could stay on the couch for the night because it was pretty late, but I knew I would be home in 10 minutes by bike, which by the way is a rented city bike, which is important for later, and I didn't want to bother his roommates, so I just said no. I added that I was used to this, so there was really no problem and he shouldn't worry. Boy, was I wrong. I packed my stuff and said goodbye to my friend, put on my headset and rode towards my grandma's place. After 1 minute, I saw a sketchy guy on the road and I just put some distance and that was it. I turned to take the usual shortcut, a narrow path with a big rock at the entrance to avoid cars on the street. But this time there was a car stopped right there, all doors open and the engine still on. Now, it didn't surprise me too much because there were a lot of these in the neighborhood. As silly as I was, I just assumed it was the way these groups hung out together. Smoking pot, music blasting out of these open cars. It was something that I used to see every night in the environment that I was living in at the time. The thing is, the path being too narrow, I couldn't just pass by speeding on my bike. So I got off the bike and started walking by, only to jump back a few meters further and then ride again. When I was a few meters from the car, a man appeared from the complete darkness with a disturbing grin on his face. I realized that there were at least 3 other guys behind me, just standing there watching. The guy came in just in front of me, squeezing my front wheel between his legs, silent and staring at me with his disturbing smile. My brain was on full alert, but I was feeling slow and hazy because of the substances that I had in my system prior. I rolled the bike back and started to turn back, saying something like, "Okay, I got it." In the middle of my turn, the man repeated himself, squeezing the wheel again. Suddenly, he grabbed the back of my neck with his hand, forcing me to lean down. Now I knew I was in a real shitty situation. He was making fun of me, saying to his friends,
"Oh, what am I gonna do now? What am I gonna do now?"
and laughing like a maniac. Just so you know how this is hilariously stupid, people usually say that I look like a nice and chill guy, and I have round glasses. That guy was rather muscular, shirtless, and full of bad hash and cocaine. At some point, I had managed to free myself from his grip and then took a few steps back and turned. I was now facing back to him, and that's when he threw a punch on the side of my head. White flash, I fell on the ground head first on my back. I was hyperventilated and in a state of shock. He started to search in my pocket and bag, took my phone, headset, papers, everything that I had on me. I then heard the voice of a girl saying, "Enough! Leave him alone already!" But he didn't pay attention as he was going through my papers. She obviously knew him and was part of their group. Lying down on the road, I was now paralyzed in fear. I remember I was afraid to draw attention on myself if I tried to stand up. Also that I was afraid he would just beat me up and break my arms and legs or roll over me if they decided to go, as the scene just took place near the back of the car. but apparently more interested in my belongings. I decided to stand up. The girl standing near the guy looked at me and then said, "You need to go now." So I took my bike and started to walk away. The other guys were around watching in complete silence. Then suddenly, I heard the man screaming,
I'm gonna kill you!
The battle begins.
Absolutely terrified, I threw the bike and started to sprint toward my friend's flat. I heard him run behind me on almost the whole street before he gave up. I've never ran that fast, even in sports class. I knocked at my friend's door. I couldn't breathe. He opened the door, sat me down, called the police, and then gave me a huge glass of water. I woke up his roommate. He appeared more annoyed by all of the noise and the fact that I could have brought these men to the apartment than anything else. I finally slept on the couch. This isn't even the end of my nightmare. The next day around noon, I had called my friend asking him to help me try to search for anything they would have left behind. We met at the scene. I found my now empty wallet, and he found a little sachet full of cocaine. I also found a dead crow. On my way back, I noticed a car very similar to the one of last night in a street nearby. It wasn't moving, but the engine was on. It was bright daylight and I was going home to sleep. When I arrived in the parking lot of my grandma's place, I heard a car honking. I turned back. It was the same car I saw earlier. It just stopped in the middle of the empty road. The men were throwing me a killer look, screeching tires, and they were then gone in seconds. I was now extremely paranoid. I walked to the doors, looked all around if anyone was watching me, removed my name from the letterboxes, and then went inside. That night, I just laid in bed with a butcher knife right under my pillow. They all had the information about me. I was absolutely terrified that they would come back at night and hurt my grandmother. The next day, I headed back to my parents in the countryside. Again, this is not even the end. For no reason, the town's bicycle agency refused to take the police report about the bike theft, so I had to pay the full penalty. I've lived like a recluse for about 2 years at my parents' in the countryside, feeling highly depressed. I felt like no one could understand my distress, and no one would try to help me at the moment. I felt alone. What still really disturbs me to this day is the fact that even after he mugged me and had all of my possessions, he still wanted to beat me up only for sadistic pleasure. I'm so glad that I have good legs and that I was able to run and get away. I now have severe PTSD when I try to sleep, and also a lot of anger and feeling of injustice inside of me.
A couple of years ago, I was at home by myself one night. It had been a long day of work, and I was happy to be back home. I lived in a smaller house that I was renting, which I moved to because of my work. On this night, I ordered a pizza online and was going to have it delivered. A while later, the doorbell rang, and I knew that was the pizza. So I went to the front door and I opened it. A man was standing there with the pizza, and I took it from him and gave him his tip. Before I closed the door though, the man asked me if he could come inside and use my restroom. Now, I really don't know why, but I said yes. I didn't want to say yes. I didn't want the guy in my house because I didn't know him at all. And obviously, I should not have let him. I don't really have an excuse or an explanation, but I guess it was just a reaction to say yes, so I did. The guy didn't immediately come across as strange or anything, so I told him that it was just down the hall and to the left. The house was not that big, and it was pretty easy to figure out where everything was. So the guy went down the hall and into the bathroom. I was slightly nervous because I didn't know him at all. But less than a minute later, he left the bathroom and then walked back to the front door. Then he left. After that, I was able to have my pizza. However, hours later, I was still up. I was just relaxing in the living room, and it was probably around midnight. Suddenly, there was a knock on my front door. I didn't know who it could possibly be at this hour. I walked over to the door and looked through the window. It was the pizza delivery guy from earlier, but he was not in his pizza uniform anymore. When I looked at him through the window, he saw me. After seeing that he noticed me, I felt like I had to answer. So I opened up the door and was really curious to see why he was here. The guy told me that he had just gotten off of work, and he realized that he dropped his wallet in my house. When he said this, instantly I was suspicious. He asked if he could come inside and look for it. Now, I had been inside for a few hours and didn't see a wallet. Plus, I had been to the bathroom and never saw it there either. I was sure that I would have. I told the man that I didn't think it was here, but I could quick look for him. He said no. He knew where it was, and he knew that it was here. So I started to ask him where it was, but he then just walked right into my house. He said he would just be a second. The man blew past me and went towards the hallway. Then I watched him enter the hallway, but instead of going to the bathroom, he went into my bedroom, which was directly across from me. He then closed the door and I heard it locked. I started to walk over there and I said that was not the bathroom, but he didn't answer me. By now, I had a really bad feeling about this. I had no idea what was going on or what he was doing. I called out to him several more times, but he said nothing in response. After a few more minutes of me being very confused, I decided to call the police. I dialed 911 and told them of the exact situation. Then I waited. I went near the front door of the house and did not want to go near my bedroom. The entire time, the man stayed there and I didn't hear him at all. The police were pretty quick to arrive and I met them outside. Then they entered my house. Sometime later, they came out with the man. He had been found hiding in my bedroom and was refusing to leave. I'm glad that I called the police on him. I really don't know what exactly he was doing. I'm sure that he probably got fired from the pizza place after that as well, but I still haven't ordered from there since.
I saw some crazy stuff during my time working at a Waffle House. I saw some brawls between drunk family members. I saw some people getting freaky in the booths like they thought no one could see them. And I saw people doing drugs right there at the counter, as if they didn't give a damn who saw or told on them. But the single worst thing I ever saw was something I walked into on a quiet Monday night shift, at a time when I never expected to see anything so haunting or horrifying. Like I said, it was just after midnight, so technically a Tuesday morning, and the only two people seated were these two dudes who looked like they were a little more than just friends. They were sitting at their booth, flirting and holding hands and stuff, and at that point, they both got up and headed for the bathroom. One of my coworkers waited until we were out of earshot to make a very crude joke about how, if they're not out in 3 minutes, I'm going in there to pry them apart. It was just a dumb joke though, like, I don't think anyone believed that they were about to do anything unsavory in there. Then, within a minute or two, the older of the two guys walked out of the bathroom, thanked us for his meal, and wished us good night. As he walked out of the door and over to his car, we figured that he'd wait for his boyfriend or husband or whatever. Even as he got into the driver's seat and started the engine, my buddy and I figured any minute now, little Twinkerbell in the bathroom there is going to come running out to join his boo. But no, the older guy slams his door shut, backs up his car, and then drives out of the parking lot and off into the night. We're both like, huh, that's weird, where's the other guy? Then, after a minute or two of waiting around, I volunteered to head into the bathroom to see what the deal was. I honestly figured the younger guy would be in the bathroom, probably just still in his stall, crying because the older dude had just broken up with him or something like that. That, or maybe the younger dude couldn't handle his liquor, puked all over the bathroom, and then the older guy was just like, F this crap, I'm out of here. I remember pushing open the door, calling out, hello? Anyone in here? And the question immediately struck me as dumb because, unless they escaped out the air vents, there had to be someone in there. Right away I could see that there was someone sitting in the toilet in one of the stalls, but the fact they didn't respond to my question had me mildly concerned. I asked, "You okay there, buddy?" And when that question got no reply, I knew I had to check on the guy to make sure he was okay. We didn't get a lot of drug use, but it was always a possibility being a late night spot, so it dawned on me that the guy might be overdosing or something like that, and I knew I had to act fast. I walked over to the stall, tapped on the door, but it moved, showing that it was unlocked. I then pushed it open a little more, and as it touched the guy's knees, it was just enough gentle force to push him off balance and send him falling off the toilet to his right. And the second he hit the floor, I could see something open out of his right eye. His left was wide open and undamaged, and he seemed totally unconscious, but there was clearly something long and thin sticking out of his eye in a way that I couldn't see the exact entry wound, but I knew it must have been bad, because there was a lot of blood dripping off whatever it was that was stuck in there, on top of what was all over his clothes and on the floor too. I immediately felt sick, but rushed to call the cops and told my coworker to lock the front doors, because the restaurant was now a murder scene. And that's what it looked like to me anyway. All that blood and an unconscious person who's been stabbed right through the eye, and one who hadn't responded to anything I'd said. I was almost positive that guy was dead. So imagine my surprise when the ambulance shows up. We walked into the bathroom, and the guy that I thought was dead was just stumbling around the bathroom with a hand partially covering his wounded eye. I think the poor guy suffered some kind of horrible brain injury or something. The EMTs were telling him, "Don't touch your eye," and not only was he acting like he couldn't understand them, but the stuff he kept responding with was like nonsense baby talk. It was really distressing to see, and I had to leave the room as the EMTs went to work on the guy and then wheeled him out to the ambulance. The cops showed up around the same time, then after locking the doors behind them, we threw up a closed sign and then got to talking to the cops and giving them descriptions of both the older guy and the car he was driving. Nothing I ever did or saw was crazier or scarier than what I saw that night, and frankly, I'm glad nothing ever topped it. But the thing that haunts me so much about the whole thing wasn't just how that poor guy got stabbed in the eye so deep it messed with his brain. It's how we never found exactly what happened or why it happened in the first place. We didn't hear any screaming or yelling, which you'd figure if there was a fight like that, someone would have made enough noise to attract our attention. But it was totally quiet in there. Those two guys looked like such a happy couple, and on the way out, the guy who had done the eye stabbing didn't seem to even have broken a sweat. He seemed relaxed, had a big smile on his face, and was perfectly charming and polite when he thanked us for everything we did that night. But all that, after he just tried to kill someone in our men's bathroom. Like I said, I saw my fair share of crazy fights and served my fair share of creepy customers. But none of those memories keeps me up at night, like remembering the way that guy smiled as he walked out. It was like taking someone's life, or at least trying to take it. It was like the most normal thing in the world to him.
Something really weird happened to me one time when I went to Walmart. I arrived there one night to do a little shopping. I needed toothpaste, soap, milk, and yogurt. I went to the store at nighttime, but not that late. It was about 8 o'clock. So when I got into the store, it was still fairly busy. In this Walmart, the health products were to the right at the front of the store, almost right after you walk in. Then groceries, on the other hand, were at the complete opposite side of the store. I went in the right side door, and after walking in, I went to the far right side to the health products first. There I got the toothpaste, but I completely forgot about the soap. So I walked all the way to the other side of the store to get groceries. Now I walked through a few aisles, and it was sometime over there that I noticed this woman behind me. She was shorter than me, had blonde hair, and was wearing jeans and a black sweater. I thought nothing of it, and I just assumed her to be another shopper. But I remember I walked through a couple of aisles, and she was still walking behind me. I noticed it, but was still not thinking that it was strange. She was not right behind me or anything. She was probably like 30 feet back or so. But after picking up something else, I remembered the soap, and I realized that I had to go to the complete other side of the store again. So I started to walk there. When I had completely left the grocery section, that's when I realized that the woman was still behind me. I made it to the middle part of the store where the clothes are. I remember that I stopped to look at socks, and when I did, the woman stopped nearby. It was then that I got really suspicious, and it seemed like she was following me. I looked over at her while browsing the socks. She was not directly looking at me. She was either looking or pretending to look at some other clothes nearby. I didn't know what the deal was, but I thought that maybe she was a secret shopper or somebody that worked for Walmart. She might have been following me thinking that I was suspicious or going to steal something. That thought made me angry because I was not going to steal anything and I hadn't done anything suspicious. But that's the only reason I could think of as to why she might be following me. So at that point, I abruptly stopped looking at the socks and I walked back over to the health products. I got to the soap, stopped, and looked around. There, I saw the same woman arriving to the area. So now there was no question that she was following me. But why? I decided to confront her. I walked over to the woman who stood at the end of the aisle. However, as soon as I started to approach her, she looked up at me in a surprised way. Then she turned and very quickly walked in the opposite direction. I said, "Excuse me," but she ignored it and hurriedly walked away and then went into a random aisle. I just stood there and shook my head. At least she was gone now. Who knows why she was following me? So I got the soap and then I headed over to the checkouts. While in line for a self-checkout though, I saw her again. The woman was standing a ways away, pretending to look at another item. I ignored her. I checked out and then started walking to the exit. But when I was walking out the door, I looked back and I saw this woman yet again. She was also walking to the doors to leave, and she had no bag or items in her hands, indicating that she hadn't bought anything. So apparently, she had just been walking around the store following me. I kept going and walked out to my car. I got inside and then quickly looked around for the woman. I did not see her at all, so I felt at that point like the weird experience was finally over and I would go home. I started up my car and drove out of the Walmart parking lot. When I left and merged onto the road, a car behind me did as well. Then I turned at the next light, and I noticed the car behind me doing the same thing. That's when I had the thought that maybe this was the woman. So at that point, I decided to test it out. I figured that I was just paranoid until I turned and the car behind me did as well. I could see that it was a normal-looking sedan, but I couldn't see much else with it being nighttime. I could not confirm that the woman was driving it. Wherever I turned though, the car behind me did as well. I went in the direction of my house, but I didn't want to get all the way there being followed. After a while, with the woman still behind me, I pulled over to the side of the road. I was on a quieter street with not much traffic. This could have been dangerous, but I was angry. I decided to confront her again. When I pulled over randomly, the car behind me did the same. Then we both sat there on the side of the road for a few moments. Neither of us got out. At last, I opened the door and I got out of my car, and I started walking back towards the car behind me. When I did, I saw the same woman was behind the wheel, except she did not allow me to get to her driver's door. She quickly and abruptly put her car into drive and drove away back onto the street, and in the process of doing this, nearly hit me. She probably came within 2 feet of me. She had driven off down the road, and then I got back into my car. I thought she might finally be gone. However, I noticed her stopping way up the street. I realized that if I drove past, she would likely keep tailing me, so I made a U-turn. This didn't work though. The woman did the same thing, and before 30 seconds had gone by, she was back on my tail. I didn't really know what to do. I kept driving, making random turns for a while. Then I started heading back to my house. She was still following me. So I called the police and reported what was going on. I gave them the street that we were on and a description of the woman's car. I told them that I was going to keep driving straight on that road. After like 5 minutes, I saw flashing lights behind me. The woman pulled over and the police did as well. I kept going and was finally able to make it back home. The police called me back and said that the woman denied following me, but was cited for not having a valid ID. I was not surprised that she denied it, but I was also glad that she didn't get to my house. I don't know why she had been following me. I haven't seen her since, and I'm hoping that I never do again.
Worst thing I ever saw at a Waffle House started as one of the nicest things I'd ever seen at a Waffle House. There's probably something deeply philosophical in there somewhere, but I'll be damned if it's me that's finding that. So, me and a fellow buddy stopped by a Waffle House in Gainesville a few years back. First and last time we ever stopped there. Then, as we're eating, a man comes walking through the doors and gets the reception of the minor celebrity, and we soon figured out why. The moment after the guy walked through the doors, different groups at different tables started trying to get his attention. It was just after 2 in the morning, but the place was still really busy because it had all the Saturday night drinkers in there. So there was a whole bunch of people calling out, "Mr. Brewer, over here, Mr. Brewer," and stuff like that. My buddy and I were like, what's going on? But like I said, we soon found out. Mr. Brewer was obviously some kind of big shot, or at least he sure played it that way, because he starts walking to each of the tables that seem to recognize him and handing out wads of cash. And he's not just giving them the money, he's sitting down with them, talking to them, asking about their families and their jobs and stuff. Real pillar of the community type things. And some folks are refusing the money and they're just happy to check in with him, but others, and I mean no offense by this, look like they needed it, you know? So they seemed only too happy to take his money. Anyway, this guy carries on going from table to table, then when he seemed done with his rounds, he stood up and waved goodbye to everyone as he walked towards the doors. But then, as he's walking, some lady in the back starts calling out something like, "Why didn't you pay for our meal?" I looked over, and the lady and her old man were looking over at this Mr. Brewer guy, and they looked mad. Mr. Brewer starts telling them that he can't pay for everyone's meal, but this doesn't go down well with the lady and her man, and she starts saying how Brewer there was trying to embarrass them or something. And by this point, people were telling the lady to shut up, and this is making her man even madder, talking about, "Don't you talk to my woman that way." But Mr. Brewer is chill, tells everyone to pipe down, and basically explains that if they're going to be so rude, he's most definitely not paying for their food. People start clapping and cheering, and it's all amped up to 11 because most people are drunk out of their minds. But again, the rude couple do not take this well, and the angry man gets up, marches toward Mr. Brewer, and takes a swing at him. The guy is drunk, and Brewer seems sober as a judge, so the swing completely misses, and then people are jumping in to separate them and push the instigator out of the Waffle House. And there were people keeping him outside, people making sure Mr. Brewer is okay, and people yelling at the rude lady to get outside and control her man. My buddy and I are just trapped in the middle of all that chaos, so we're both just like, let's get the hell out of here. And after taking a few final sporkfuls of food, we got up and head towards the door, right in time for the shooting to start. I didn't see where the shots came from, but I saw Mr. Brewer just buckle and hit the floor. Then the next thing, someone's getting wrestled to the ground outside, and the cops showed up just in time to put the cuffs on him while folks outside helped hold him down. And the shooter was that angry guy trying to defend his woman's honor or whatever. And he just killed a man because he wouldn't give him money to pay for his waffles. I think that was probably the worst thing I ever saw. Not just in a Waffle House either. Ever. And my mom loved that movie, To Kill a Mockingbird, and I once asked her why it was called something like that when there was no mockingbirds in it. And she told me it was because it was the worst kind of sin to kill a mockingbird, because all they did was sing and make folks happy. And I feel like that's what Angry Guy with the Gun did. He killed a mockingbird. And I just pray that he realizes what he did and what a terrible, terrible sin it was.
When I was 19, I came home from college to stay with my mom for the summer. She had recently divorced my stepfather and had moved from a house to a ground-level apartment. One day I was sitting on the toilet and I had saw a light coming through the vent in the floor. Looking closer, I saw two brown eyes staring up at me. I screamed through a towel on the vent and then ran to tell my mom and boyfriend what had happened. They initially thought I was kidding, until they realized that I was genuinely freaked out by this. This particular complex had these weird locked crawl space type access points. The police found that the vents had been pried open, but they had never found who did it. I'm assuming a maintenance worker. Needless to say, my mom moved out fairly quickly. After that experience, I always to this day check the vents, floor or ceiling. This happened over 20 years ago, but it still really creeps me out. Update. I've had a few days to reflect upon this story. You know, as creepy as that event was, I had another situation arise a few years ago. In 2007, I learned that a prominent psychologist that I worked for in Seattle in the early 90s committed suicide after it was discovered that he was filming his clients and employees in the bathroom of his office. He was arrested, lost his license, and then offed himself. It turns out that he had hid his camera in one of those Airwick automatic air freshener units. The guy was a real ass. I quit the job because he was a lecherous, condescending ass. This was around 1993, and I wonder if there were tiny cameras back then, and if he was filming all the 20-something females who worked for him. It's really so disturbing how many awful people there are in the world.
Leave it to me.
Years ago, I worked at a Walmart. I worked there for about 6 months, and I would mostly work late at night stocking shelves. So one time, I started working at like 10 p.m. when the store was still open. Of course, most of the customers were gone by then, and things were pretty quiet. However, there were still a few people shopping here and there. I was in the grocery department stocking one of the back shelves. I was by myself, and no other employees or customers were in the general area. After a while of this, I saw this one guy start to enter the aisle though. I had heard him walking into the aisle, so I looked over and then I saw the guy. He was standing at the very end of the aisle, just looking at me. And the strange part was that the man was wearing a ski mask over his face. It still had a tag on it, so I figured that he took it from somewhere else inside the store where we sold them. After looking over at him, I looked back to what I was doing, but I could tell that the man was still standing there and looking at me. It was kind of weird, and this went on for probably over a minute. Then, finally, I felt the man approaching. I looked and saw him walking towards me. When he got closer, he asked me if I could show him where the beans were. I just ignored the ski mask, and I said yes, I could show him. So the man followed me as I walked 3 aisles over to where the beans were. I told the man that just about every kind of bean was in that aisle. He said thank you, and then walked into the aisle. Then I went back to where I had been before. I thought that it was strange for the guy to just be wearing a ski mask in a Walmart, but it was Walmart after all, so not that strange, I guess. I just went back to work, continuing what I had been doing before. Well, for the rest of my shift that night, things went by pretty smoothly. The store closed not long after my interaction with the guy, and I was assuming that he left after that as well. I did not see him for the rest of my shift either. So after work that day, I drove back to my apartment and then went to sleep. Obviously, with working overnight hours, my sleeping schedule was odd. When I woke up, I remembered that I was going to get something to eat. I was going to leave my place, but as soon as I opened the door to go into the hallway, I saw something. On the floor, directly in front of my door, was a bunch of beans. There were cans of baked beans from various brands, as well as cans of green beans, and then bags of kidney beans and pinto beans. I remembered the masked man who asked me to show him where the beans were. Was this a joke? It certainly was not one of my friends, because even with the mask, I would have known. But how would this person know where I lived? I told my friends about it, and nobody confessed. To this day, I never found out. It's kind of creepy, but also sort of funny.
I'm a 29-year-old male from Manchester, England. This event in this story occurred 14 years ago when I was 15 years old, so I'll try to remember this in as much detail as I can. I was in the Manchester Victoria train station waiting to catch a train to Liverpool, where I'm originally from. I moved to Manchester at age 2, a lucky escape from a lifetime of scousehood. My train wasn't for another 25 to 30 minutes or so I decided to go and stand outside the station for a cigarette. I wasn't legal to smoke back then, but not far off, and I looked around 18 to other people, so I never really thought anything of smoking in busy public places like that, and always have been a streetwise, rebellious, and a little rough type of lad. So I wasn't the kind of underage smoker who'd be cowering out of sight in an alley somewhere, scared of getting caught. I've been stood smoking my cigarette for around 5 minutes, lost in thought and planning my escapades during my month-long stay at my uncle's house in Liverpool, and I had been about halfway done with my cigarette when a slightly scruffy, lightly smaller man of around 40 years old approached me and asked for a light. After handing my lighter back, he settles next to me on the wall outside the station, and he then tells me that he's pissed off because he can't roll joints, and his girlfriend wouldn't roll for him because they argued. I'm a bit taken aback by such forwardness, but not too much, as I was wearing a bandana with weed leaves all over it. And I took that as the reason for this man's openness with his drug business, considering this was 2001. But I being 15 years old and full of bravado and not enough common sense, I had started boasting about how well I could roll a joint, leading to the man asking me to come over to the canal to roll his tin bag up and do a few joints for him in exchange for £5. Now, I'm not and never was a stupid person, and this already seemed a little off to me, as I knew the Manchester Canal to be notorious for gay activity and street robbery. But as stated before, I was 15, lacking in fear, and seeing that this guy was smaller than me, I decided he'd come off worse if he tried to have sex with me or harm me. So we went to the canal, him having handed me the $5 as soon as I agreed. He passed me his weed and papers, and we sat on a bench as I got to work, him making small talk and me doing my best to answer whilst concentrating on the spliff building. I remember I wasn't really fully registering his words, and I was just replying back with generic yes and such, until he then asked me if I was still a virgin. This made me pay a bit more attention, as coupled with the location and its reputation, this put me on edge and I tensed up a little. Although I answered his question with a quick, "Nah, I've got a girl." At this point, I'm only halfway through rolling the first joint, and the man begins to act paranoid as hell. If I could try to explain where we were for a second, we were in an area off to the side of the canal, with the station back up a ramp behind us, a bridge leading from one street to another via crossing the canal about 100 yards down and to the left, and then a tunnel underneath the railway line, about 150 yards down the path to the right. The man starts saying he's worried about police coming, as somebody just walked over the bridge and saw me skinning up, according to him. And he suggests we walk down to the right-hand path and under the tunnel where we'd be out of sight from the bridge. Again, overconfident and telling the man that I want one of the joints if I miss my train. I agree, and we gather up the stuff together and then move off toward the bridge once I'd done the first joint, which he then tells me to light and go first on, which I do. As we walked, he said something else to me, and it brought home the real reality of my situation, and it made me seethe with anger, feeling a mixture of disbelief and insult that he'd even think of trying this on me.
So, have you ever sucked a before?
What? I replied.
It's good, you know. Receiving feels even better. Ever had a man suck you off?
At this point, I'm stunned and speechless, struggling to hold back a rising tide of anger and indignation. I have always had an issue with taking people's disrespect, and lying to me in order to put me in a position with ulterior motives is high disrespect in my opinion. I've stopped walking at this point, as is he, and I'm seriously debating whether or not to try and take this man's jaw off his face, when I decided against it, thinking back to the person on the bridge that the man claimed to have seen me earlier, and thinking that there might be police headed over this way shortly. I throw the joint in the water and the weed and things at the man's feet with an angry exclamation of, "You damn creep! Who the hell do you think you are saying some nasty ass shit like that to me? Get the hell away from me!" I don't think he expected such a strong, confident reaction from such a young lad as myself, because now he seemed stunned in silence and didn't even react to his own weed being thrown about or me walking off back the path toward the station, telling him to screw off and I'd break his neck if he ever came anywhere near me again. He just stared at me, looking vacantly until I lost sight of him. I felt like I'd really won in this situation at the time.
Thank you.
I'd got $5 stoned and bagged down a man more than twice my age, so I felt pretty good about how it turned out. Then about 3 years ago, a man went missing after a Stone Roses concert in Heaton Park, Manchester, a couple of miles from the canal. His body was pulled out of the canal a short time after, in the wake of massive national media attention. He had somehow got separated from his friends, inexplicably ended up halfway across the city and in the canal. His case highlighted many dozens of similar deaths, always of young men who have went missing in Manchester over the last 20 years or so, only to be pulled out of the canal dead and in some cases with signs of foul play present. There's quite a lot of controversy around these deaths, as the people of Manchester feel they may have a serial killer on the loose, putting all these young fit men in the canal. And up until recently, the police refused to look into these deaths properly, assuming them all absurdly to be drunken accidents by the young men attempting to piss in the canal while inebriated and falling in and drowning. I don't really know what the truth is, but it is a fascinating subject, and it can be found online with a simple search for Manchester Canal Killer or something similar.
I used to work at a Waffle House, and we used to have this one family stop in whose kid was a total psycho, but also had some pretty serious learning difficulties too, so it was a difficult situation to say the least. I think he was only like 13 or 14, but we used to joke about how his parents must have been slipping supplements into his milk bottle or whatever because he was huge for his age. And that was just about the only funny thing about him though. Everything else was a total nightmare. He beat up 2 employees one day, broke one of their noses, and did thousands of dollars in damage to both company property and staffs. Televisions, windows, doors, gaming systems, windshields, glasses, phones, you name it, he broke it. His parents used to get mad at us if we called the police to help us. They didn't want him to get a bad reputation in the community, which was ironic because I'm not sure his rep could be any worse. We weren't officially forbidden from personally pressing charges, but it was not encouraged. Everyone did everything to make sure he never faced any consequences. For the 2 staff that he pulverized, he had to draw a picture to say he was sorry. He finished the picture and his parents brought him along to present it to us with an apology. And I swear to God, he looked one of my coworkers dead in the eyes and said, "I'm not sorry. I'm glad I did it. I wish I'd hurt them worse." His mom yelled at him, told him not to be so rude, and I don't think any of us were all surprised. I ended up dealing with him on a couple of other occasions, and when he wasn't in a rage, he had his moments of decency. In one of our calmer conversations, he was playing Legos, and I asked him if he'd like to talk about some ways to avoid hurting people when he gets angry. The kid looked me dead in the eyes and said, "No, I don't want to stop hurting people. I like hurting people." I asked him why, and he shrugged and told me, "I just like it. It's fun." I still think about that kid from time to time, and whenever I do, I wonder how much longer it'll be before I see him featured in some online news article about how he's killed someone or beaten them half to death, something violent in nature anyway. I hope his family have found more effective ways to deal with whatever he was suffering with, but to be brutally honest, I think the way they treated him made him worse and worse. You can't have kids like that thinking there's no consequences, even if they are a little slow. And that's how you end up with the Green River Killers or Sons of Sam. As I said, I wonder what they'll call that kid if worse comes to worse, and he ends up taking a life instead of making one for himself.
One Saturday morning last year, I went to Walmart to get a few things. There's a Walmart basically 2 or 3 minutes from where I live. I knew that this Walmart gets really busy basically all day, so I specifically went at like 8 a.m. When I arrived, it wasn't too busy yet. I was just getting several items in the produce section of the store. It took me maybe 5 to 10 minutes to get everything. Then I headed up to the checkouts and got the items without a problem. After that though, I walked up to my car, which was parked pretty much right in the middle of the parking lot. There were a decent amount of other cars around. As I approached my vehicle though, I saw this guy standing nearby. He didn't really seem to be doing anything. I reached my car and the man started to approach me. This gave me a bad feeling for some reason. I looked over to the man and he said hi to me. Then he told me that his car was broken, and he asked me if I could help him figure out what was wrong. I really didn't know anything about cars. I told the man that I couldn't be much help to him. He still asked that I go over to his car though. I asked him where his car was, and he pointed to a sedan that was a few spaces away. I don't know why, but I walked over to the guy's car with him at that point. I asked him to tell me what exactly the problem seemed to be. The guy didn't really say anything though. When we arrived at his car, he surprisingly asked me to get inside. He told me to go in the passenger side, because that's where things seemed really weird. I didn't know what he meant by that, but it sure seemed suspicious. I said that I was good where I was and told him to try starting the car. He did not though. He told me to just get in. I told him to start it first, but he did not. This made me even more suspicious, so I told him that I had to go and I began walking away. The man didn't say anything back to me right then, so I continued walking away. I went all the way back to my car, and then I got inside of the driver's door. Right after doing so, I noticed my passenger side door opening up. The same man was suddenly getting inside my car. I hadn't noticed him walking over to me. I looked over, very confused, and before I had a chance to say anything, the guy told me to start the car and drive. I did the opposite. I got out of the car and bolted for the store. I sprinted all the way back inside of Walmart, and then I called 911. The guy was still inside of my car, but he didn't have my keys or anything. He hadn't bothered to chase me. I waited inside of the Walmart until the police got there. When they did though, the man and his car were gone. I answered some questions and was told that they were going to review security footage. In the end though, I don't know what happened. I'm just glad that I got away from him.
One evening, I was out in Lacey, Washington to pick up a handgun that I had recently purchased for protection. Contrary to the pickup status both online and sent to my email, the store didn't have it in stock yet and told me to come back in another week. I lived about an hour from Lacey at the time, and when I had gotten here, even rush hour was just beginning to become unbearable. I didn't want to drive all the way back home just yet, as it would add an additional hour to my already long commute. Side note, the car that I was driving belonged to my dad, and I was borrowing it until I had enough money saved up for a new car after my beloved Honda had broken down the previous year. I killed some time bumming around the store that I had purchased my firearm from, and then decided to drive over to the nearest coffee shop. It was a newly built cabin-style cafe with a modern twist. The barista handed me my 16-ounce dirty chai, and I walked back out to my car. I then drove to a gas station around the corner, still trying to kill time until traffic thinned out. The car didn't need gas, so I pulled into a parking spot right at the corner of the four-way intersection where the gas station was located. I turned off the engine, stepped outside, and lit a cigarette, leaning against the driver's side door to avoid stinking up the interior. The weather was overcast and drizzly, but not overly cold. It was dusk, and most of the daylight had faded. The stoplights at the intersection were diffused by the late autumn mist, and I watched them flicker from green to yellow to red and black again as the traffic moved in sync with their signals. Zoned out by the lights and generally lost in thought while enjoying my coffee and smoke, I didn't notice the man walking toward me until he was already halfway across the street. He was a white guy of average height and strawberry blonde hair, perhaps in his mid-20s. He definitely hadn't changed his clothes in a while and carried a backpack that I assume held the few belongings that he had. He didn't smell, but he looked raggedy and unkempt. My immediate thought was that drugs were likely part of his lifestyle. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I'm always cautious, having grown up in the suburbs of Seattle. The man finished crossing the street and awkwardly limped toward my car, maintaining eye contact and a strained grin. I locked my car out of caution but remained outside, smoking casually. Normally, I'm a social person, but I don't go out of my way to be unpleasant either. He approached me and stood about 10 feet away when he said hello and asked if I had a light. I hesitated, but saw no harm in fulfilling this very simple request. Taking 2 steps forward, I lit his cigarette, which he held out toward me as he approached. He attempted to make small talk, weaving in hints that he had just gotten off the bus and still needed to go another block down the road. Somewhere in his poorly crafted sob story, he stopped mid-sentence, kind of like a bad actor, and pretended to be struck by an epiphany. Hey, would you mind just dropping me off down the road? It's not very far. I apologized and said I couldn't help because it was my dad's car, not mine, and I didn't feel comfortable driving it without his permission. A stupid but plausible excuse that I came up with on the spot. Mr. Unkempt did not like my answer, and his smile immediately turned tense and flatlined. Clearly upset, he became more insistent. It's just down the road, he whined. My leg is killing me. It wouldn't even be far for you. I'll give you a cigarette. His persistence and sudden burst of hostility made my hair stand on end, and I firmly said, No, I'm sorry. I can't help you. It's my dad's car, and he's got set rules, all right? With 10 years of hospitality experience under my belt, I immediately offered him alternative ideas for how he could get to where he needed to be. I even suggested that maybe someone inside the gas station could help him out or call him a ride. Each word I said made him increasingly irate, and he began curling his fingers into fists, not in a threatening way, but like a toddler about to scream bloody murder for not getting their way. He seemed to pause and size me up for a very fleeting moment. I'm small and not at all intimidating physically, so I told him that I hoped he made it home safe, quickly unlocked my car, jumped in and locked myself inside. When I looked up from locking the car door, I saw him speed walking back across the street, heading in the direction that he originally come from. No limp, no awkward walk whatsoever, no distress or pain even showing slightly, just the normal speed walk of a physically well person, a very rage-filled person. I know I had dodged a bullet there, and I felt pretty dumb for hanging around the city after dark alone, and at this point I didn't care about traffic anymore, so I started the engine and hightailed it home in what ended up being an hour and 45-minute drive. But this time the traffic was 100% worth the inconvenience. And PSA, if you haven't heard it enough already, be careful who you give your attention to, especially when you're alone. Stay aware at all times and err on the side of caution, even when strangers seem harmless at first.
Do you know what it feels like to have a gun aimed at you? To hear the sickening crack of a bullet through bone? To see blood spurt like a crimson fountain? Before that Halloween, I didn't. I was just a sweet kid who loved candy, trick-or-treating and dressing up in costumes. You notice how I'm speaking in the past tense? That's because something happened. Something that shattered my love for Halloween forever. I'm only 16 now, but after that horrific night, I carry enough trauma for a lifetime. We are too old for this, Josh grumbled as I dragged him along. Josh was my best friend, but he hated Halloween. Don't be a buzzkill. I can't go trick-or-treating alone, I pleaded, shaking my candy bag at him. We're only 13 once. Let's enjoy it while we can. We can't hit up the cool Halloween parties like our brothers, Josh asked, pouting, the feelers on his bee costume bobbing. I shot him a stern look, and he wilted under my glare. That's the thing about Josh. He'd follow along with anything if I insisted hard enough. We hit a couple of houses and loaded up on candy. Bouncing from porch to porch, the decorations were amazing. Jack-o'-lanterns glowing, creepy scarecrows looming, fake cobwebs strung everywhere. I felt great in my Tinkerbell costume, but Josh, his attitude didn't seem to improve. Then, as we rounded the corner, Josh's face lit up. "Hey, that's my dad," he yelled. Sure enough, it was Mr. Morrison, dressed like a pirate, complete with an eye patch and a fake parrot on his shoulder. "Hey kids, having fun?" he asked, grinning. "We're doing great, Mr. Morrison," I said, showing him my overflowing bag of candy. "Why are you out here?" I'm trick-or-treating for Jenny, he replied. She's too young to come this far, so I'm getting her a little candy. He held up a small bag and winked. Awesome! Let's hit that house together, Josh said, pointing to an unlit house down the street. I stopped. Something about that house chilled me. It was dark, with no decorations, and the yard was filled with broken bottles and scattered debris. A cold shiver crept down my spine as my heart started to race. I thought, just for a moment, I heard something. A voice, soft, raspy, almost like a deathly whisper, echoed in my mind. I couldn't make out any words, just an unintelligible sound that made my blood freeze. Did you hear that? I asked. Josh and his dad just looked at me, confused. But I heard it again, or at least I was sure I did. That same monotone whisper. Let's go home, I said quietly, dread setting into my stomach. Go home? You're the one who dragged me out here. Josh laughed, bounding towards the eerie house. Mr. Morrison followed close behind, and I reluctantly trailed after him, my heart pounding in my chest. Trick or treat, they yelled at the door, laughing. The silence that followed was deafening. And then, it happened. The front door exploded in a hail of bullets, the wood splintering under the barrage. Gunshot echoed through the night. It took me a second to understand what was happening. I dropped to the ground, covering my head. But I wasn't fast enough. A bullet tore into my shoulder, and a sharp, unbearable pain shot through me. The gunfire didn't stop. It went on for what felt like forever. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the shooting ceased. A man stumbled out onto the porch, holding a smoking AK, his face pale and twisted with regret. I thought it was them, he stammered. I thought it was the ops. I'm so sorry. His eyes fell onto something near my feet. His face crumpled. I followed his gaze and froze. Josh was lying on the ground, his eyes wide open, lifeless. Blood pooled around him, 2 bullet holes marring his skull. There was no mistaking it. He was dead. A single scream cut through the night. Josh's father, lying a few feet away, bleeding from his wounds, sobbed uncontrollably. My boy! My boy! The police and the EMTs arrived shortly after. The man who shot at us was a gang member, apparently expecting an attack from his enemies. He thought we were them. Mistake. But Josh was still gone. My shoulder healed, but the pain in my heart never left. Sometimes, I wonder if it was my fault for dragging Josh out that night. Other times, I think about what I thought I saw and heard, and none of it made any sense. While this story is fictional, it was inspired by real events. On Halloween 2008, 12-year-old TJ Darnson shot and killed while trick-or-treating. After knocking on a door, the shooter, a convicted drug dealer, mistook TJ for an enemy and fired 29 rounds. So next time you go trick-or-treating, be careful of the houses you approach, please. None of us want to be turned into Swiss.
Sworn of shadows.
The moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the crowded streets of Quebec. Everywhere I looked, people were dressed in costumes, rushing through the night. Immersed in the Halloween spirit, I too was excited and swept up by the excitement. Moving from the house to house, shouting trick or treat. I was wearing a brown costume and a white bunny costume. Casey and Paul were with me. The 3 of us had been best friends since kindergarten. When you're 12, Halloween is all about costumes and candy. You don't think about its dark origins or the eerie legends that linger. But that night, I learned more than I ever wanted to. And since then, I've never gone out trick-or-treating again. I think we have enough candy, Cassie said, showing us her bag, brimming with sweets of all kinds. No, we could do a couple more houses, I replied, walking up the stairs of another house, forcing her and Paul to follow me. A nice old lady answered the door and handed us a bunch of sweets with a warm smile. As we made our way down the stairs, Paul tugged at my sleeve, his expression uneasy. Guys, I think it's getting late. We should head back, Paul said, his eyes darting nervously around. Casey sighed. Yeah, I got more than enough. Look at my bag. It's about to burst. I scoffed, my eyes rolling. Come on, just a few more houses. Paul shook his head. No, really, I can't eat all of this candy. Fine, leave then, I said, pushing ahead towards the next house. Cassie hesitated for a second, before shrugging and following Paul as they walked off. I watched them leave, annoyed. Determined to get one last haul, I walked up the steps to a house at the end of the block. It was dimly lit, its porch creaking beneath my feet. I rang the doorbell, but heard no movement inside. Just as I turned to leave, a police officer passed by on the street. Hey kid, he called out. You should head home, it's getting late. I glanced back at him. Yeah, okay, I muttered, not really intending to listen. But as he walked away, something changed. The festive sounds of laughter and his footsteps faded away, replaced by an eerie, suffocating silence. Stopped in my tracks, a strange feeling settled in my chest. Like I wasn't alone. Like someone was watching me. The air thickened, and I realized a thick fog had crept in out of nowhere, swirling around me. Suddenly, from within the fog, 2 glowing red eyes appeared. My heart pounded as the eyes drew closer, cutting through the mist like fire. As the fog dissipated, a figure emerged, tall, imposing, clad in full samurai armor. At first, I almost laughed. Nice costume, I thought. But then, I saw it. The katana in his hand, dripping with fresh blood. I froze, my brain screaming at me to run, but my legs refused to move. Sick fit, man, someone shouted from behind me. I turned to see a guy in a cartoon character costume approaching the samurai, grinning like he didn't have a care in the world. Without a warning, the samurai lashed out, slashing the man's throat with a swift, precise motion. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering on my clothes, into my candy bag. The man collapsed, gurgling, clutching his neck as the crimson life drained from him. I stood there, paralyzed, watching as the life drained out of him. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. My mind couldn't process what was happening. This was real. Too real. Across the street, a woman saw the attack. She screamed, her voice piercing the night. The samurai turned his head, slowly, locking eyes with her. In an instant, he was upon her, his katana slicing through the air. She fell to the ground, her clothes blooming with blood, as she gasped for air. I watched, horror-stricken, my body trembling uncontrollably. I wanted to shout. I wanted to run, to do something, anything. But I was frozen. The fog swirled again, thick and unrelenting, swallowing the samurai whole until he disappeared, like a ghost retreating into the night. The silence returned, heavier than before, pressing down on me like a weight. I collapsed to the ground, curling into a ball, shaking uncontrollably. When the police found me, I couldn't speak. My clothes were stained with blood, my candy bag soaked. Of the samurai, there was no trace. They asked me questions, but all I could do was stare into the distance, shivering. Later, I learned the man in the samurai armor had killed 2 people and injured 5 before he was caught. But the knowledge did not bring me any comfort. Since that night, I've never gone out trick-or-treating again.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
This story is inspired by a real event that took place in Quebec City, Canada, on Halloween night back in 2021. A man dressed in medieval armor went on a violent rampage, killing 2 people and injuring 5. The 24-year-old suspect had been driven by dark, twisted urges and was seemingly out for blood. Disturbingly, he had made threats about carrying out such attacks nearly for 6 years. The tragedy left the city in shock, and its chilling nature serves as the backdrop for this fictional retelling, capturing the fear and horror experienced that night. When I woke up in the hospital, the first thing on my mind was Freddy Krueger. I know that probably sounds super weird, but trust me, you'll understand why once you hear the rest of my story. Just 5 hours before I found myself in the hospital, I had been at a Halloween party. It was one of those no costume no entry deals, so I was decked out in a tunic like the ones the Greeks used to wear, complete with a masquerade ball mask. I don't remember much about what was going on at the party. Just there was a ton of beer, loud music, and people dancing everywhere. "People just keep coming in," Ethan shouted over the music. "Well, what did you expect?" I shouted back, grinning. "You advertised it as an open party." He scowled at me, clearly regretting the decision. Ethan, my best friend, who had thrown the party but hadn't anticipated the massive turnout. He gave me a look before heading outside, probably to lock the gate. I shrugged it off and went back to dancing. With each sip of beer, I could feel myself getting more and more drunk. After a while, I made my way outside, needing a break from the crowded and sweaty house. The yard was quieter, with a few people passed out on the lawn. What a bunch of losers, I thought to myself. I looked over for Ethan and spotted him by the gate with his brother, Eric. Something was going on, so I moved closer to see what was happening. "You have to let us in, mate," a guy dressed as Freddy Krueger was shouting. Behind him were a few others dressed as classic horror movie characters: Jason, Michael Myers, and Ghostface, just to name a few. They were all demanding entry. "I don't know you, you're not invited, get the hell away from my house," Ethan shot back, clearly agitated. A small crowd from the party was starting to gather by the gate, curious about the commotion. "We're not going anywhere," Freddy said, his tone dripping with anger. Something about the way he said it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Sure, getting denied entry to a party sucks, but his reaction felt off. Way too aggressive for someone we didn't even know. "Ethan, let's just go back inside," I said, putting a hand on his shoulder. "You're right. We'll leave these idiots out here and see how they like the cold," he agreed, turning to follow me. "I said, let us the f*** in," Freddy screamed. The noise from the party suddenly seemed to fade. It was like the whole world went silent for a moment. An eerie tension settled over us. I don't know if everyone felt it, but I sure did. "Duck!" I screamed, diving to the ground as Freddy pulled a gun from somewhere in his costume and started shooting. The sounds of gunfire was deafening. Screams filled the air as people scattered in every direction, glass shattering as bullets hit windows and cars. I felt a sharp, burning pain in my arm and looked down to see blood seeping through my costume. I had been shot. It all happened so fast. Less than a minute, but it felt like a lifetime. When I finally dared to look up, Freddy and his gang were gone, leaving several people on the ground. My heart sank when I saw Ethan lying there, unmoved. I rushed over to him. He wasn't conscious. Eric and another guy were also down, none of them moving. The ambulance arrived minutes later and rushed them to the university hospital. It wasn't until the medics were gone when I realized I'd been shot too. Shot does that too. Fortunately, the wound wasn't too bad. The bullet had just grazed my arm, but I knew I needed to get it checked out. So, I got into my car and I started to drive to the hospital. That's when everything hit me. How close I'd come to dying. My hands started shaking, and all I could feel was the panic rising into my chest. My heartbeat raced as my vision blurred. I don't know if it was the blood loss, the alcohol, or both, but I suddenly felt so tired. I lost control of the car and crashed into a building. Then, everything went black. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in the hospital, Freddy Krueger on my mind. Makes sense now, right? I'm just grateful Ethan, Eric, and the other guy who got shot are all okay. They're stable at least. As for Freddy and his friends, no one knows where they went after the shooting. It scares me to think that someone that unhinged is still out there, somewhere.
This story is inspired by real events that happened in 2008 in San Antonio, Texas. During a Halloween college party, a man dressed as Freddy Krueger opened fire after being denied entry. 4 people were rushed to the hospital, while the 5th, a female, drove herself but later crashed her car on the way. Freddy Krueger was the one who pulled the trigger, but he was not alone. And although the perpetrators were eventually apprehended, the incident remains a chilling reminder of how sometimes the people under the mask are worse than the characters they cosplay in Halloween.
This event takes place in Washington State in early October of 2010. My girlfriend Beth had flown down from Sydney, Australia to visit me. I lived in Seattle, but since it was cheaper for her to book a flight from Sydney to Vancouver, British Columbia than Seattle, we decided to spend a bit of time in British Columbia and then work our way back to Seattle. After a couple of days in Vancouver, we took a ferry to Vancouver Island in Victoria, where we stayed at the Empress Hotel. The plan from there was to take a ferry from Victoria back to Anacortes in Washington State, and then hop on a bus or train or something to Seattle. Making the most of our last day in Victoria, we didn't get to the ferry terminal prior to the final ferry of the day. I think it departed around 10 p.m. or so. Upon arriving in Anacortes, if you're familiar with how a ferry works, you'll have about 10 minutes or so where a flood of cars disembark and then foot traffic too, as people head to the parking lot to hop in the car they presumably have parked. I had miscalculated on a couple of fronts. Upon checking what I believed to be a bus terminal, there was clearly no bus on the way. There were no cabs either, no public transit options, and whatever kind souls who may have helped us out very rapidly dissipated into the night. The other miscalculation was that the Anacortes ferry terminal was further outside of the city of Anacortes than I remembered. The road to the ferry winds along a mile or more through a wooded area with not even a pedestrian footpath, not uncommon for Washington. To make matters worse, it was raining, as is typical of that time of year. We were stranded, luggage in tow and all. Welcome to the US, Beth. As the ferry traffic vanished and we began to wonder what the hell we were going to do, we were approached by a man, a smile on his face, not in the least bit concerned himself about also appearing to be stranded. I recall him as a bit bigger than me, both in height and weight, probably in his 40s. He was wearing glasses, a raincoat, and a wide-brimmed hat, which he doffed in greeting. At least one of us was dressed appropriately for the weather. He shook my hand and we got to talking about the predicament we were all in, to which he then explained he was waiting for his mom and sister to come pick him up. They were driving down from Bellingham to get him. He said he could offer us a ride once they came, to which I declined, saying we were going the other way to Seattle, not Bellingham. We continued making small talk, and he offered again.
Are you sure that you don't want to ride? They should be here soon.
But I just stuck to declining it because it didn't really seem convenient for any of us. At this point, I was resigned to just finding a hotel room in Anacortes for the night. Eventually, Beth, who was starting to walk up the road away from the ferry terminal, motions to me. Mike, let's go. But there's a pleading urgency to her voice and her face. I say okay and bid the stranger farewell, and we start walking up the road into the dark and rain, luggage in tow. To my surprise, I find that Beth is now alarmed by the meeting we just had, pointing out to me that the man had not been on the ferry. He was already standing around at the terminal when everyone got off the boat. She also pointed out that he had never removed his right hand from his coat pocket. He doffed his hat, he shook my hand, and he never took that other hand out of his pocket. I honestly didn't notice this. She, of course, was having visions of me shot in the woods, and Lord only knows what for her. So we trekked up the road and eventually found an inn. But apparently there was some sort of convention in Anacortes that weekend, and every room in town was booked solid. So we then called a cab to take us to a nearby town where we could get a room in a hotel. But in our time walking up the road and waiting for the cab, we never did see a car with what could have been this guy's mom and sister drive to the ferry. We didn't see any cars at all. In the years since, Beth is now my wife, and we do joke that this was our close encounter with a serial killer. Half joking, of course, but also half wondering when news might come to light of something horrible along the northern coast of Puget Sound.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I used to work at Walmart as a cashier.
Your bottom tower
This was
has
20
fallen.
years ago now. I'm a female, and I was 20 when this took place. I remember that I worked at a Walmart during college part-time for about 2 years. I was a cashier the entire time. My schedule would be pretty random, but usually I would work about 3 or 4 nights a week. If it was a weekday, the shift would typically be in the afternoon to the nighttime. And if it was a weekend, I would often work in the morning. So one time I was working at night and just ringing up one customer after another. I don't remember all the details that well with it being so long ago, but I do know that when my shift was almost over, this one guy came into my checkout lane. To be blunt, he was a total creep. I don't remember what he was buying, but one of the first things he said to me while checking out was that he had been watching me. He said that he always sees me working and stuff. I remember that he asked me out, and I said no. At first, he was trying to convince me and saying that I would have a good time going out with him and stuff. I really had no interest. He was at least 20 years older than me as well. I still said no, and finally, I remember the guy walked off. But that was not the last that I saw of him. When I worked a few nights later, similar hours, the man came into my lane again. I remember as soon as I saw him, I had a bad feeling. The first thing he said to me was asking if I had changed my mind. I asked him about what, and he said about going out with him. I said it was still a no from me, and I was really beginning to be creeped out by him. He did leave though, and then I felt better. That very same night, I got off of work at about 10 o'clock. I left the store and got to my car, then I drove home. I lived alone in this little apartment building that was less than 10 minutes away from Walmart. After getting back home, I went inside, but probably like 10 minutes later, there was a knock on my door. When I went to look, I saw the same guy standing there. I was shocked and also really creeped out. I didn't know how this guy would know where I lived unless he followed me home. I didn't answer the door. He knocked and then waited for like another minute, and then he knocked again. This went on for several times. He was still knocking on my door after like 10 minutes. At that point, he started yelling, saying that he knew I was home. At one point, he even tried opening the door. When he continued to not leave, I called the police on him. I told them everything, that I suspected I was followed home and that the guy wouldn't leave. He stayed there and was still right outside my door when the police arrived. When they spoke with the man, he claimed that he was lost or something. That was obviously a lie. He ended up getting banned from my apartment building and was also banned from the Walmart as well. I'm really glad that I never saw the guy again after that.
By the power of Goroth.
I used to occasionally deliver for DoorDash on the weekends. This happened about a year ago, and at the time DoorDash was new to my area. Not many people used it, but if you worked at the right times, you could still make well above minimum wage. It was a Friday night, and I got a request in the app to deliver to a house around 8 miles away. The house was on a deeply wooded back road, with absolutely no streetlights. Like, literally, if you turned your headlights off at this time of the night, you were completely blind. I delivered to a house in this area once before, but that was when it was light out, which, trust me, is a way different scene. I didn't have much for phone service, so it was difficult to find exactly where I needed to be. But after a while, I finally found the place. The house seemed pretty similar to a lot of the other houses in the area. Secluded looking, and right on the edge of being able to comfortably call it abandoned. I pulled up to the house, and because of the limited visibility, I decided to keep my car's headlights on while I dropped off the food at the door. But to do this, I had to keep the keys in the ignition, and so I did. I figured it wouldn't be the end of the world if I left my car running for an extra 30 seconds. I took the bag of food to the front door. I knocked a few times, and waited about 20 seconds, when my phone went off. I was getting a call from a blocked caller ID. I decided to answer it, in case it had anything to do with the food I was delivering. It was some man, who sounded completely normal. He explained how he was the one who placed the DoorDash order, and he then asked me if I could just bring it to him around back. I was already sketched out as is, and so I told the guy no way. If he wanted his food, he needed to come to me up front. But to that, the line just went dead. I told myself I'd wait at the front door for 1 minute, and if this guy didn't show up, I was just gonna leave. Maybe 30 seconds passed, and the guy did show up. The front door opened, and I looked at the dude. He was wearing a black ski mask, and was just standing there looking at me. I held out the food, but he made no reaction. That's when the guy yelled out, "Alright, now!" Right as he said this, 3 men, also wearing ski masks, came sprinting out from around the back of the house towards me. My flight reaction kicked in immediately, and I ran straight to my car. I opened the door, put it in drive, and had the pedal to the floor in no less than 2 seconds. The men were able to hit my car a good amount of times before I was able to drive off. With what, I don't know, but something strong enough to break my back passenger side window and make a few other dents. Not even a minute into driving off, and I got 2 back-to-back calls from a blocked caller ID that I can only assume were both from the same guy. I let both calls ring until they stopped. I was shaking uncontrollably and still struggling to regain my composure. But after a few minutes, I calmed down enough to call the police and report the incident. And that was that. I don't know what ended up happening, and I genuinely don't want to know. I've tried to distance myself from the whole situation as much as possible. It's beyond terrifying for me to imagine what those guys had planned for me that night. A part of me thinks it was just to rob me, but another part of me thinks they wanted to kidnap me, or worse.
I go.
This happened back in 2019, on a Friday night in January. I had just gotten back from work, and was honestly way too tired to make my own food. I always heard good things about food delivery apps, and so I figured that night was the perfect night to finally download one and try it out. I just downloaded the first one that showed up. I made an account, placed an order at a semi-nearby restaurant, and turned on Netflix to watch while I waited for it to arrive. Now, it's worth mentioning, on this night in particular, there was a lot of snow on the ground. The app said the delivery would take around 20 minutes, but I figured that didn't account for the terrible driving conditions. I honestly assumed it would probably take double that. I can't remember exactly how much time had passed, but it finally got to a point where I figured I'd just forget it and cancel the order. But right before I did, I got a message from the driver. Word for word, the message read, "Can't find your house. What's your personal phone number?" Now, you gotta remember, I had just downloaded the app that night. So, I didn't know if it was common or not for drivers to ask for their customers' personal phone numbers, but I ended up giving it to him anyway. Around 10 minutes later, he would contact me. Not over a phone call like I expected. The guy texted me, saying he'd be at my place with the food in 10 minutes. This unsettled me a bit. I was under the impression he needed my phone number so he could call me and give better directions. But I just tried to brush it off. Around 10 minutes later, I would get another text saying he left the food on my doorstep. I went outside to get it and sent a text back thanking him. I figured that was that. But around midnight, I would get another text. It was the delivery driver. The text simply read, "I really liked your sweatshirt." This was now getting extremely weird, as the text suggested that the guy had stayed to watch me grab the food from my doorstep. I tried to play it cool, and responded with something like, "Haha, yeah, thanks. It's pretty nice." I can't remember everything that was said next, but it was some string of multiple texts that were something along the lines of, "So how's your night going? What are you up to?" and various other seemingly harmless messages. To these, I didn't respond. At the end of the day, I told myself I didn't know this guy, and I had no obligation to keep a conversation going. So, I just went to bed. But come morning, I would wake up to 20-something texts, and multiple missed calls all from the same number. It was again that same delivery driver. The last text was sent at 3 a.m. As I scrolled through the texts, two in particular caught my eye. One of them read, "I'm outside your house," and the other said, "I can't see anything through your window. It's too dark." But that wasn't even the worst of it. I would later go outside to find footprints in the snow that I knew for a fact were not there the other day. Meaning, this guy wasn't joking. He had actually showed up to my house, and by the looks of the footprints, had walked around it multiple times. I've since moved, and haven't received another text from the number. That was the first and only time I will ever use a food delivery app.
By the power of darkness heals you.
I'm 27 and currently out of work. I recently got laid off at my job, as the company I worked for was starting to go under. So, in an effort to keep up with the bills, I started delivering for Uber Eats part-time. A couple of my friends suggested it, and so I figured I'd give it a try until I found another job. To my surprise, it was actually good money. The only thing I didn't like was some of the places the app had me delivered to. I live in a city with a lot of sketchy areas. I try to stay away from those areas while delivering, but there's only so much you can do. This night, a Saturday, I got a McDonald's order. I usually don't accept those ones, but this night was strangely dead. Which was weird. Saturday nights are usually the busiest for Uber Eats. Anyway, I pick up the order and start heading towards the address I'm given. Instantly, I realized it was not in the best area, but by this point, I decided to just suck it up. I pulled up to the house, and right away the vibe was off. It was completely dark with not a single light on in the house. Usually there's at least a light on upstairs, or something that would signal someone being awake and waiting for their order. But the house seemed dead. Nevertheless, I put the car in park, turned off the engine, grabbed the order, and started walking towards the door. I walked onto the porch, and as I reached for the front door, I saw it. The door was slightly cracked open. I knocked, and as I did, the door opened slightly more. I yelled out that I had an Uber Eats order, and right away some man walked to the front door, like as if he had just been waiting right there. As he got closer, I got a good look at him. Now, I'm not one to judge a person by their physical appearance. This guy was practically covered head to toe in tattoos. The guy looked extremely intimidating. Definitely not someone you'd want to mess with. He had this look of frustration, almost anger on his face. He was staring at me dead in the eyes. I lifted up the bag of food, and he grabbed it. The guy then started reaching in his pocket. I figured he was going to give me a tip. But no, before I knew it, the guy was holding a hunting knife and pointing it in my direction. My stomach dropped, realizing the situation I was now in. I was either going to get robbed for everything I had, or worst case scenario, killed. My mind was now racing. Thinking as fast as I could, I turned around towards my car, screamed at Derek to grab the gun, and put my hand in my pocket to start my car's engine from a button on the key. But there was no Derek, and I was in no way armed. But I figured if I could somehow convince this guy I was, I gave myself a chance to get out of this. All I could do was pray that the threat along with the vehicle starting would be enough to convince this guy I didn't come here alone. And luckily it was. The guy shoved me back and slammed the front door. I ran back to my car and practically tore the door off trying to get in. I got out of there as fast as I could. I would of course end up calling the police, but I never heard anything back about whatever ended up happening. I assume they didn't find anything, and that the guy was long gone by the time they arrived on scene. But I can't confirm this. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's how fortunate I am to own a car with a remote proximity key, as I don't think the guy would have bought the whole act if I didn't start the engine. I still drive for Uber Eats every once in a while, but I've since started carrying a knife with me at all times.
By the power of Goreth.
The pandemic has been pretty hard on all of us, and we've all felt its effects in a variety of ways, but musicians have felt it more than most. I don't mean to throw myself a pity party or anything. I know there are older folks who are actually fearing for their lives, so I've counted my blessings plenty of times. But for most of my friends, the pandemic just meant working from home or taking a long paid vacation. For me, it meant work dried up entirely. As a professional musician, I've been playing music both solo and with bands for most of my adult life now. It's fun, but it can be really tough on occasion, and this pandemic has been the toughest time I've ever experienced. I had to do something, anything to pay bills, so when the drummer in my band said that he was making some pretty decent money for working for Postmates, it immediately sparked my interest. I think the real selling point was how it had benefited his health. Us musicians tend to be much more familiar with a bottle and a glass than an elliptical machine, so riding a bike and getting paid to do it seemed like a great way to get back into a fitness regimen. So, dust off my young brother's old mountain bike, oil up the gears, get myself a Postmates driver's account, and I'm pretty much ready to go. I mean, it's kind of messed up that there were no background checks or anything. Like, I literally could have been anyone, but hey, I wasn't complaining at the time. I needed the money, I needed it bad, and there were much worse things than delivering acai bowls that I could be doing. But being a delivery driver brought a whole host of new occupational hazards, and there was one particular incident in the summer of last year that I've thought about almost every single day since it happened. So, I get this one job delivering Thai food over to a place in Brentwood, just this little single-story house that barely stood out from the rest. Postmates has us doing the whole contactless delivery thing by that point, but I always used to hang around just to make sure whoever it was got their food. Sometimes you had some pretty elderly people ordering from us, since some didn't have any other means of getting food without exposing themselves. It meant a lot to me to know that I was helping like that, even if it was in such a small way. Anyway, the dude comes out to get his food, and he's not nearly as old or infirm as I first expected, but he does look tired. And not just like my neighbor's dog was barking last night kind of tired. He looked like he was over his own life, just a deep exhaustion set into his eyes. He thanked me through his mask and told me Postmates had been a godsend since his wife left. I could relate hard to that. My long-term girlfriend had left at the start of the pandemic too. She just couldn't handle the stress. Couldn't be so far away from her parents during such a difficult time, so I knew what he was talking about. Like I said, he seemed sick and tired, but he didn't hint at actually being depressed or mad or anything like that. He just seemed to be doing that macho guy thing of internalizing all of his feelings and, again, hard relate. Like I said, I often stuck around to make sure people got their food, and I'd also make a point of thanking people if they tipped big, and boy, the tired guy tipped big. Right as I'm about to ride off on my bike, I make a point of telling the guy how grateful I am that he was so generous with his tip. It's literally people like him that mean I don't have to pawn my guitars to pay the rent. He just kind of nods, then says, "Just don't make the same mistakes I did, kid." I wasn't a kid. I was 28, but the weight of experience in the guy's voice, I just took it on the chin. The very next day, I get another delivery up that way, so I decide to cycle past the guy's house. I'm not 100% sure why, I guess I'm a creature of habit or something. But as I roll up, I can already see that something is horribly wrong. There's a cop car sitting in the guy's driveway, and his gate is blocked off with blue and white police tape. There's one cop sat in the driver's seat of the cruiser, and he gets out to ask me why I'm gawping at a crime scene. I ask him what happened, and he tells me to move along before turning his back on me. But then on the fly, I say like, "But officer, that's my uncle's place." And I drop the same name he'd used for his Postmates delivery. As soon as I say that, the cop stops dead in his tracks and turns around and sighs. That's when I know it wasn't just some home invasion or a car theft or something. That's when I knew it was darker than I could have imagined. The cop says something like, "Look, I'm sorry, but you're better hearing this from the next of kin. Besides, homicide doesn't have a full picture of what happened yet." "Is he okay? Is my uncle okay?" I asked. He was taken to the hospital, but after that, I'm not sure. I'm so sorry, sir. I had to do my own research to find out what exactly actually happened, and to me, it was way worse than home invasion or something. The older guy, the one who'd been so generous with his money and his advice, had a full-on mental breakdown the very same day that I brought him his food. From what I could gather, he'd been ranting and raving in his driveway, and then when the cops showed up, he waved a gun in their faces. And that's all she wrote. They shot him dead right there in his driveway. I don't know if he was trying to end his own life by cop, or if he actually had some kind of mental breakdown. But if it all happened that same night I dropped his food off, then I basically fed this guy his last meal. The final thing that ever passed his lips.
Your bottom tower is
A couple
under
of hours
attack.
later, he was dead.
Command it.
I don't know why, but that messed with me something awful over the weeks that followed.
Is under attack.
I kept thinking that maybe if I'd stuck around, maybe if I asked him more about his problems or his life in general, maybe it had given him the strength to carry on, at least for a little while. Or maybe it was always going to happen. Maybe he planned it or something, and nothing I could have said would have made a difference.
Your middle tower is under attack.
For the longest time, those were the kinds of thoughts that I just couldn't seem to shake. Like the guy was a ghost that just haunted me, no matter where I went, or what I did. On the night of the 27th of October, 2013, Davisha Paris was working his final shift as a pizza delivery driver. The 25-year-old Sri Lankan migrant had moved to the UK to pursue a degree in IT, and had long been employed as a delivery driver to support himself as he studied. But since he graduated with distinction from the University of Sheffield, Davisha had quickly found himself a well-paid job in the IT sector. The generous pay package meant that it would be much easier to apply for permanent residence in the UK, which would open the door to eventually moving his family over too. His boss was sad to see the back of such a hard-working young man go, but also happy to see Davisha moving onward and upward in his chosen career path. All he had to do was work one more shift, just one more night, and he'd be starting off his new life as a white-collar professional. At around 10 p.m., Davisha would have been making one of his final runs of the night as he drove out to Southie Crescent with a customer's order. As he parked his car, unfastened his seatbelt and opened the driver's side door, Davisha was greeted by the looming figure of 25-year-old Kasim Ahmed. Kasim wasn't the one who ordered the pizza, but still wanted something from the delivery driver, his mobile phone. Davisha saw a flash of steel in the dim streetlights as his mugger pulled out a knife and threatened to stab him if he didn't hand over his phone. But Davisha was brave. Too brave, perhaps.
Enemy's middle tower.
He had worked hard to be able to afford an expensive smartphone, and he wasn't about to hand it over without a fight. There wasn't a fight that night. It was a slaughter. Without so much as an ounce of provocation, Kasim Ahmed plunged the knife into Davisha's chest, who fell back onto the pavement, gasping as he attempted to stem the bleeding. As he lay dying, Kasim's 18-year-old partner in crime, Shamraze Khan, rifled through Davisha's pockets to relieve him of his belongings. With just one stab wound, Tavisha might have stood a chance of surviving the attack. The casino knew he had seen his face, and he knew the hard-working young migrant wouldn't just take the robbery lying down. The police would be called, a report would be filed, and repeated offender Kasim would no doubt be headed back to prison. And in Kasim's mind, that's just what was going to happen. He knelt down and began plunging the knife into Tavisha's chest, over and over again, stabbing the dying delivery driver a total of 14 times until he bled to death, right there on the cold Yorkshire pavement. The local community was appalled by the brutality of the murder, but also by the horrific and painfully tragic circumstances. Just one more night on the job, if Kasim Ahmed had waited just one more day to steal a phone or a wallet, Tavisha would still be alive. It's like some cruel cosmic joke, so utterly senseless that it almost sounds made up, and many were moved by the story. Given that Tavisha worked for Domino's in the UK, the company paid for his family to fly over so they could better organize his repatriation, as well as working more closely with investigating police. Tavisha's older brother, Pramod, spoke to the media on his arrival in Britain saying, "I'm heartbroken. My brother Tavisha was the center of our world. He gave us so many reasons to smile. He was kind and considerate, and we were extremely proud of his achievements. We were so happy that he was doing so well in England, and we never thought his life was in any danger. I can't believe he was taken away from us in this cruel and inhuman manner. Please, if anyone saw or heard anything that could help us to catch these murderers, we beg that you step forward to help find my brother's killers." But it wasn't long before Tavisha's killers were found. As it turned out, Kasim Ahmed had stolen the cell phones of two young women at knife point just an hour before he murdered Tavisha, and he'd been stupid enough to do it in downtown Sheffield, a place that's practically covered in CCTV cameras. Police tracked him down as a part of their theft investigation, only to find that Kasim was in the process of disposing of clothing that was soaked in blood of his victim. He was arrested and charged with murder, and would go on to be sent to prison for a minimum of 24 years. But 24 years seems like far too lenient a sentence for someone willing to take the life of another human being for nothing more than a mobile phone. And it seems like the only justice for a person responsible for such a cruel cosmic joke, who fabricated a scenario that would horrify all who heard it, deserves to go to prison for much, much longer than just 24 years.
By the power of Chorus.
Two stories stand out in my mind. I should note that I work day shift. These happen in broad daylight. There wasn't some spooky old haunted house at night. It's stuff creeping up in the middle of the day. So the first event goes down. I took a delivery to a nice big house in a peaceful suburban neighborhood. This middle-aged guy had to be in his late 50s or 60s. Answers the door and invites me in. He goes to grab his wallet. Any other time, I'd have opted to stay outside on the porch, but the house was seriously impressive looking from the outside that I wanted to check out what kind of interiors it had going on. So, I follow him to his back porch, but stop dead in my tracks when I noticed the large TV screen that's playing some kind of hardcore adult movie. When he noticed how it stopped, and that it was making me uncomfortable, he didn't bother to apologize or turn it off. In fact, he seemed to like the idea that he was basically forcing me to watch something so sleazy, and beckoned me to come out onto the porch to join him. Naturally, I declined, got the money, and left. The other thing happened at an extended stay hotel that had a real bad rep, mostly from fellow delivery drivers who ended up getting robbed or jumped. So I follow the delivery instructions and head around to a side door where I find I actually needed a code to get in. Luckily, a guy sticks his head out of the window and says the pizza's for him, adding that he'll be right down to pick it up. As I'm waiting for the guy to let me in, someone else comes along and lets me in, so I ended up meeting the guy on the stairs. Now, rather than exchanging money and leaving as you might expect, the guy tells me he doesn't have the money. Some other guy back in the room has it, and asked me to come upstairs with him. With the first red flag tingling in the back of my head, I step into the elevator with him. The doors close, and he says something to the effect of, "Hey, check this out," and begins to lift his shirt. Second and third red flags here. Under his shirt, he's been wrapped with bandages around his stomach. I'll save you the graphic details, but it was obviously a bad wound. A stab wound, if I had to guess. He proceeds to confirm that he was in fact stabbed the other night, and that it was on the news and that I might have seen it. And after a pause in the conversation, that it hurts a lot. With the most awkward silence ever, we step off the elevator, go to his room, and he pops inside before coming back to invite me inside. Now, two thoughts go through my mind. Either this is the dumbest setup for a robbery I'd ever seen, or the couch guy is really, really lazy. I eventually settle on the fact that if this were a robbery, the guy probably wouldn't have advertised this gaping stab wound, and I kinda wanted to meet the laziest man in the world. So I step in the door, careful not to let freshly mixed stab wounds get my back. Inside, there's an older white-haired man on the couch and a young tweaked-out girl. The man hands the money to the girl, and naturally, it's a $100 bill, and that's the only cash he has. So reluctantly, I make change for him out of my own money, conclude the transaction, and hastily retreat from what I can only assume is some kind of meth house. So, on the worst delivery shirt in the world, it's snowing and crazy, and of course my Uncle Ben's car can't make it up the long residential street to the house at the very top of the hill. After several attempts, I had to face reality, so I got out to begin the walk about 2 or 3 blocks of the snowy road. I get to the large, normal-looking house and ring the bell. No answer, but I hear a guy yelling at someone inside. Knock, ring, no answer. Still yelling, but it's obvious he's yelling at someone on the phone. I can see that the door on the back goes into a small mudroom with the doors to the house inside. I decide to step into the mudroom and knock on the door. I know, not a good idea. This guy finally opens the door and is like, "What do you want?" I'm wearing a uniform and holding a pizza delivery. What do you think I want, man? Now, the guy was a middle-aged guy with a mustache, and he has blood coming from a cut on his elbow, a cut on his lip, and blood coming from his nose, and his knuckles are torn out. Great. Dude just got into a fight, and lost by the looks of things. I see inside, and a half-empty bottle of Jack is chilling on the coffee table. I didn't order a pizza. It's probably Frank's, he says. Then the guy just turns and goes back into the living room and sits down to take another swig of Jack. Is Frank here?" I ask. "Yeah, he's upstairs." The guy points to a staircase just inside the door on the left. Okay, I think to myself. I guess I'll go give the pizza to Frank, since drunk fighter isn't going to do anything besides get more drunk. I took 2, maybe 3, it's been years since this happened, steps up the stairs and thought, screw this. I immediately backpedal, go to the front door in the mudroom, and leave the house and walk back to my car. I didn't call Frank because at that point I was just so livid about getting stuck in the snow, walking uphill through the snow, waiting a while for this drunk idiot to answer the door and getting sketched out. I figured if Frank wanted his pizza, he would call back or come pick it up. Frank never called to ask where his pizza was, and that made me more sketched out about the whole situation. Back when I was in community college, I worked at this pizza place that was basically in the middle of nowhere. It was located in a strip mall at the side of a highway in a pretty rural area, and there were just people dotted around the surrounded area that the store never quite went out of business. But since we hardly made any money, we operated a skeleton crew at all hours, and especially late at night. Sometimes it would just be 2 people in the store, me and one other guy. One would make the pies, and the other would drive them out to the customers. It wasn't always a perfect system, but we managed. Without a doubt, the best time to work was Wednesday or Thursday nights, simply because of how quiet it was. You worked a Wednesday or Thursday late shift and basically got paid to sit around on your butt and talk trash with your coworker. You'd maybe get 1 or 2 calls, nothing stressful, and that was that. But this one night, we get a call almost bang on 11 p.m., a half hour before closing. Any other time, we might actually be kind of angry, but it was just way too out of the ordinary for us to even be mad. Like, I think it was legit the first time we'd ever gotten a call that late. Now, at the time, my coworker is out in his car having a quick smoke before we start our clean down, so I'm all on my own when I hear the phone. Part of me was like, just don't answer it, dude. But honestly, curiosity got the best of me. Most of the families in the county work their farms, so they go to bed pretty early in the evening, so who was calling so late? When I pick up, I don't recognize the voice on the end. Given the nature of the job, I pretty much know everyone who calls, along with exactly what they're going to order. But still, it's not entirely unusual that we get someone new calling. But what was really unusual was how this guy's order differed from most others, not to mention how he was acting in general. So right off the bat, I can tell there's something not quite right with the guy. His voice was super raspy, like he lived in a whiskey still and smoked Marlboros for breakfast. And I know it's about to be a weird call when the first thing he asks for is a hamburger. I'm like, "Sir, this is a pizza place. I can read you our menu if you like." Which was no problem. We only had like 6 different pizzas with a couple of sides. The guy says it's fine. All he wants is hamburger meat. I'm assuming he meant on a pizza since we did actually do a cheeseburger pizza at the time, so I asked some clarification. But no, this guy doesn't want a pizza. He just wants hamburger meat. Raw hamburger meat. I don't even know if I'm allowed to sell raw hamburger meat. Like, I know you can eat raw hamburger meat. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what steak tartare is, but I figured there had to be some kind of food hygiene law against it. I asked my coworker, who was way too blazed to give me a solid answer, so I give the guy an honest answer and tell him I'm not even sure I'm allowed to sell him raw hamburger. The guy started begging and pleading so hard that I was actually speechless for a moment. He sounded like he was fiending for it, so bad that it was actually kind of creepy. I'm even less sure about the whole thing by that point, but after the guy on the phone offers a handsome tip, I make an executive decision and decided to go ahead with the sale. People do dumb stuff for money, right? Well,
10 seconds
I suppose this is my thing. I throw what I consider to be $10 retail worth of hamburger meat into a plastic carton, plug this guy's address into my navigation system, then began the drive out to his house. I've been making deliveries in that area of Lawrence County for about 18 months at that time. I'm not saying I knew the place like the back of my hand, but I'd certainly never seen this guy's house before. I didn't even know that old place was there. It was some old farmhouse at the end of a long dirt road, and it looked like it was falling apart. It would have made a great haunted house, and all I could think as my headlights suddenly lit the whole place up was that it was like the start of a horror movie or something. I was the poor, dumb pizza boy, doomed to die in the film's intro that introduced whatever crazed killer or monstrous creature that was the movie's main feature. I park up, walk up the old rickety porch, and since there was no sign of a doorbell, I just knock on this guy's door. When he answers, he actually looks pretty normal. Like he'd expect some decrepit old witch to answer the door to a house like that. Not a guy in a sweater vest who looked like the dad of all dads. As I'm handing over the bag of hamburger meat, I can't resist asking him why he'd ordered raw hamburger and not an actual menu item. I figured he's going to grill it at home or whatever, so I frame my question as such. But the guy just smiles, shakes his head, and tells me he's going to eat it raw. I must have completely failed to hide the look of disgusted confusion on my face, because the guy then launches into this big speech about the benefits of eating raw meat. I mean, he talked a lot of science terms that I didn't understand, but he seemed to know what he was talking about, and it actually weirdly put me at ease for a second as he fished around his wallet for a tip. He hands me $11 in crumpled ones, and as I count them, I'm like, thanks, man. That's really generous. But then I look up, just in time to see the guy crack the lid on the plastic container of meat, bring it up to his nose, and take a long, deep sniff of what was inside. The way he acted wasn't like this wholesome, smells yummy kind of happy. It seemed straight up perverse. I'm just watching, trying not to freak out, as the smell of the meat seems to legit turn him on. After he huffs it, he shudders, eyes rolling in their sockets before he gets this glazed look in them, and all I'm thinking is, this is my cue to leave. I awkwardly thank the guy, just happy to get off of his property, only right as I go to turn around and walk back off the porch, I see something moving in the dimly lit hallway over the dude's shoulder. Poking out at about waist height from behind the door frame was this big pair of terrified eyes looking back at me from sunken sockets. It was a kid. I don't even know what compelled me to ask, but whatever it was so strong that it overrode any desire I had to flee while I still had the legs to carry me. I remember saying something like, "That your kid, huh?"
I'll enjoy
Instead of giving me this big smile or waxing lyrical about what a proud dad they were, something that would have suited his wholesome sweater vest dad look, he suddenly looks furious. He spins around on the spot. The kid looks terrified and disappears from view, then when he turns back, he just stares at me, this deep, moody stare that sent a shiver down my spine. And once again, I get that overwhelming, this is my cue to leave feeling. I thank the guy, backing off the porch in a way where I never quite turn my back on him. He doesn't say a word in response, just keeps that angry look on his face, like I'd done something to offend him or seen something I shouldn't have. It took 20 minutes to drive back to the pizza place. 20 long minutes I had to replay the interaction in my head, over and over again. I called 911 as soon as I got back. Like I had no idea what was going on back there, but it couldn't have been good. No kids should be that scared of their dad, if that guy even was the kid's dad at all. My logic was that I could call 911, find out that this came out at a bad time and took the dude's actions out of context and maybe feel a little embarrassed. Or find out that something horrible was happening in that house, feel horrendous guilt that I failed to stop it, and then be haunted for the rest of my life. Though, what I wasn't expecting was that there was actually a third option, one that turned out to be worse than the first two. So, I called the cops. They go to check it out. Then the deputy gets back in touch to reassure me that he'd been over to the guy's house, had a good look around, and then found that there was nothing wrong. I figured that once a cop had told me that, I'd feel fine. Kinda stupid for assuming stuff, but generally fine. But I didn't. I found myself just not believing the guy. Like he couldn't have seen the same stuff that I had and just walked away being like, yeah, it's all good in that house. I didn't do another delivery to that house for the rest of the time I worked there. And I certainly wasn't complaining about not having to make any more weird deliveries. But even today, I find myself wondering what the deal was with that guy and his kid, and whether or not I should have done more to investigate. Because the thing that haunts me the most is that there might be some kind of kid out there going through the most horrifying ordeal of their young lives, thinking like, why didn't that man help me? Why didn't that man help me?
On the shoot. Sometimes he goes where he wanna. We'll get there. Ow, that hurt.
This story happened a few years ago. I would often go to Starbucks to get work done on my laptop. It was my favorite place to work because I liked their coffee, and I didn't have the distractions I would have at home, so I could get a lot more work done. One day in the winter, I was working like I often did. It was nighttime, probably about 7:30 or so. The Starbucks I like to go to closed at 8:30, so it was pretty calm and not really anybody else was there other than me at the time. I sat in my favorite spot, which was in the back corner of the table with this one soft chair that they had. I had to go to the bathroom, so I got up and walked over to it, which was only about 10 feet away from where I sat. I was in the bathroom for maybe a minute or two, and then came back out and returned to my laptop. I went back to work until I realized something. There was a portable USB stick that was in my computer. I knew it wasn't mine, and it hadn't been there before. I took it out and looked around the coffee shop. There was nobody else in there besides me. I got up and walked around, and then went to the counter and brought the USB with me. I asked someone working there if they had seen anyone go to my computer and handed them the USB drive. I was told they hadn't seen anyone, but they took the USB to hold on to. I looked from the counter and could see that the area I had been sitting in was obscured from the vision of whoever was working. I went back and got my laptop and then left. I was hoping that whatever that was a joke, and they didn't mess up my computer in any way. When I got home, I looked on my computer again and noticed that there was a new folder on the bottom left side of my screen. It was titled with just a bunch of numbers, and I clicked on it to see a text document. When I opened it up, a message read, "Hello, I know everything about you, where you live, who you are, and what you're doing." It really creeped me out, and I closed and deleted the file. Could this be true? Did the USB stick on my computer somehow reveal all of my information? I was terrified. As I was on my computer, suddenly something popped up on my screen. It was a video of myself on my webcam in a window. I tried to close the window, but I couldn't. No matter how many times I clicked or what I did, it just stayed there on my screen. It was the creepiest thing ever, so I slammed my laptop shut. I didn't use it again for a long time after, and ended up taking it to a professional to have it cleared and reset. Looking back at that experience, I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm afraid whoever did that to me knew where I lived. I used to go to Starbucks all the time. I would say at least 2 or 3 times a week I would stop at Starbucks for coffee on my way to work. I would order online every time as I left my house and then pick it up on my way. I got it so often that some of the employees started to recognize me, and I would be friendly with a few of them. Sadly, the lines at the location I usually went to were always super long, and one day I realized another Starbucks that was also on my way to work. I made the choice to switch locations to see if it would be faster, and it was in fact quite a bit faster every single day, and it saved me some time. After I would say about a couple of weeks of going to the new location, one day I forgot to place my order online. It wasn't a big deal, but I would just have to order at the drive-thru at the Starbucks. When I got there, the voice on the other end of the speaker of the drive-thru said hi to me and called me by my name. This surprised me because I had only been to that location 3 or 4 times at that point, and it wasn't a daily basis or anything. I also didn't recognize the voice as it was a man's voice, and all the people I knew from the previous location were females. I pulled up to the next window after I ordered, and a man with a headset came to the window. I paid, and he handed me my coffee and smiled. He once again said my name, told me to have a nice day, then he winked at me. The man was rather tall, and had sort of long dark hair with a slight beard. I have to say I had never seen him before, but beyond that, I really didn't think anything of him. It wasn't until every single time that I would go to Starbucks after that, he would be working and would always be the one to hand me my order. Each time he would wink at me and have an almost creepy grin on his face. None of this really bothered me though, but it did feel a little bit strange. Then I stopped seeing the man. There were different people every time when I got my coffee in the morning, and I didn't really notice the fact that I wasn't seeing this strange guy anymore. One of the times I went inside to pick up my coffee and was walking back to my car when suddenly I saw the man again. He was in the parking lot and he approached me as I was getting into my car. I didn't really recognize him at first. It took me a few seconds. He said hi to me and smiled and asked me how I was doing. I said fine in a confused tone and asked what he wanted. He then asked me how the movie I watched last night was. Then he winked at me like the past times and walked away. I stood there next to my car in shock. I had in fact been watching a movie the previous night, but I had no idea how he knew about it. I was really creeped out, and for me, this was the last straw with the man from being slightly weird to completely creepy. I had no idea who this guy was other than the fact that he worked at the Starbucks and was creepy. I decided to go back inside the Starbucks and ask another employee who he was. I first looked around the parking lot, but the man was gone. I then walked inside the Starbucks, which was relatively busy, but nothing too crazy. I went to the counter and asked who the man was with longer brown hair, a slight beard, and pretty tall. I was told in response that it sounded a lot like a guy named Jonathan, who had worked there, but had been fired for inappropriate behavior around the workplace. They said he had worked at another location close by, but had moved to that location shortly before getting fired. I briefly told my story. I was told by several people that they thought he seemed creepy and had apparently followed one of his co-workers home one night. It gave me the chills as I realized this Jonathan guy most likely was outside of my house the previous night and saw me watching a movie. So many thoughts started to race through my head, such as how did he know where I lived, and had he followed me home or been to my house before? I had to go to work at that point, so I left, but throughout the day I texted with several of my friends about what had happened. Later that day I got home from work and asked my friend Lisa to come over and keep me company. I got home and shortly after heard the sound of Lisa pulling up. I was so relieved because I really didn't want to be alone in the house that night after what had happened. But then I received a text from Lisa saying that she would be there in about 15 minutes. I went over to look out the window and noticed a different car driving slowly down the street outside my window. I lived in a quiet neighborhood and there wasn't a whole lot of cars that went down the street, so I sort of noticed when they did. It was a black car and the windows were tinted. It parked across the street, but slightly past my house. Of course, I was paranoid and worried that it was the Jonathan guy. I watched the car from my window, hoping to see somebody, anybody get out of the car that wasn't Jonathan from Starbucks. But nobody was getting out. Then my phone started to vibrate and ring in my left hand as I held the living room curtain open with my right. It just about gave me a heart attack, and I closed the curtain and looked at who was calling me. It was a number that I didn't recognize. I decided to answer it. The voice on the other end was the familiar voice of Jonathan. I heard him ask me why I was watching him and told me to come outside. I freaked out at this and screamed as loud as I could that I was calling the police. He then hung up on me, and I opened the curtain slightly to see his car pulling away. I then called the police, and they said they would be on their way. They arrived a short time later along with Lisa. I gave them as much information as I could on Jonathan, and I stayed at Lisa's house the next few nights. Finally, I was told that Jonathan had been found, and I would no longer have to worry about him anymore. He had worked at the first Starbucks I had been to almost every day, and apparently asked to transfer when he realized I had gone to another one. I just wonder how long he knew where I lived, or how many times he had been to my house without me noticing.
I'm in for it. 4x4.
Last year, I went to Starbucks for some coffee.
Making tracks.
I don't get Starbucks all that often, but I do from time to time. On this particular day, I was pretty sleepy but had to drive about an hour home, so I went for some coffee.
On the shoot.
It wasn't all that busy there, but there were a few other cars in the drive-thru ahead of me. I pulled in and waited. Eventually it was my turn, and I ordered. When I got to the window to pay, I was told that my order had been paid for by the person in front of me. I wasn't asked if I wanted to keep it going and pay for the next person, but was just handed my coffee. I was pretty happy about it until I drove away and noticed that within the little cardboard thing that goes around the cup, there was a piece of paper rolled up into a note. Obviously I was driving, so I didn't bother reading the note, but once I got home almost an hour later, I read it. It was a small piece of paper which gave details about me and my family, such as names, addresses, and phone numbers. I was told that I needed to come up with $10,000 or something very bad would happen. I couldn't believe what I was reading or how this happened. I had never been to that Starbucks location before and didn't even remember what car had been in front of me to pay for my drink or anything like that. But I was terrified, so I went straight to the police. When I did, I was told they would investigate, and they told me a short time later that they didn't believe I had anything to really worry about. Still, I did worry about it, and I never did consider giving whoever it was the money. I didn't even know how to contact them. It's been a while since that happened now, and I guess maybe it was a joke or something, but I still don't know how to explain any of that, like how the person got my information, or why they chose me in the drive-thru that day.
This happened during my freshman year of high school. Winter had just ended, so the air at night felt really cool, but not too cold. My old best friend, who we'll call Veronica, had texted me asking what I was up to, and she said she was hungry, to which I replied, me too. In order to better understand the story, I should explain the layout and distances from each location. I was at my cousin's house, which is about 8 blocks away from Veronica's, and McDonald's was probably about a half a mile away from both of our homes. Across the street from our McDonald's was a Target and various other fast food chains, and maybe about a mile and a half away was a Burger King. I don't exactly remember whose genius idea it was to sneak out at 11 o'clock at night in order to satisfy our hunger, but nonetheless we did. Although I had never done it before, sneaking out was relatively easy for me. As for Veronica, well, let's just say she wasn't new to it. Because it was late, I was in my PJs, which consisted of shorts and an oversized football jersey. In retrospect, probably not the best clothing idea for 11 p.m. while sneaking out in a not-so-safe city, but I digress. We met up halfway and made our way to McDonald's, catching up about whatever boy problems and idiotic math teacher we had at the time. The streets weren't desolate, but not necessarily bustling with cars either. I remember being worried that my mom would see me walking around at 11 p.m. if she drove by. We decided to cut through Target's huge parking lot to save some distance and time. Now, the McDonald's and Target were a bit uphill, but only if you walked from west to east. We came from south to north, so it wasn't really a problem for us. Not that it would have been either way, but it's better to explain. As we were crossing the street from Target to McDonald's, we saw a guy, probably about 5'5", so he was pretty short. He was wearing a blue hoodie and I believe some shorts. Veronica was maybe about 5'2" at the time, where I was about 5'3" to 5'4". Because all this happened years ago, some of the details are a little fuzzy. I didn't really think too much of the guy because Veronica and I were laughing away and talking about anything and everything, but I did take a mental note of it. So, being the geniuses that we were, neither of us actually checked to see if the McDonald's would be open. Well, to be correct, it was open, but just the drive-thru. Yeah, we failed to do one simple yet very important necessity. No problem for us geniuses though. Why, you may ask? Because Burger King wasn't that far away, and we really needed to satisfy our hunger, so why not? We started making our way west, going downhill. I was ranting away while Veronica kept glancing over her shoulder. She has this habit of doing this every time we walk anywhere, no matter the time of day. She then linked her arm around mine, and then softly said to me, "That guy is following us." I glanced behind, not making it obvious, but just to see if she was messing with me. Yeah, we kind of had a messed up sense of humor, so it wouldn't have been that much of a stretch. Unfortunately, she was telling the truth. She started to walk faster now, to which I tightened my grip around her arm and told her not to walk so fast, or we would know we were on to him. As I mentioned previously, our city wasn't really one of the safest, so I grew up being taught to always be aware of my surroundings. I wasn't as street smart as my siblings, as I was more book smart than anything, but I wasn't a blithering idiot either. I then told Veronica that we should just go across the street and enter Target. As we crossed the street, I glanced behind us and I noticed that he was crossing too. At this point, Veronica was getting extremely worried. And me, you might ask? I was laughing. For some reason I found this to be funny because what are the odds that the first time I ever sneak out, I'd end up being followed from a McDonald's? Suffice to say though, I ended up sneaking out again after that. What can I say? I wanted to get the whole high school experience. As we made our way through the large Target parking lot, I FaceTimed my cousin to share what was currently happening, as she knew I snuck out. While I was laughing and explaining, Veronica was pretty much in full-on panic mode. Eventually I hung up abruptly as Veronica and I decided to run through the rest of the parking lot and right into Target's doors. The guy, still following us. As we made it inside the Target, we decided to walk around just in case he followed us inside, but luckily he didn't. We made our way back to the glass windows where the entrance was located at, and then we sat down to really grasp the whole situation. Veronica said she saw the guy walk past Target in the same direction we had originally came from. Behind Target is a park, which I always walk past in order to get home. I decided to call my older brother and asked what to do. He told me to call my cousin and then tell her to walk and then meet us at Target. I texted her instead, and I told her to bring her giant of a boyfriend who happened to be spending the night. She said that she would meet us by the front. Veronica was really relieved, but I still didn't really care about it at all. A few minutes pass, and a guy walks in Target and makes his way over to Veronica and me. I don't remember exactly, but I think he was Caucasian and maybe about 5'7". He explained that he was in the McDonald's drive-thru when he noticed us walk away, and the guy following from behind. He said that he saw us cross over into Target, as well as the guy, and that he wanted to make sure we were safe. We explained our side of the story and then reassured him that we were in fact okay. He told us we shouldn't be out this late and that we should really call our family to pick us up. We said that we had family on the way and then thanked him for looking out for us, to which he told us to stay safe. I think hearing and witness the whole thing really made it feel real to me, because that's kind of when reality hit me. My cousin ended up coming with her boyfriend and dad in the car. So yeah, we got busted. But I didn't get in trouble because, well, they were my cousins, and I was kind of a goody two-shoes. Not to mention the fact that my mom probably would have been really mad at my cousins for not noticing I snuck out under their supervision. Veronica came to my cousin's house with me, where we just talked about what happened. I even FaceTimed one of our senior friends and told him about it too. Veronica and I no longer talk due to other reasons that didn't happen until years later. But during the rest of our friendship, we'd always recount that story and laugh about it. But it really is scary how easily something bad could have happened if we had only continued our journey to Burger King. And the realization that another person witnessed it made it all too real for me. I've been followed a few more times after this event, and it's really given me some extreme anxiety. I think it's pretty damn safe to say that I won't be walking alone anymore. Hell no. For some background info, I just turned 16, and my two friends Ashley and Sarah, my parents and little brother and I all went to Toronto for my birthday. We rented a hotel for the night, went swimming and went to the mall, and it was all really fun. But now, on to the story. The night after we came back from the mall, we went into our hotel room, took showers, and we were all just hanging out there. It was around 11 p.m. and we were all really bored. I knocked on the door separating me and my friend's hotel room and my mom, dad, and brother's room to ask if me and my friends can walk around Toronto because we had nothing to do. My mom said yes, so as me and my friends were about to leave, my little brother asked if he could come too because he was also bored. I said sure, so my parents ended up coming as well because they had to watch my brother. So now we're all on the streets of Toronto, my parents and brother a few meters ahead of us, while me and my friends were a few meters behind, just laughing and talking. I had started to get hungry, so I had told my parents we wanted to get food. We continued walking until we found some two-story building with a whole bunch of restaurants and fast food places in it. It was pretty big, and in the center there was a big escalator to get to the second floor. There wasn't a lot of people in there, but the few people that were on the first floor looked pretty sketchy. We don't see any fast food places on the first floor, so we go up the escalator to the second floor to see what's up there. My parents go to McDonald's and they sit at a table pretty far away from us. My friend Sarah wasn't really hungry, so she went and picked out a table for us, while me and Ashley went to the ice cream place to get something there. As we were waiting, we had seen this group of 3 guys sitting at a table that was pretty close to the ice cream place. I noticed them looking at us and whispering to each other before 2 of them came up behind us to wait in line for ice cream as well. I thought it was kind of weird, but I didn't really think much of it. That is, until one of them started talking to Ashley. One of the guys randomly tapped her on the shoulder, then said,
"Hey, I've never been to this place before. What kind of ice cream flavor do you suggest me to get?"
No, I was a bit weirded out by this because, well, the guy looked creepy as fuck. He was a very tall Jamaican man who looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s, in very bummy clothes, and randomly talking to my friend who was 15 at the time. He was also screwing a lid on to some weird-ass small bottle as my friend was talking to him. My friend Ashley is very friendly, so she didn't really think much of it, and she was just being nice to him and talking to him. And then the other guy that was with him came up to me. I had already got really weird vibes from his friend, so I didn't want to talk to him. The guy who came up to me was also a very tall Jamaican man, and he was wearing a white trench coat and a hat. He then says to me,
Wow, you look really exotic. What's your ethnicity? I gotta know.
I was super weirded out by this and a bit uncomfortable, but I just laughed and said thanks and told him my ethnicity. After that, he then says to me,
Wow, that's a really beautiful mix. You're a very beautiful girl. Can I please get your number?
There was no way in hell I was giving this 30-year-old looking man my number. I told him right away no, but he just kept begging for it, saying he just wants to text me and talk. I told him I don't give my number out to strangers. But as I kept saying no to this man, I noticed the third guy that was sitting at their table then get up. He was yet another very tall Jamaican man in a beanie, and he had a briefcase with him. I saw him make dead eye contact with me as he got up, walked to the escalator, and then went down to the first floor. I was about to walk away from this man because this whole situation was just really freaking me out, until the other guy who was talking to my friend Ashley then came up to me and then said,
So, hey, I got your friend's Snapchat, and I was wondering if I can get yours too.
I told him no, that I don't give my Snapchat to strangers. He then kind of laughed at me and just said okay. Then this next question got me really scared. The man that was talking to Ashley then said to me,
So, are you two here all alone, or are your parents here?
I didn't even know what to say at that point. My mind just kind of went blank and I froze. But my friend responded for me, saying that my parents are over by the McDonald's and that our other friend is at the table close by. The two guys looked over at our other friend and then waved at her. Sarah had seen the two guys do that, then looked at me. I think she could tell I was uncomfortable. But right as Sarah was about to come up to us and get us out of the situation, my parents went up to her and they told her they were going back to the hotel room and that we can just walk back since the hotel was only about a 10-minute walk away from the place we were at. So my mom thought it would be fine. Sarah said okay, and my parents and brother made their way to the escalator. Sarah then came up to us and those two strange men and then said, Hey, is everything good over here? Yeah, all good. We're just now leaving, I said back. Then the guy in the white trench coat then looks at me and says,
Oh, okay. Bye, beautiful.
I don't even look at him. Sarah, Ashley, and I just walked back to our table. I didn't feel like staying there anymore and told the girls we should go because I was really uncomfortable. So we start making our way to the escalator, but then we see those same two guys from the ice cream place following us. This is when panic mode then hits me. My parents are gone now, and it's just us 16-year-old girls in this random building with barely any people in it because it was so late. I tell Ashley right away that those same two guys are following us, and she starts to panic too. We go down the escalator, and they do the same. There's only two other people on the escalator separating us from those scary men. Then as we get to the bottom, thank God, I see my parents and brother waiting in the Starbucks line right next to the exit. Me and my friends run up to my mom to go and tell her that those strange men were following us. But right as I look over after telling my mom what happened, I guess the men noticed my parents were still here, so as soon as they got off the escalator, they went right back to the other one to go back up the second floor again. My mom told me that they were leaving to go back to the second floor, so we should just go back to the hotel room. My parents and brother left the building first, then me and my friends left after them. When we got out, my parents were about a meter or two ahead of us, and I noticed the same guy with the briefcase that I thought left the building earlier, standing right next to the exit door, just staring at us. This really scared the shit out of me because I thought he left a long time ago. He literally just stared at us the entire time as we walked past him. I assumed he didn't do anything because he realized my parents were there, but as we got further away from him, I looked back just to make sure he wasn't following us, and I noticed that he went up to some creepy old black car with really tinted windows, then knocked on the window. Then the guy in the driver's seat rolled down the window, and the man with the briefcase whispered something to him, and then he left the car and went right back to the building that we left from, and the car drove away. This really scared the shit out of me because if my parents weren't there, I don't even know what could have happened to us, but it for sure wouldn't have been good. I don't know what those men wanted to do with us, or why the men in the briefcase went up to that car, but I don't want to know.
Your middle tower is
We got
under
back to
attack.
our hotel rooms, and my friend Ashley started crying because it all hit her at once what just happened. Sarah and I tried to calm her down,
Your
and
middle
then I
tower
asked
is
her,
under attack.
did any of those guys ask for your number or Snapchat? Then she told me, yeah, I gave them my Snapchat because I was really scared to say no. That's when it then hit her that she has her location on for Snapchat. I told her to go turn it off immediately just in case, but when she went to turn it off, it showed one of the guys' Bitmoji was right next to hers, which meant that he was at or near our hotel right now. She turned it off right after that and then blocked him. Nothing else happened that night, thank God. I'm really glad my parents came with us to the food place, and thank God they didn't leave the building just yet, because who knows what would have happened to us if we were alone. So everyone listening to this, please be safe out there, and especially at night. This happened about a month ago. I'm doing much better now, and for my future jobs, I will never take night shifts, as the dark alone gives me the creeps. I've applied for many jobs because I'm the legal age for working, as I'm in high school. I'm in desperate need of money, and I need to help my family out as well, so at this point, I would take any job I can get. 5 jobs accepted me, so I decided to do a trial at my first job that was pretty quick enough to accept, which happened to be McDonald's. I need to say that the staff and the manager were all very nice, and my friend also works there, which was a total bonus. The only really downfall working there was probably the customers, which my friend agreed. But anyway, I didn't really know what to pick for the shifts, or even if I wanted the job, so I asked for a practice shift. My manager happily agreed and let me choose my times. Instead of daytime shift, I chose the night, which was a very bad decision, but hey, I needed to see what it was like working there anyway, so this will be easy since it's night, right? Well, I was terribly wrong. I got ready in my friend's uniform that she let me borrow, and she even drove me there. I'll be honest, the McDonald's was rather sketchy. When I say sketchy, I mean there's so many alcoholics and druggies around, and upon arrival, it just didn't feel right. During the car ride, I had a gut feeling that it wasn't going to be a good shift, but my friend kept reassuring me that all will be fine. She dropped me off at the bus stop, which was 5 minutes from my workplace, and said that she would pick me up at 12 a.m. It was around 10 p.m., so my practice shift lasts for about 2 hours. I agreed and said for her to pick me up at the same spot that she dropped me off at. As she sped off, I merely watched as her car shrunk into the distance. After I saw it was gone, I started walking towards McDonald's, but while walking, I began to hear footsteps behind me. I didn't really think much of it because it was a normal thing. The person was probably just walking to their car or McDonald's or even the shops, but I had a really bad feeling. I felt like I was almost being watched, and I stopped for a second. The footsteps stopped with mine, and I looked behind to see a guy around his mid-40s just eyeing me off. I got really weirded out as he just smiled at me and then breathed very heavily. He was taller than me and he looked rather stronger and bigger than me as well. He was around what looked to be a few meters away. I quickly looked away and ran off to my workplace. There was only about 3 people working, my manager and my male friend. It was about 10:30 p.m. and I had already had a share of drunk and rude people filling the orders up, or even tried hitting on me. But he quickly left, and shortly afterwards, my friend showed up and helped me. He helped me out with most things, and I felt rather safe with him. He was actually an acquaintance of mine, but we soon grew to be best friends. After I was done taking some drunk guy's order, my friend pulled me aside and asked if I knew the guy outside. I was kind of confused at what he meant, and at first I thought he was just joking around. That is, until he pointed at the right window. My mouth went dry, and my face completely dropped. It was the same creepy guy that was following me before work. But I didn't tell him that. Instead, because I was an idiot, I kinda just laughed a bit and said that it was no big deal. He shrugged it off and we went back into the kitchen. It hit 11 p.m. No more customers were present and the same guy would not stop staring at me. At that point, I kind of just held my head down and just begged, hoping that he wouldn't come in. I could just feel his beady eyes run up and down my body. It was gross. It made me feel dirty. He's been there ever since the start of my shift and has been there for about 30 minutes, making it 10:30 now. I started to panic a bit as I was absolutely begging for him to not come in. In the middle of my thoughts, I heard something. My heart absolutely stopped as I then heard the sound of the door being opened. The creepy guy slowly walked towards my counter, eyeing my whole body until he was right in front of me, heavily breathing and almost drooling. His breath reeked like alcohol and cigarettes. He had a musky scent that, to be honest, nearly made me vomit. Red flags were totally going off, but I just tried to continue with my nice act. He wouldn't stop staring at me. I glanced at my friend who was in the kitchen. He was pretty busy, basically making sure nothing was getting burned. I turned my attention back to the guy and, no matter what I asked him, he was silent. It probably went on like that for about 5 minutes straight. That is, until he finally said something.
Such beautiful skin. So young. Short black hair. Such a nice complexion you have.
Before I could even speak or try and call someone over, something I wasn't prepared for then happened. The old guy launched towards me and tried entering the counter part, which happened to be the same part I was working at. He then looked at me like I was a piece of meat. Trying to climb over the counter wasn't easy for him though, eventually trying to grab me and getting stuck midway as I tried backing up. To my luck, I then slipped and totally landed on my butt. I tried my best crawling away, hoping that he wouldn't pass through. I was of course rather startled and afraid to the point that I couldn't even utter a single word. My friend dropped what he was doing as he screamed for my manager to then come over. My manager quickly showed up, which then made the old guy get back up and then flee. My friend quickly ran to my aid and he took me to the back room, which is what my manager told him to do in order to calm me down. Shortly after, we called the cops. I glanced at my friend as he looked pretty pale and rather puzzled, like he saw a ghost. My manager waited at the counter for the cops. That's when my friend quickly explained who the guy was. As it turns out, the guy was known for creeping on the female staff members while they worked. He would take pictures, ask for their number, offer alcohol, and even documented what they looked like. He was actually already banned from even entering the place or even being near it. The cops were already very aware of who he was due to his creepy behavior in the past. After the whole investigation and getting questioned, it was about 1 a.m. and I was let go. My friend was with my other friend while I got questioned, and on my way home, my friend held my hand and kept reassuring me that everything will be fine. Safe to say, I don't think I'll ever go back there again, and after this, I don't think I trust any night shifts. I think I'm gonna work at a different fast food place as well. So to that creepy old guy who's hopefully in jail, please stay away from me.
I used to work at a Starbucks here in Cardiff, and I've got to be honest, it's one of the better jobs I've ever had. The manager was brilliant, the other staff were nice and looked out for each other, so for a minimum-ish wage job, it was about as good as it gets. The only bad shifts to work were the first halves of Monday and Tuesday mornings, as the pre-work rush meant people were often at their absolute worst. I mean, don't get me wrong, people could be complete jerks at other times of the day or week, but the highest concentration of them was Monday and Tuesday mornings, without a shadow of a doubt. But rude customers aren't scary. Annoying and frustrating, yes. Chillingly cruel and calculating, not as much. Which is why this particular incident has stayed with me for so long, and I always seem to use it as my personal point of reference for how terrible human beings can be to each other. So, it's a Monday morning and we're just coming to the end of the rush at around 9 a.m. 30 minutes more and the caffeine fiends will start to thin out and we can get some coffee and make a smoke break of our own. I heard her before I saw her. Like, she was only just trying to get a handle on what had been pure harpy screeches just moments before. Some woman was on her phone, ranting away and not looking where she was going as she tries to find the back of the queue. In doing so, she cuts off this other bloke who politely informs her that she's queue jumping. I don't know if she actually didn't hear him or was just tactically ignoring him, but either way, this bloke has to tap her on the shoulder before saying, "Excuse me, I believe I was ahead of you." The woman just shrugs this off at first, giving the guy a gesture like, "I'm too busy to listen to you." I remember the look of anger on the guy's face as she gently but firmly grabs the strap of her handbag and tugs her out of the queue before taking her place. I'm a bit torn about the whole thing. Like, yeah, it was righteous, but laying hands on someone, I feel like there could have been a better way to resolve the issue. But it wasn't like the guy had picked her up and thrown her, and due to the size difference, that was definitely a possibility. Anyway, she reacts like this had been the case, like him actually standing up to her with some horrific incident of assault, and starts demanding someone call the police, even though she herself was on the phone and simply refused to hang up. A couple of staff members and customers manage to calm the situation down, and we get the guy his coffee before one of my colleagues serves the angry woman. I didn't serve her, but when she got her order, she turns to be like, excuse me, this coffee isn't as hot as I asked for." No, I know better than to just argue with customers and especially absolute whoppers like her. So I do as I'm asked and heat the coffee up a little bit more for her. I hand it back. She dips a finger in it and once again tells me, "This coffee isn't hot enough." Now bearing in mind, she just watched me run some steam through it, but again, I do as I'm asked and give her back some literally steaming hot coffee that she proceeds to absolutely overload with sugar. No wonder she was in such a stinking mood. Her entire life was probably one big sugar crash, hence why she was such an unbearable person to be around. But little did I realize, that coffee wasn't for her, and on her way out of the store, she took the lid off of her scalding hot syrupy coffee and threw it in the guy's face as he sat reading his newspaper. God, the sound of that guy screaming was absolutely horrific. Like I didn't actually see the woman throw her coffee in the guy's face, so I thought someone had broken a leg or something. That's the only time I've heard someone scream in pain like that. When my old skating buddy absolutely shattered his leg on this visit to a Bristol skate park one year.
Yes.
But what followed in the coffee shop was pure chaos. People were pouring bottles of water onto this guy's face, ambulance staff and police turning up. I think the woman legged it as soon as she threw the coffee because, to my knowledge, no one was arrested. But the guy who had the coffee thrown on him suffered life-changing injuries. From what another colleague told me, the gross amount of sugar in the coffee meant that some of it actually stuck to his face like a kind of molten hot glue. He'd been left with terrible scarring for the rest of his life, and all because he stood up to some absolute monster in the queue that morning. That's what I find really scary, that some people out there are so unhinged that a seemingly normal interaction with them could end up with you suffering injuries you'll carry with you for the rest of your life. Just one moment of misjudgment, one little enough is enough moment, and boom, you're going to look at a very different version of yourself in the mirror for the rest of your natural life.
I'm going. Middle is missing. Fire away.
My son used to be very active on something called Discord, which, from what I understand, is a messaging app for people who play video games. It allowed him to talk to people from all over the world that play the same games as him. So at some point, he broke the news to us that he'd been talking to a girl over in the UK named Lori. She and he had become friends, playing some sort of pirate game, playing together most days and talking pretty much all the time when they weren't at their computers. And eventually, he just up and asks her if she wanted to be his girlfriend, and she says yes. It was definitely a new concept for someone like me who grew up at a time when cell phones weren't even a thing. But I understand that we live in the digital age where new methods of dating are coming to the fore, so I just tried to be happy for him, as any mom should when their kid gets their first girlfriend or boyfriend. Plus, with an entire ocean between them, it's not like I have to worry about them getting accidentally pregnant or something. However, one Sunday afternoon, my son emerges from his boy cave for what seemed like the first time in days. Walks into the TV room where me and my husband are sat, and with a very concerned look on his face. We asked him what the matter was, and he just kind of shrugs, tells us everything is cool, and then just kind of wanders out again. So as you can imagine, me and my husband give each other a look as if to be like, what was that about? My husband gets up, follows our son into the living room before gently prodding him about anything that might be bothering him. From what he told me, our kid was just doing that typical boyish thing of pretending that everything was fine, but in a way that tells us that he's obviously upset about something. My husband then told me he asked after Lori, with our son responding in almost a visceral way of like, why are you always in my business, blah blah blah. He'd obviously touched on a sore subject, so our general conclusion was that he and Lori had broken up and he just didn't want to talk about it. We weren't about to press him on it, so we kind of just left him to it to get over and move on to someone new. But over the next month or so, our son seemed to get increasingly depressed. He'd spend more and more time up in his room, only ever coming out to go to school or eat dinner and then just retreating back to his little boy cave. Like I said, we figured this was because he'd split up with his internet girlfriend, but one time my husband was walking past his room and blatantly heard him talking to someone via his little voice chat Discord thing, addressing them as Babe and, at one point, Lori. So apparently they're still talking at that point, but we still assume that they were having relationship issues, putting it down to the fact that they were like thousands of miles apart. I know long-distance relationships don't work at the best of times, even when people were just a few states away from each other. But these kids had an entire ocean separating them, so God knows how hard that must have been on them. Only, as we came to learn, that wasn't exactly the problem. It was something much darker. So as I said, our son seemed to be getting more and more depressed over the course of the month. And it got so bad that at one point that me and my husband discussed getting him a therapist or something to nip the problem in the bud before it could morph into something less easy to deal with. But suddenly, out of apparently nowhere, he just perks up. One day he's looking better, feeling perkier, and is considerably more talkative. He actually seemed keener on spending more time with us too, which for a 16-year-old boy struck us as very unusual. I mean, not that we were complaining. It was nice seeing him feeling better about things, and we put it down to him meeting a new girl or just shutting out Lori from his life. This kind of sunny behavior carries on for like a week or so until one Saturday, when after coming down for breakfast, we don't see or hear from him for the rest of the day. Late in the afternoon, my husband goes up into his room, knocks on the door, and asks our son if everything is okay. He comes back down into the TV room, tells me there was no reply after knocking, then asks me if I'd seen him leave the house at all during the day. I tell him no, that if he had gone over to a friend's house or whatever, that he certainly hadn't let me know.
I'm going.
Then my husband just kind of shrugs, tells me he has a headache, then walks off to the downstairs bathroom to get an aspirin from the medicine cabinet. Next thing I know, I can hear him springing down the hallway and up the stairs, his feet like boom, boom, boom as he rushed up to our son's room. I'm super confused, like, what's going on? Before walking out into the hallway. From where I'm standing, I can actually see into the downstairs bathroom, and what I see makes my blood run cold. We usually kept all our pain pills and other such medication in a little plastic first aid kit style thing. We kept that thing stuffed to the gills, and there it was, lying on the bathroom floor, almost completely empty. Then, like my husband before me, it hit me what had happened. So I sprint up to my son's room where I find my husband leaning over our boy's bed, shaking him like, "Wake up! Can you hear me? Wake up!" There's a pool of puke sitting on the bed next to his head, and he's completely unconscious. And there are empty pill trays lying on the floor nearby. As soon as I walk in, my husband runs back downstairs to call 911, and I take over the shaking and the wailing, begging him to open his eyes. Now, the only light in the room was coming from his computer monitor, so at one point I look over to it and see one of the most haunting things I've ever seen in my life. On the screen is a webcam window from the Discord thing I mentioned, and it displays the body of a young girl that's just kind of dangling in midair. It took me a second to realize what I was looking at, but when I did, I almost screamed the house down. She was hanging from something. I tried not to look, I really did. I just tried to focus on my boy as his dad ran back upstairs with emergency services on his cell. I should have told him not to look, but I was just distraught. I could barely speak as he walks back into the room and starts describing our son's condition to the dispatcher on the other end of the line. He's frantically talking away when he does pretty much the same thing as me, turns around to see the webcam window open and the girl's body hanging on the screen. He just froze and stops talking, long enough for me to be able to hear the dispatcher say, "Sir, are you there, sir?" At which point he snaps out of his daze and carries on talking to the person on the other end. It was he that then had the same presence of mind to turn off the computer, all the while giving the EMTs her home address and begging them to arrive as quickly as possible.
Yes.
Our son was taken to the hospital where he promptly has his stomach pumped. We stayed all night, waiting in the visitors area, and when a doctor finally approached us with an update on our son's condition, I found my heart racing as I prepared for the worst. But thankfully, we'd gotten him to the hospital just in time, and the nurses were able to pump his stomach and administer the necessary medication to counteract the effects of the things he'd taken already. He survived, barely, but the same couldn't be said for the girl on the computer screen, who we assumed was this Lori girl he'd been in the long-distance relationship with. When our son woke up and saw us in the hospital room, he burst into tears. He apologized over and over again, and we all just cried it out together. He then proceeded to spill his guts to us about what had happened, and I honestly couldn't believe my ears. It turned out that they'd formed a kind of pact together just the week before, right around the same time he seemed to have perked up and gotten out of the funk he was in. Apparently, that was what did it. That she and he had figured out a way to escape the pain they were suffering, and that the revelation had been some kind of boost to him, as morbidly insane as that sounds. We went ahead with booking him into therapy, and he's doing much, much better now. We don't monitor his online activities, as he figured he'd just find a way to subvert us, but we definitely don't allow him to have a computer in his bedroom anymore. And since then, me and my husband have made an effort to acquaint ourselves with the darker corners of the internet, and believe me, there are some days I wish I hadn't. Because my God, there's some horrendous things out there. Things I wish I'd never seen, and that I'll never be able to get out of my head.
On it.
I used to play a lot of Insurgency Sandstorm with a fixed set of guys and a few girls, and we used to organize using a Discord server. People came and went as time went by, but there were a couple of us that actually stayed in touch quite frequently outside of just organizing gaming sessions and became pretty good friends. Insurgency, for those that haven't played it, is one of those hyper-realistic military shooters that tends to get really, really intense and occasionally downright terrifying when it's at its best. I'm not saying we had this proper band of brothers vibe going. I know it's only a video game, but like I said, a handful of us ended up being pretty good friends and bonding over the intense level of teamwork required to win rounds, not to mention the sweaty palm adrenaline-fueled firefights. One of these was a lad named Colin. One day, Colin tells us that he wouldn't be playing Insurgency for a little while because he had taken a job teaching English as a foreign language out in Indonesia. He had wanted to do some traveling for a while, but just didn't have the money available to him, and getting qualified to teach English gave him an opportunity to see some more exotic areas of the world whilst getting paid for it. We were pretty gutted to hear the news. He was one heck of a sniper, and many a time we'd been pinned down by some enemy machine gunner, only for the gunfire to stop suddenly, followed by a little laugh from Colin and a "have that" Scottish accent. We absolutely loved him for moments like that, but we were also really happy for him, and since he promised to stay in the Discord server, we'd be able to keep in touch and hear some stories of his adventures out in the tropics. So a few months go by, and we're enjoying hearing the stories of his travels, along with being updated with photos of him exploring some pretty remote parts of Indonesia. It was the photos of him with the school kids he was teaching that really made me smile, though. He looked like he was having the time of his life, especially when we saw some videos of him teaching the kids some pretty obscure English phrases. Not only that, but occasionally we'd hear some of the kids actually repeat the phrases back kind of in a Scottish accent, and the idea of a bunch of Indonesian kids learning to speak English with an Edinburgh accent was absolutely hilarious to us. I mean, imagine it. Some American wishing an Indonesia fellow good morning or something, only to hear, "You alright, pal? Who's it going?" In response, it still makes me chuckle, even now, to be honest. Then, in September of 2018, I woke up to the news that there had been an earthquake in the sea just off the coast of Indonesia, causing an earthquake that had resulted in a massive tsunami that had destroyed huge sections of the country. Immediately, I thought of Colin.
Yes.
I jumped onto Discord using the app on my phone and sent him a message asking him if everything was alright and hoping he'd not been caught up in the tsunami. Obviously, there was a huge 7 or 8 hour time difference between the UK and Southeast Asia, and occasionally Colin didn't reply for hours, so the fact that he didn't immediately reply wasn't a massive concern to me. But he didn't reply all that day, to the point where I started expressing concerns to some of the other lads in the server, sharing the news of the tsunami with them and mentioning that I was worried Colin had been caught up in it. We knew from the news stories about which areas of Indonesia had been affected, but we didn't know exactly where Colin was, only that it was in some remote areas and didn't always have immediate access to Wi-Fi, another reason for us to not immediately worry. But he didn't reply the next day either, or the day after that, and it got to the point where a week had gone by and we'd heard nothing back from him. No one had seen Colin, even online, since we got news of the tsunami, and that's when we really started to worry. And as the days went by, we got more and more frightened that something had happened to him. It's around then that I started going back through some of the messages he'd been sending over the previous month or so. He'd been all over Indonesia, and had spent his first few weeks in the capital city of Jakarta, which had remained relatively unaffected by the earthquake and subsequent tsunami. But then I found out that he'd traveled to a place called Palu to teach English there, and as far as I could tell, that's where he'd been at the time of the disaster when it struck. I then cross-referenced the name of the place with any stories about the tsunami, and found out that it had been one of the worst affected by a destructive tidal wave that apparently reached 23 feet in height. 23 feet of rushing water that had destroyed pretty much everything in its path and caused the deaths of over 15,000 people.
Quick.
And in all likelihood, Colin had been one of them. We were devastated.
Yes.
But the worst part is, even to this day, we still have not had any closure about it. We knew Colin quite well, but he kept his online and personal life pretty separate. We never knew his last name or the names of any of his family, so it's not like we could get in touch with them to find out if he really had died or not, or to see about any funeral arrangements if he had indeed perished during the tsunami. But I think the fact that even now his Discord account remains inactive is evidence of the fact that he did actually lose his life out there. Maybe he's okay, and he just never bothered to get back on Discord. Maybe his close encounter with death made him realize that video games were just a waste of time or something. But I think that's just wishful thinking on my part. In my heart of hearts, I know he's probably dead. I just hope he's at peace now, and whatever family he had were okay. Rest in peace, Colin. We still miss you. So a few years ago, I matched with a girl on Tinder who I ended up having some serious chemistry with. We go for coffee, coffee ended up being drinks, drinks ended up with sparks flying, and then boom, we're in the middle of this whirlwind romance. We're texting all the time whenever we're not just spending days at each other's apartments, fantasizing about taking vacations together. All the stuff two young people do when they got that new relationship energy going. But then one day, Right when I think things couldn't get any more perfect,
Fire in the
she
hole.
sits me down with the obvious intention of having a pretty serious talk. I figured it was like a breakup type thing, so I braced myself for the worst. Only it's not quite as bad as I feared. It was just, well, weird. She tells me she's poly. At the time, I had no idea what that meant, so I just sort of stared back at her with this confused look on my face, prompting her to explain that poly is short for polyamorous. For those that aren't entirely savvy with the term, it's basically a fancy word for when someone practices open relationships. The girl says she can commit to me, but that she'd have to be free to see other people, albeit in a less serious capacity. Being young, dumb, and totally besotted with her, I agreed to it, and it ended up being the worst decision I'd ever made. I started off by telling her she could do what she wanted, but only as long as she didn't tell me about any of it. She agrees to this, but as the weeks went by, I did start to get a little jealous. She sought to remedy this by introducing me to the app that she'd used to find other polyamorous types to hook up with, a little thing called Discord. Now, apparently it's primarily used for communicating in video games, but I learned that people use Discord for all types of weird stuff, including hookups. The girl tells me I'm welcome to join the server she was a part of and look for someone who was open to something casual. Fair is fair, I thought, so I did. I made an account and got her to invite me to a little server that was innocuously called The Farm, despite having absolutely nothing to do with anything remotely agricultural. So upon joining, the girl introduces me as her partner and gets a few of the members to walk me through all the various channels and such. They were actually pretty nice, talking me through some of the elements of polyamory and waxing lyrical about how nice the girl I was seeing was, which, I don't know, kind of warmed me up to the whole idea.
Yes.
I get talking to another girl on there. We vibe a little, but I can't see anything happening with her.
I'm going.
I basically just did it to make the girl I was seeing happy, which apparently it really did. I had gained myself a lot of brownie points from it. So all is well that ends well, right? Nope. About a week into being on the Discord server, I get a message from someone at first I assumed was girl. We swap greetings and make a little small talk. Then I get a picture message coming through. It turns out this was not a girl at all. It was a dude, and the picture was the only thing I really did not want to see. What exactly it was, I'll leave up to your imagination. But just imagine the worst possible thing a perverted dude could send you over the internet, and yeah, you got it.
Quick.
He follows the picture up by saying he wanted to hook up with me and my girl at the same time.
Yes.
I just ignore the messages, assuming the dude is going to get kicked from the server for rule breaking or something, and eventually bring it up with my girl. She, on the other hand, vouches for this guy, saying she's been talking to him for a while, how he's normally perfectly nice and polite, but I'm making a big deal out of nothing, claiming I'm just being jealous, etc. I tell her I'm super uncomfortable with the idea of a three-way hookup, how I want nothing to do with it, but again, that she's welcome to do whatever she wants, just as long as I don't have to hear about it. Drama smooths over, and I think that's the end of it. Only it's not. Not by a long shot. Cut to like a month later, things are still basically going strong with the girl, and I'm out doing some grocery shopping when I notice something that catches my eye. It was one of those things that you just don't really pay attention to unless it happens. Like it's hard to describe. Pretty much every single person who walks into a grocery store either grabs a cart or a basket, right? And people just running in to grab one or two items are in and out in like a minute. So I remember seeing this one dude just kind of walking up and down the aisles with nothing in his hands and thinking like, what the heck is this guy doing here? But he's not doing anything too weird, so I just sort of move on. Only time and time again, I'm in an aisle grabbing things off of shelves, and I see him just kind of idling, and a few times we make eye contact. Nothing too creepy, just like a casual glance, but this happened over and over again, to the point where I was like, is this dude following me? Anyway, I get my shopping done, walk back to my apartment, and forget all about it. A few hours later, and I'm sitting in my apartment alone, just chilling and nursing some big food baby from a local Chinese place I got delivery from. I hear footsteps on the stairs outside my apartment. Heavy ones. Nothing unusual as such, but then the front door to the apartment just goes boom. shaking from some heavy impact on the other side. At first I thought it was a neighbor or something, so I shout out like, "What are you doing, dude?" But there's no reply. Just another loud bang against the door. They're not trying to get my attention. They're trying to break in. And I just about jump out of my skin, just like instinctively grabbing my phone to dial 911 while I run in my bedroom, kneeling down to the safe under my bed, which has my .40 caliber in it. I tell the dispatcher what's going on. She then says the cops are on their way, but I have no idea how much time I've got, so I run back into the hallway with my pistol locked and loaded, aiming at the door and shouting, "Cops are on their way." But this does nothing to deter whoever's on the other side. They just keep slamming against the front door, and each time it seems like the door is closer and closer to just giving way. Only when I'm like, "I got a .40 here, buddy, don't make me do it," does the banging stop. And this is like perfectly timed to hear approaching sirens too. I then hear more heavy footsteps on the stairs outside, and then all is quiet.
Yes.
A short time later, I'm giving my statement to the cops that arrive. I have my phone in my hand, and I see a notification come up from the girl that I'm seeing that just says, "I'm sorry." I wait until the cops leave to call her to be like, "Why are you sorry? Is this us breaking up or whatever?" And when she answers, she's in tears. Through her sobbing, she tells me something that makes my jaw drop. And here's basically a summation of what she said. She's been hooking up with the guy who'd sent me the unwanted picture, who had apparently gotten super weird once he was in her apartment, telling her she needed to break up with me because he wanted her as his main partner. He went off about how I wasn't down with polyamory, how I wasn't good for her, blah blah blah. And when he's gotten aggressive about it, she'd kicked him out and told him not to contact her again. This guy is from a city on the other side of the state, and my girl figured that he'd just drive back home. Only he doesn't. And apparently he'd gleaned enough information about me from her, maybe even gone through her phone to get a look at some pictures in there to be able to actually track me down. And that's when it hits me. It was him in the grocery store, who had then followed me back to my apartment, waited until it was dark, then tried to break in to do God knows what. Confront me, beat me up, kill me, God only knows. Now this polyamory stuff wasn't just making me jealous, it was putting me in actual freaking danger. If that guy had only been a little more patient, waited for me to go outside to take the trash out, anything like that, I legit might not be around to type this experience out. And that scared the life out of me, as I imagine it would any of you. Me and the girl broke up shortly afterward. It was kind of sad, sure, but the whole experience had totally soured the relationship way beyond any kind of repair. We never talked again after that, but not before I told her to tell that creepy SOB that we'd broken up, that I wanted nothing to do with any of that anymore, and to leave me alone, or he'd be going back to his hometown in a wooden box. Now just hearing or reading the word Discord leaves a bad taste in my mouth, as I know the kind of creeps that are out there, using the internet for far worse than just some innocent kink stuff. A few years ago, I was part of a True Scary Stories server on Discord. It was a place where people would share their own personal stories of scary or spooky things that happened to them in their lives. And for a while, it was honestly a lot of fun. Sure, a lot of the stories sounded made up and generally involved stuff like I saw a shadow figure at the end of my bed and other stuff that sounded like they were lifted straight out of a bad horror movie. But every so often, someone would share a story that didn't have a hint of the supernatural in it, something that was actually believable, and occasionally, these stories were genuinely terrifying. I read a lot of seriously spine-chilling stuff on that server, but a lot of it I've forgotten over the years, probably because although they were creepy, they just weren't disturbing enough to actually stick with me. But there was one story in particular that I've never forgotten, because it's genuinely made me shudder to read. I hope the user in question doesn't mind if I share their story, and if they happen to read this, I'd like to think that they could let me know in the comments and maybe correct anything I got wrong, because I'm telling this from memory. But anyway, here goes. The poster began their story by assuring us that their story wasn't just some fabrication, and although they were pretty young when it happened, Just thinking or writing about it as an adult was a pretty stressful experience for them.
The enemy's bottom tower.
They went on to explain that their early years were marred by tragedy. How their dad had died when they were real young from a drug overdose, so they were raised by a single mom living in a small apartment just down the street from their grandma's place. Mom did some dating though, obviously trying to do the right thing and find them a stepdad to give them some kind of father figure in their life. The incident in question happened while she was out on a date. Usually speaking, their grandma would babysit for them anytime Mom needed to go do anything that meant she couldn't bring them along. But on the night of her date, the grandma was working, so although it wasn't ideal, 9 or 10-year-old storyteller was left unsupervised in their mom's ground floor apartment. Sounds kinda irresponsible at first, but the storyteller was quick to reassure the members of the server that this was back when Yu-Gi-Oh was popular. As long as they had their cards and a box set of cartoons to keep them occupied, being left alone for like an hour or two certainly wasn't an issue for them. It's not like they were going to wander out of the apartment or get up to any mischief while their precious Yu-Gi-Oh was keeping them busy. But at some point during the evening, they're sitting there playing with their cards and watching TV when they heard a tapping on the window. Remember, they lived in the ground floor apartment, so pretty much anyone could have just walked up and started tapping on the glass. No climbing or levitating or any of that stuff was involved, so there was nothing inherently worrying or creepy about someone knocking on the glass. The storyteller then gets up, walking towards the window before drawing back the curtains, only to reveal the face of a complete stranger. Not their grandfather, not their uncle, but a complete and utter stranger. Surprised and confused, they back off from the window, letting the curtains slide back into place before this horrendous crash sounds. Broken glass tumbles onto the carpet at the foot of the curtains, before another smash sends more glittering shards onto the floor in front of them. At that point, they said they just tossed their Yu-Gi-Oh cards onto the floor and bailed. Rushing out of the back door of the apartment and over to a neighbor's house, pounding on the door in a state of abject terror as they looked over their shoulder every so often to ensure the mysterious predator wasn't hot in pursuit. But thankfully, the neighbor answers the door, lets our storyteller in, before taking the time to calm them down to get the full story out of them. Naturally, they called the cops immediately, who rushed over since they were given the description of the home invasion in progress. The neighbor then gets in touch with the storyteller's mom to let them know the awful news, who immediately rushes home to comfort their terrified son. Then after that, both the neighbor and storyteller's mom accompany them back to the apartment, where the cops are still searching the property and surrounding area for any sign of the attempted intruder. Apparently, one of the cops approaches the mom at this point and shows her something in a clear plastic evidence bag. Mom stares at it, turns pale, then kneels down and hugs our storyteller tight, fighting to hold back tears as the neighbor guy is just like, my God. They both ended up staying at the grandma's place for like a week after while the window was repaired. And if that seemed like a bizarre amount of time to fix a window and that something else might be behind them staying away from the apartment for a while, you'd be right in thinking that. Our storyteller had their suspicions for a little while, but they were too young to really understand the implications of what had happened. The kind of danger they'd been in wasn't clear until many years later, when their mom explained to them just what happened that evening. You see, it wasn't just the window that was being replaced. The entire apartment was being fitted with new, incredibly sturdy locks, CCTV cameras, just about everything short of a panic room, all being paid for by Grandma and Grandpa. The whole thing was absolutely terrifying and was all down to the piece of evidence that the cops showed to the mom that night, the little thing in the clear plastic evidence baggie that made her turn ashen and squeeze our storyteller in a big, trembling bear hug. What was in that plastic bag was a photograph. A photograph of a young boy curled up in bed, sleeping soundly. And that boy was our storyteller. The mom told a much older storyteller that the photo couldn't have been taken long before the attempted break-in. Something about the sheets on the bed being fairly new or something. I can't quite remember. Or maybe it was a new haircut storyteller had gotten. But either way, it was some detail in there that made it clear that the attempted intruder had broken into the apartment somehow, maybe only a week prior, and taken a photograph of our storyteller while they slept. I can only imagine they had done so to several other children too, making a little catalog of potential victims, perusing them for hours on end before finally deciding on one they'd like the most. I think that's what made my blood run cold back when I read their story. The idea that the intruder had taken this perverse liking to them, one that was strong enough for them to be unable to resist their urges, or whatever kind of sick, twisted desires had them smashing that window in that evening. The family only felt safe again when they heard the news that the creeper, whose MO was eerily similar to their own experiences, was caught by police and jailed after being extradited to another state. But they kept the whole thing a secret from our storyteller until he was in his late teenage years. There was no more details after that. There wasn't any grand conclusion, just that it was something that haunted him for years. I never read anything as horrifying as that on that Discord server. It made everything else seem tame in comparison. I stopped reading shortly afterward. It's weird how we seek out scary stories sometimes, just to give ourselves a little thrill, but end up being genuinely traumatized. Not by the spooky skeleton stories, but by things that we know could have easily happened for real.
Yes. The enemy's bottom barracks. Thy flame burns brighter. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. You now
When I was 15 years old, my parents decided to go visit my uncle. I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay home and hang out with my best friend Alex, since we lived in a quiet neighborhood and there was little crime happening there. My parents allowed me to stay home and have Alex over. My mom left a note on the fridge with all emergency numbers, and my dad told me to call him if anything happens. I assured them that everything's going to be fine. Me and Alex were just going to play video games and have some pizza later. I called Alex, and he came to my house 15 minutes later. We played UFC on my PS4 for 2 hours, and then had some pizza. After our meal, we just sat in the living room talking about random stuff. Eventually, we started talking about girls. Alex mentioned a website where you could talk to random people called Omegle. He also said that he talked to some girls on there, so we decided to go on Omegle and try our luck. For the first 30 minutes, we didn't get matched with any girls. We were starting to get bored. And just when I was moving my mouse to close out of the webpage, 2 girls showed up on our screen. They were about our age, maybe a little older. And we started talking to them, but they were just typing. We could see that they were trying to talk, but we couldn't hear them. We told them to turn on their microphone, but the girl said that they don't have a microphone. We continued talking to them. We said that we were home alone, and so were they. They said that they lived in the same city as us, in the same area as Alex and I, but we've never seen these girls before. I thought this was odd because our city's pretty small. After 15 more minutes, they said that we were cute and that we should hang out sometime. We were stunned. Girls usually don't want to hang out with us, so Alex gave them a Snapchat username. As soon as he typed his username, the girls disconnected. We were really bummed out. We didn't even get their names. So we just turned off my laptop and went back to PS4 to play some video games. Some time passed. We were still playing video games when Alex took out his phone. He had just received a snap from someone called AnnaXOXO99. He opened it, and it was a picture of the 2 girls we met on Omegle earlier. They were walking on a street, and the caption said, "Can we come over and hang out?" Alex immediately looked at me. He didn't ask me anything. I already knew what he wanted, and I said no. He wasn't happy about this, but he understood at the same time. Alex texted them saying that he can't come over, and that they should hang out some other time. A couple of minutes later, the girls responded, "Can we meet at the park then?" So Alex asked me if I wanted to go to the park with them. It was only 10 minutes of walking from my house, but I still said no. At this point, Alex was a little frustrated, and he said he was going with or without me. Maybe he was right. Maybe I should go. Am I really going to pass up on an opportunity like this? I looked at my watch, and it was 10:30 p.m. So it wasn't that late, and my dad's friend lived right next to the park, so I said I'd go with him. But if anything seemed strange, we would immediately go back to my place. Alex agreed. He sent the girls a snap saying that we were on our way to the park. They replied that they were waiting for us at the children's playground. We got out of my house and started walking to the park. The whole walk there, I was thinking, what if something goes wrong? We don't even know those girls, and what if someone else was at the park with them? I didn't want to say anything, because Alex probably would just say I'm paranoid, so I kept my thoughts to myself. After 10 minutes of walking, we got to the park. The children's playground was a little deep into the park, so I asked Alex to ask them to come to the main entrance of the park because we were already there. Alex just said, "Dude, come on," and texted them that we were at the park. After a minute or so that we arrived at the playground, there was no one there. I asked Alex if they responded to our last snap, and he said no, they just opened it. We waited there for a couple of minutes, but there was no sign of the girls. We were all alone in that park. I told Alex that they were probably just messing with us and that we should just go home, but Alex wanted to stay a couple of minutes more. A minute passed, and that's when we heard someone walking behind us. We turned around, and there was a guy dressed in black, standing behind a tree looking at us. He had a creepy smile on his face. I said to Alex that we should go home, and that this wasn't a good idea. Alex agreed, and we started walking back home. The whole time, I was looking over my shoulder, trying to see if the man was following us. And he was. I told Alex, and we instantly started running. Just when we got to the park's entrance, the guy grabbed my hand and started screaming in some insane way. I was screaming and kicking, trying to get him to let go of my hand. I was calling Alex to help me, but he ran away. The guy started pulling me back into the park. I was screaming as loud as I could, and that's when I saw blue and red lights. The guy must have seen them too, because he immediately let go of my hand and ran deeper into the park. I started running back to the direction of my house when a police officer stopped me. I explained everything to him, and he called my parents. The police officer took me to the police station to wait for my parents to pick me up. My parents came after about an hour, and the police officer told them what happened, and so did I. My dad asked if they caught the guy, and they said they were still looking for him. When we got home, my parents were glad nothing serious happened, but they still were mad at me because I left the house to meet some girls I was talking to online. They told me to go to sleep and that everything will be alright. The next day, Alex came to my house.
I used to work at my dad's restaurant when I was in my later teen years. It was just a regular local place, but was open until 2 a.m. every night. During high school, I would only work after school until 8, but once I graduated, I started working the closing shifts to save up money for college. The restaurant would be surprisingly busy at night, all the way up until closing. Mostly it was just people picking up online orders, but sometimes groups of friends would come in and hang out at one of the tables while they ate. I definitely preferred working at night though, as I would be the only one there and didn't have to listen to my dad bossing me around. Anyways, after 6 months of working nights, things started to get pretty weird.
10 seconds remaining.
It was almost closing, around 1:45 a.m., and I was in the back cleaning when I heard the door ring. I finished up what I was doing and made my way to the front counter. There were 2 young men who looked really tired. One of them came up to the counter while the other one stood at one of the tables.
Our dining room is closed for the night, but I can still take a small order if you want it for takeout.
The man at the counter just stared at the menu and didn't say anything. I stood there uncomfortably as the man shifted his gaze to behind me, as if he was inspecting the place. A few seconds later, the man by the table quickly walked out and the other guy followed. It was definitely the weirdest encounter I'd probably had, and I couldn't really think of any reasonable explanation. I kind of just assumed that they were planning on robbing me, but then decided otherwise for some reason. The next morning I told my dad about it, and he said I could start locking the doors at around 1:45 for the next few days. Another week went by with nothing unusual before it happened again. I had a customer picking up an order around 1:30, and almost as soon as he left, one of the men from last week walked in. It was the one that was standing at the table, and I noticed right away that he was wearing the same exact clothing as last time. However, this time he came up to the counter. He looked me in the eyes for a second, and then asked me if I could help him jump-start his car. The way he said it was really creepy, and it was very obvious that there was something else going on here.
Sorry, I have to stay in the restaurant during my shift.
His face immediately shifted into a frown. He said it would only take a minute and no one would know that I left. At this point, I knew something was very off and I started to panic a little bit in my head. He started making his way back to the door, gesturing me to follow him. I honestly wasn't sure what to do and was really freaking out, but my fight response was starting and my adrenaline was pumping. It's worth mentioning that I'm not really that big of a guy at all, and this man was much larger than me. Plus, I was pretty confident that the other guy was nearby too, probably ready to jump me if I didn't comply. But I figured I was screwed either way, so I might as well try to fight. I grabbed a pair of scissors we had behind the counter and stood my ground. The man turned around again once he reached the door, and this time he looked angry and demanded that I followed him. At that same instant, a loud bang came from behind me, followed by the back door slamming open. I ran to the back, and as soon as the guy saw me, he bolted right back outside. I turned around quickly and ran back to the front counter, but the other guy had left as well. I obviously called the police afterwards and gave them the security footage, but it was pretty low quality and hard to make out any identity from them. Anyways, I'm still not really sure why they didn't just attack me and rob the place, but my best guess is that they were just trying to rob the store without harming anyone. So as soon as they saw I was gonna fight, they ran. Those two could have easily taken me down and made the situation much worse, so I'm glad it didn't turn out that way. I work as a cybersecurity analyst for a large office company in my town. I had just started off my first job in the field, so of course I had to work the shift when nobody else wanted to. Working overnight wasn't as terrible as I thought, though. It was actually pretty peaceful. My job mainly consisted of looking through log files to make sure nothing sketchy happened while the rest of the crew was sleeping. This meant that I was always pretty much alone in the office building for several hours. I'd fall asleep pretty often, as staring at a screen for hours on end in the middle of the night was hard on my eyes, and with nobody there to keep me company, staying awake wasn't very easy. I started setting soft alarms on my phone to go off every hour, just to make sure that I didn't sleep through my entire shift. I had been working this job for about 4 months when this happened, and I actually still work there now. It was a regular night, and my coworker had just finished his shift at 12 o'clock and left the building. A couple minutes later, I got up and started the coffee machine, and then I walked down the main hallway to do a general check for anyone still in the building. This was my regular routine, just to make myself more comfortable. I sat back down at my desk and took my phone out to turn on the alarms, and then continued on with my work. It was about 20 minutes later when I realized I had never heard the coffee machine beep that it was done, and I went to check on it. I walked down the hall to the small coffee desk and saw that there was no coffee in the pot, and then I saw that the entire coffee machine was turned off. I thought it was weird, but that's about it. I just turned it back on and went back to my desk. As soon as I sat down, I noticed my phone wasn't where I had left it on the desk. I patted down my pockets and ran back to the coffee desk, but it wasn't there either. I played it back in my memory, and I knew for sure that I had placed it right on my desk, right next to my keyboard. I started to get really freaked out and looked around frantically. The way my desk was set up, it was right in the middle of a large room with other desks and computers. I felt like I was being watched as I stood there in the middle, knowing that someone else had to be in there with me. Nervously, I called out in a shaky voice to my friend, really hoping that it was just him playing some dumb prank on me. I waited for a few seconds, but there was no reply. As I stood by my desk, another few seconds went by before I heard a soft shuffling coming from behind a desk in the far corner. Almost immediately after, my phone alarm rang in the opposite corner of the room. My first thought was that there were probably 2 unknown strangers in the room with me, and I instantly started running for the door out of the building. I didn't hear any footsteps behind me as I made it out, but I didn't take any chances. I ran across the street to a neighboring gas station, and I called 911 with their phone to report the unknown people in our office building. The police arrived quicker than I thought and searched the building. They brought out a man after only a few minutes, though I didn't recognize him at all. They also retrieved my phone, which they found behind some boxes in the corner of the office. He was also found with a small knife in his pocket. The next day, we got a lot more information about what really took place. Apparently, the man was an old employee who had been fired recently before I started working there. The man told the police he was trying to scare me in order to get me to leave the building so that he could take back his company laptop. Apparently, he had information that he wanted from me. At least, those were his claims. It all seems really weird to me. I'm not sure if I even trusted his reasonings to breaking in, but my coworkers did say that they remembered the guy, and he was definitely a little bit strange. I'm glad I got out of there when I did, though, because I'm not sure what would have happened if the plan didn't work, and I chose to stay in the building.
In sylvan shade.
I lived in a small apartment for most of my 20s, as it was all that I could afford since I lived alone. My complex was small and only had 6 total apartments in it. Most of the people living there were older and retired, and kept to themselves. I actually liked the fact that I didn't have to interact with any of them every time that I needed to go in or out of the complex, as I'm usually in a rush or just not in the mood to socialize. Anyways, I lived on the top floor, and the room across from me had an old couple living there for almost 2 years before they moved out. I never talked to them, so I didn't really care, to be honest. But several months go by before someone new moves in, and another 2 weeks went by before I actually met them.
Your top tower is under attack.
I was getting ready for work one morning and preparing my packed lunch when I hear the neighbor's door open. I didn't think much of it until another minute went by, and I realized that I never heard the door close. I finished getting ready and put my shoes on, then opened my door to leave. I immediately noticed that the neighbor's door was still open, and a tall man in his 40s or 50s was standing right outside the door facing me. He smiled and introduced himself. I faked a short smile and told him my name, then said I had to go to work and began walking past him. But as I started down the stairs, he asked me to come in for a little bit and have breakfast with him. This was really weird, as I had just told him that I needed to go to work. But I just said sorry and continued down the stairs and out of the complex. While I was at work that day, I thought about how strange the interaction was. Thankfully, when I got back home, I was able to get into my apartment without any interactions. But the next morning, I woke up to a knock at the front door. I was really annoyed because I had work today and now I was up early, but I quickly got dressed and opened the front door. My neighbor was there, but strangely he was standing right in front of his open door again. He asked me to join him for breakfast again, to which I obviously declined and told him in a more aggressive manner to not knock on my door so early. The man didn't seem very happy about my answer, and just kind of stood there. Then he said that I didn't have to leave for work for a while, and I had enough time to eat with him. I knew that there was something wrong with this guy, as there was a lot about that response that was creepy. I firmly said no, and then backed away and closed my door, making sure to lock it. Again, the more I thought about this guy, the more creepy and disturbing the interactions seemed. The rest of the day went by as usual though, and I got home around 6. I made some dinner and watched a movie, and got ready for bed around 11. I laid in bed for a while, thinking about my creepy neighbor, and wondering what to do about it. I decided that if anything else happens, I'd contact the owner of the complex and have him talk to the guy. Then I leaned over and turned off my lamp and tried to fall asleep. But a few minutes later, I heard the neighbor's door creak open. I waited silently, listening to what the guy was doing,
Your
but I
middle
couldn't hear
tower
anything
is under
else.
attack.
Again, though, I never heard the door close. I was pretty nervous, unsure of what the man could possibly be doing this late at night. Eventually, though, I drifted asleep due to not hearing any further noises for over an hour. I'm not sure how long I slept before a loud knock at the door woke me up. But these knocks didn't come from my front door. They were at my bedroom door. I shot up, completely terrified, and turned on the lights. The only thing I had to defend myself with was a small screwdriver on my nightstand. I grabbed it and stood next to my bed, shaking in fear, before picking up my phone and calling 911. When they arrived at the front door, I quickly got out of my room and opened it. I was surprised the door was even shut, but I told the officers everything and all about my suspicions of the neighbor. Unfortunately, though, there was no real evidence of a break-in, and they couldn't do much at all. I knew what I heard was real, though, and I did not feel safe in my apartment anymore. I called my sister later that day, and she agreed to let me stay at her place for a few days. Those days went by quicker than I hoped, though, and I started driving back to my apartment on Saturday evening. I tried to stay calm, assuring myself that the guy had given up by now, and everything would be okay. I pulled into the parking lot and made my way into the building. The sun had just set, so the staircase was dim. I slowly made my way up, trying to stay quiet as to not let my neighbor know that I was coming up. Once I reached the top, I saw his door was closed and got a big sense of relief as I quickly made my way through my door and locked it behind me. I dropped my bag in the hallway and turned on the lights as I turned the corner into my living room. I jumped back screaming as the man was sitting right on my couch staring at me with a wide, awful smile.
Your top tower is
I
under
sprinted
attack.
out of the entire complex and into my car, then called the police again and waited for them in a nearby parking lot. When they arrived about 10 minutes later, we drove up to the complex and they went into the apartment while I waited by my car. Surprisingly, they came out just a minute later with the man in handcuffs. They said he was still sitting on the couch and that they also found a small knife in his pocket. The most disturbing part of this whole situation, though, was that when he was questioned, he admitted to breaking in 3 separate times, and I only knew about the 2 incidents, which meant that at one point he was hiding in my apartment, probably watching me without me even knowing. I have a little Jack Russell dog named Maggie, and she has a lot of energy, so when we go for walks, it's not uncommon for them to spread to the 2-hour mark. This particular day, I got home from work around 5:30, and the sun doesn't usually set until 6:30 or 7. Almost immediately after walking through the door, I put her leash on and quickly changed, and then we headed out. The walk went as usual, as Maggie just took me in whichever direction she wanted to walk in. Things didn't start to take a turn until about an hour in, when the sun was almost fully down, and unfortunately for me, I had walked further than I realized. If you take your dog for long walks, you know how easy it is to zone out, especially if your dog rarely stops to sniff. We had walked in a direction I had taken normally, but the particular street I was on was unfamiliar, but I still knew the general direction home. I started to turn around, but Maggie was standing still, and then she began whimpering softly, and that's when I saw it. Through the soft light of the sunset, I could make out a huge coyote staring at us in the middle of the street. It was roughly the size of a golden retriever, with matted fur, and with its mouth partially open, you could see its disgusting, sharp, yellow teeth. I knew exactly what it wanted. I picked Maggie up and started walking in the opposite direction. I was a bit fearful, but for some reason I thought it would just go away. I didn't know these streets very well, but what I did know was that I had to keep moving. As I quickly continued, the coyote slowly followed, keeping its distance still. But the darker it got, the more scared I became, and after walking down random neighborhood roads in the darkness for a while, I came to the horrifying realization that I was lost. All the turns had messed with my sense of direction, and I had no idea which way to go. Through the darkness, I could now see the glowing eyes of the beast, and could now hear it yipping and howling. As I walked further through the dark neighborhood streets, every few minutes another set of glowing eyes would appear behind me, and even more, louder howls. I could tell they were getting closer too. I was absolutely terrified at this point, trying to hold back my tears as I was panicking and fearing for both mine and my dog's life. Every once in a while, I'd pass a streetlight and look behind me, revealing the entire pack walking slowly with their heads down, watching my every move. After almost 45 minutes of being followed, I began tiring, and I knew I was far from the safety of my home. Maggie began whimpering louder too, which made me even more emotional as I knew that she was aware of what may soon happen. The howling and yipping became more frequent, growing louder and closer. I looked back one more time to see all of their eyes staring at me from only 30 to 40 feet away. But suddenly and strangely, they all began to separate, moving to the sides of the road. A few moments later, a small car slowly makes its way between the crowd of coyotes and stops right next to me. A lady rolls down her window and asked me if I needed help. I was so thankful for her and told her to please take me home. There are almost no circumstances in which I would willingly get into a stranger's car, but I really had no other choice. The lady was really nice and seemed terrified for me. I was crying at this point, knowing I had just been moments away from a grueling attack. She kindly dropped me off at my house, which was almost 20 minutes from where she picked me up. I live in a nice neighborhood, one where you don't have to worry about your house being broken into or carjackings. The only growing problem in our neighborhood, and many neighboring ones as well, is coyotes. It's been a few years since this incident happened to me, and as time went on, it became more and more, showing up around town, getting bigger and stronger. The public knows to be cautious, especially in parks where there are tons of trees and places for them to make homes. Signs were put up letting people know of the popular areas where anywhere between 3 and 20 have been spotted. There have been news stories coming out, such as groups of coyotes leaping over fences and taking small dogs, and larger animals being found torn apart into bits. Very sad stories, and some even a little scary. But you never think of coyotes as being in immediate danger until you're being followed in the middle of the night by a pack of the hungry and merciless. I used to work the register at a local gas station, though I've since left as there were a lot of strange things that happened when I would work overnight. But this one situation in particular will stick with me forever. I only worked the night shift a few days a week, usually Friday and Saturday. My shifts were usually boring and honestly just a game of trying to stay awake. The only thing I really had to do was stock the shelves and occasionally help a customer. I would get a lot of drunk people or families on road trips, and sometimes even whole groups of friends. But for the most part, it was pretty quiet. On this night, it was around 2 a.m. and I hadn't had a customer in over an hour, so I was starting to doze off a little bit. The desk was around the corner from the entrance, and there was a bell on the door that rang when somebody walked in. So usually falling asleep wasn't too big of a deal. I woke up after a few minutes, hearing the bell ring, and a few seconds later, saw a customer walk in. He looked like a typical 30-year-old man that would come in for some beer or a snack. He walked around for a little bit, down every aisle, looking at everything. I've worked in retail for a long time, and I know what it looks like when someone is looking for something specific. But this man had nothing in mind. He was just looking at the shelves, browsing the store. During the day, this is pretty normal, but people don't usually come in at 2 a.m. to browse the gas station shelves. I looked out the window to my left to see if he was filling up his car and was maybe just passing the time, but there were no cars outside. A couple minutes went by before he eventually looked over at me and said thanks, and then walked out. I didn't know what to make of that, but I just figured he stole something small and was just being a dick about it. The whole situation left my mind after a few minutes, and I started to get really tired again. This time, I decided to grab my cart of items to stock, and to start filling up the shelves to pass the time. I'm not really sure how long I was stocking for, maybe 20 minutes, before I saw a man show up at the end of the aisle I was stocking. It made me jump a little, as I never heard the door ring. This guy was wearing a large hoodie and dark clothes. I pretty much knew right away that something was very off. The man continued down to the back of the store, and I immediately went back to behind the counter. I tried not to stare, but I noticed that as he walked down the aisle, he wasn't looking for anything. He was just browsing. It clicked in my head immediately that this was the same guy from just a little bit ago, but he had changed clothes for some reason. I also came to the realization that he probably came initially to scope out the place before doing whatever he planned to do. I started panicking. The man began to come down the aisle closest to the counter, and I could see something heavy in his front hoodie pocket. I made a split-second decision to try and prevent any further escalation, and I said, "Welcome back, sir. Need help finding anything?" He made eye contact. I could tell he knew exactly what I was trying to do. He approached the counter, not saying a word. He brought his hand out of his pocket, revealing a small handy. Then he grabbed a small pack of gum from beside the counter and placed it in front of me. He said, "Just this." Confused and in shock as to what was happening, I didn't even react for a few seconds before eventually scanning the gum nervously. Still holding the gun, he took out $1 from his jean pocket and threw it on the counter, then said thanks and walked out. I was in total shock, trying to wrap my head around what just happened. I ended up reporting the situation to the police and calling my manager, who didn't pick up. No updates ever came out of the situation, but it had me on edge for the last few months that I worked there. I'm still unsure of what really happened that night, or what the man's intentions were, but honestly, I'm glad I never found out. I work at a Montessori school, which is basically just a really small school with 3 to 4 very tiny classrooms for children. Where I work, the classrooms are on the lower level of a church, and my job is to clean them every night after the classes. It would only take me around 2 hours to clean all the rooms, but I work the closing shift at a nearby grocery store as well, so I wouldn't get to the school until around 10:30 most nights. Something was the church shared a parking lot with an old people's home directly across from it. I will admit, a lot of weird and creepy things have happened at this school, but the weirdest had to be what happened just a couple weeks back. I had just finished cleaning the second room and was beginning to move all of my cleaning supplies to the third room. It was probably around 11:45 at this time, which meant that I was running a little bit behind, so I was trying to rush. As I crossed the hallway to the third room, I hear loud bells echoing throughout the church upstairs. Someone had rung the doorbell. Nobody has ever shown up during any of my shifts before, as it was always so late, and both the school and the church were closed hours before. I was a little nervous, so I slowly made my way up the stairs and towards the door. It was one of those wooden doors with big tinted glass windows on it. Trying not to be seen, I looked around the corner to see who was outside. I saw an old woman, probably in her 70s or 80s, just standing right outside the door. I backed away before she could notice me. I decided to ignore it and figured she had just wandered off, and one of the attendants at the old people's home would pick her up. I started my cleaning again, mopping the floors of the room. Only a few minutes later, I heard banging echo through the hall. I jumped a little. I stopped to listen. The banging stopped for a few seconds, and was followed by the old lady yelling from outside. It was hard to make out what she was saying, so I made my way back upstairs, where I could hear clearly what she was calling out for. She was calling for someone named Abby. She was just repeating her name over and over. As I got closer to the door, the woman stopped. I looked around the corner and she wasn't outside the door anymore. It was a little bit unsettling, but I assured myself that someone probably came and got her after they heard her yelling. I turned around and began my way back. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the old lady staring at me through the window right beside the stairs. She looked me in the eyes and yelled, "Abby, help me." Her eyes were wide open, and her hair was long and gray. I immediately ran back downstairs and locked myself in one of the classrooms. I took my phone out and called the old people home next door. And I told them the situation, asking if maybe she'd wandered away from me. The lady on the line told me that everyone was there, and they would have noticed if anyone had left, as they're required to check out. She said that she would double check with security and stay on the line just in case. While I waited, I heard banging on the window upstairs. And a few seconds later, the woman on the phone describes the old lady's features and asks if that was her. I said yes and mentioned that she keeps yelling for someone named Abby. There was a small moment of silence. "Ma'am," I spoke softly back into the phone. She replied, warning me not to approach her and to find somewhere safe to stay until they could have someone come out and get her. Obviously, this just made me even more terrified. I stayed in the room, still listening to the repeated banging on the window from upstairs. Now, this building was pretty old. I wasn't sure how long those windows would hold if she kept banging on them. Eventually, I heard some male voices from outside. After what sounded like a struggle, they left. I sat there for a few minutes, just thinking about what had happened. Then I got up and finished cleaning the room. The whole situation felt pretty unreal. Knowing that the old lady in the building across from me still makes me nervous. I never found out who Adhd was, or why the lady was trying to get into the church, but I'm just glad I never opened the door.
Your top tower is under attack.
Me and my wife have been listening to your channel since last year, and I think we might have a story that would fit well with your channel. It's been a few years since we moved out of our starter home, but back when we first moved in, we had this real nice elderly widower for a neighbor. He was retired and mostly spent his time in his backyard tending to the flower beds his wife had left behind. We had a lovely view of it from our bedroom, and most days you'd be able to see him out there, preening and nourishing the plants and generally being the most wholesome person ever. But then this one day, my husband called me upstairs and I found him staring out of the window over at our neighbor's backyard. I asked him what he was looking at, and he just pointed in silent confusion, so I walk over towards the window to take a look for myself. Our neighbor was standing right in the middle of this big, perfectly trimmed lawn, and he was just slamming a shovel into the grass over and over again, obviously intent on digging a pretty big hole. It was weird, but after some discussion, we decided that there was obviously some kind of method to his madness, so to speak. He was probably planning on installing a bird feeder or something else that would require digging a hole into the lawn. The next day, my husband calls me upstairs again. Only this time, he had this weird urgency in his voice. I go upstairs, figuring it had something to do with the neighbor's lawn, and When I look out of the window, I see something that sends a chill right through me. The hole that our neighbor was digging was considerably larger now. It wasn't some round pit fit for a bird bath or squirrel feeder or something. It was quite clearly a grave. You might be wondering how we knew that, how we could tell the difference between a grave and just any other kind of pit or trench that might have some perfectly normal purpose or function. But the big clue was the wooden cross our neighbor had stacked on the ground at one end. Almost immediately, my husband goes over to check if he's okay, and I had to wait like 5 or 10 minutes for him to come back. The moment he walks through the door, I ask him what was said, and he just sat down on the couch and began shaking his head, telling me he didn't know. I was so frustrated. I mean, how does he go over and just not ask about the grave that had been dug in the backyard? My husband said that he didn't want to clue him into the fact that we'd basically been spying on him, and said that when push came to shove, he got really creeped out and just couldn't bring himself to ask. He said there was something different about our nice friendly neighbor, that he didn't seem so nice and friendly anymore. He was normally all smiles and handshakes, full of small talk and compliments and the like. But that time he knocked on his door, my husband said that there was like a darkness about him and it left him really, really unsettled. He reassured me by saying that we keep an eye on the whole thing, and if we suddenly saw him dragging a body into the grave or whatever, we just call the cops. This was on a Saturday morning, and the rest of the weekend my husband basically camped out in my bedroom, watching our neighbor's backyard for anything suspicious. It was a Sunday afternoon when he called me up into the bedroom again, and that time, we could see that our neighbor was quite clearly digging a second hole. You have to understand what a weird position this put us in. I mean, it's not illegal to dig holes in your backyard, and it wasn't like he'd taken the time to fill the first one. But if he really was planning on doing something hideous, we couldn't be the people to say that we watched him prepare for it and didn't do anything about it. In the end, I convinced my husband to call the cops, saying it was either him or me, so he called. I watched him make the call, and I watched him tell whoever was on the other end that he was concerned at our neighbor's behavior, because he was clearly digging graves in his backyard. Like I said, he'd obviously yet to put anything inside of them. At least we hadn't seen him put anything inside of them. This behavior was obviously very, very creepy, so we thought we'd run it by the cops to see what they had to say. My husband is all like, yeah, okay, thanks for a few minutes. And when he hangs up, he tells me that they're sending a patrol car over so some cops could ask him a few questions. We didn't want to make it obvious that it was us that had called them, but we still wanted to know what our neighbor had to say about the whole thing. So when we saw the cops pulling up outside his house, we went down into our garage and listened in. One of the walls of our garage was maybe only a few feet away from our neighbor's front door. If he opened up one of the windows, you could hear almost everything that was being said. So we do just that, and we listen as the cops tell the guy that they had a complaint about some strange behavior, and if they could head inside of our neighbor's house to take a look around. I don't even know what we were expecting here, but it definitely wasn't a really defiant sound like you guys got warned. Normally a friendly neighbor. We figured the cops might have one, but turns out we didn't know squat about the law, and that it takes way longer to get one than just a simple phone call with some concerned neighbors. The cops ended up leaving, but as soon as they did, we basically ran back upstairs to see if our neighbor was going to do anything like remove the wooden cross, fill the graves in, or if he'd just carry on digging the second one out as if he wasn't bothered by the cops having knocked on his door. My husband was the first one to the window, but as soon as he looks out, he turns around again, white as a sheet, and says, "He's looking at us." I couldn't resist. I know I should have just taken my husband's word for it and shouldn't have looked, but I just couldn't help myself. He was right. The guy was standing in his backyard right next to the graves, and he was looking up at our window with this angry look on his face.
It's mine.
I tried to act as naturally as possible, feigning ignorance to the whole thing, so I just gave him a smile and a wave, then shut the curtains to make it look like we weren't staring. But I did make sure to leave a slight crack at the edge so we could peek out and keep an eye on the whole grave situation because by that point, it had basically become our complete obsession. The next day, when we woke up for work, not only was there another wooden cross staked into the ground at the head of the second finished grave, but our neighbor was working on a third one. Then, by the time me and husband returned home from our respective jobs, our neighbor was working on a fourth. We couldn't keep our mind off how the whole thing was going to end, and the worst thing was when we got into our heads that the guy was planning on filling the third and fourth graves with us, since he'd somehow evidently gotten a pretty good idea of who had called the cops on him. We called the cops again that evening and told them that we were seriously worried about what our neighbor was up to. And when our call was forwarded to the relevant officer, we were assured that they were in the process of getting a search warrant and that they'd revisit the guy's house the moment that it was signed by a judge. The thing was, we just didn't think that we could wait that long. And I know for a fact that some pretty awful things have happened while people have been waiting for a search warrant to be signed. It was my husband that suggested the cops get in touch with a relative of our neighbor, if they had any on record, and ask them to knock on his door to check on them before it was too late. Thankfully, we think that's exactly what happened because after about a week of complete inactivity from our neighbor, my husband managed to catch a younger-looking person walking up to the guy's house with a set of keys in her hand. He asked if she knew anything about the guy who lived there, and she said yes. It was her father's place. He was doing too well recently, so he got to stay with them for a while. She was just there picking up some of his clothes and stuff to take back to the place. I didn't think she knew the extent of the knowledge of the situation, but my husband said she looked tired, really tired. So I figured whatever she knew about her father's state of mind would really take it out of her. About a month later, there was a for sale sign up on the front lawn, and a full moving crew had showed up outside, boxing up the old guy's things before loading them into the back of the van. Then, a few days later, a landscaping crew came by and started filling in and patching over the graves. Let me tell you, they looked just as creeped out as we were. After that, we didn't hear anything else about it, and I understand why my husband didn't want to press the young woman for answers, since it already seemed like she was at a breaking point. Some people say it must have been kind of sad seeing an older guy losing his mind like that, but I'm not sure he was losing his mind, not in the way that people think. He seemed lucid as could be when he was talking to the cops. The way he just figured out who called him, or at least took a really good guess. That doesn't suggest a failing mind to me. All in all, it made for one of the creepiest, most unsettling experiences in my entire life. One I'll certainly never forget. And I'll always wonder, what were his intentions for those graves?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
If you really like my content and want to support me, please like this video and click the subscribe button. It helps me to grow my channel. It's essential in reaching a wider audience. Most of you watching my videos aren't subscribed to my channel, and that's why my animations can't reach their full potential. They aren't recommended to more people who would surely love my content as much as you do. You can always unsubscribe at any moment. Thank you in advance. Enjoy the rest of the video.
We used to have this neighbor back when I was 15. I didn't find this out until years later, but he basically was the sole reason we ended up moving out of the house we were living in at the time. It's the way my dad tells it. It all started when the guy started making something in the shed in his backyard. Obviously, he was entitled to do whatever he wanted on his property, especially during the daylight hours, but my dad said all the sawing and hammering noises were a real pain in the butt. He figured it'd only be a couple of days, but a week went by and the guy was still making all this noise in the evenings and on weekends. It went on late into the night on a bunch of different occasions, and my dad had to go over and threaten to call the cops to try to knock it off. It seemed a little extreme, but Dad had already tried to be nice to me. The guy was just a total jerk, so it was the only thing that seemed to work. After that, the guy kept the sawing and hammering to reasonable hours. Still a pain apparently, but nothing he didn't have the right to. But then, my dad looks over the fence one day and he sees the guy carrying a whole bunch of chains into the shed. Then the next thing he knows, the guy is carrying all these shackle-looking things into the shed, the kind you use to keep a person prisoner. Dad asks what he's building in there, but the guy is all, "Mind your business, mister," saying things like that. My dad is starting to get pretty nervous about the whole thing, and he's close to calling the cops because it was obviously looking incredibly shady, and maybe it'll get the guy to stop hammering and sawing all freaking day too. But still, he holds off for one night too long, and that's when he hears a scream coming from the guy's backyard. He says it was one of those screams of the blood-curdling variety, and he goes outside to listen, then hears a few more muffled sounds coming from the shed where the guy was building, whatever it was he was building in there. He tries looking over the fence to get an idea of what's going on and sees our neighbor walking out to the shed, covered in blood, with something sharp and shiny in his hand. But just before he closes the door, Dad said he caught a glimpse of someone strapped onto some kind of big wooden board. That was it. My dad runs back inside, calls the cops, and tells them something messed up is happening in our neighbor's backyard, how he had been building some kind of torture device or whatever, and how he thought he was in the process of basically murdering someone in there. The cops show up, but they don't make it into the backyard. They just drive off after talking to the guy. My dad calls the cops back and asks them what they're thinking. They need to get into that shed right away because something unspeakable is happening in there. They tell them that they can't get into the guy's place without a warrant, that the guy had a bandaged hand and claimed the blood was because he had an accident. The cops seemed happy enough with that explanation and had gone back to their precinct. But they were in the process of getting a warrant because of my dad's claim that he'd seen a body in there, and because of how urgent it was, it might only be a few hours before they could get one signed by a judge. Then boom. The next day, the cops show back up at the guy's house at like 6 a.m., and it wakes my dad up because they were literally sawing a lock off the door to the shed. He watches all freaking morning, and get this, they carry out the body he'd seen in that shed. Only it wasn't a body. It was like one of those mannequin type things, and it had blood all over it. The guy has actually been building some kind of torture table in his shed, only he hadn't actually done anything to anyone. So the guy ended up getting a full apology from the county after they didn't find anything to arrest him over. But still, my dad's not happy knowing he lives next to someone who'd build something like that. And after arguing back and forth with the cops about the guy's right to build some sort of weird torture table, he ends up just being like, "Screw this, we're moving." He didn't say anything to us at the time because obviously me and my sister were still young and he didn't want anything like that in our heads. But after I'd moved out and my sister had graduated college, he ended up telling us at the reunion dinner. As you can guess, our jaws were on the floor when he was telling us, as we had no idea he was anything but some annoying home improvements nerd. It came up because we were complaining about having to move schools at that age, as me and my sister both lost a bunch of good friends, and it sucked having to start a new school right when I just started at a new one there. He figured the whole thing would be justified to us why we had to move, and honestly, I get it. I wouldn't want to live next to a freak like that, either.
Several years ago, we bought a house with a little creek running through the backyard. We were getting on the house, so the trunk was settled. Before day, we were home. The next door neighbor came over and introduced herself. "Hi, my name is Ina Masol." She greeted us cheerfully. We had an odd conversation. When she left, hubby and I looked at each other and asked, "What was that all about?" That afternoon, I jerked to hubby. "I can't believe I just moved next door to someone with plastic flowers in her yard." The next morning we got up, all the plastic flowers were gone. It was a Twilight Zone moment. Whether I was gardening in the backyard or front yard, Ima was soon outside striking up a conversation. She had a way of making statements that catch you off guard and beg for a reply. She managed to get a lot of personal information from me before I figured out what she was doing. Ema had several dogs, and their barking was a nuisance. Every night, no matter what time we went to bed, the dogs would start barking under our bedroom window, within a minute of turning the lights out.
The seeds of fortune.
It took us months to figure out that she was watching for our lights to go out.
Nature's wrath
How
upon
creepy
you.
is that? I politely asked her to keep her dogs away from our bedroom window late at night. She put a huge grin on her face and said, "Nope, can't do that." Then the barking got worse and worse, and she stepped up the harassment several notches. I would either be polite or just put down my gardening tools and go in the house. Even though I never saw her watching me, she had ways of letting me know that she saw everything I did. I felt like I was being stalked. She never bothered my husband, and my husband didn't believe me when I told him the things she was doing and saying to me. One day, I took hubby's car somewhere, and Ema assumed I was home alone.
Has been killed.
She started in with her harassment and creepiness. When I got home, hubby was shaken.
Tower is under attack.
He never doubted me after that. We had a nice neighbor on the other side of us, and one day,
Your bottom tower.
I asked her if she ever had any problems with Ema.
Your bottom tower.
She unloaded stories of years of abuse. What have we gotten ourselves into? We finally contacted Animal Control,
Is under attack.
filed a complaint about the dogs barking. They asked us to keep a record of when the dogs started and stopped barking.
Wells up from
The result,
Your bottom tower is under
they
attack.
barked between 60 to 70 hours
Dire
per week.
structures are fortified.
After a couple of weeks, I couldn't waste any more time keeping
Your
track.
bottom tower is under attack.
Ema was
Your
not happy
bottom
about the
tower
dog
has
complaint.
fallen.
Her next move was to call 911 the night of February 15th. At 11:45 p.m., 2 police cruisers and 4 cops showed up at our door for a domestic violence call, courtesy of Ema. Happy Valentine's Day. Every few months, Ema would get the urge to call 911 and report me for harassing her. And no, by this time, I no longer spoke to her. Inside was where she came I didn't know that Ema had a wheelchair. After she called 911, she'd get in there. Who she know? She'd tell the car a sob story that she was a poor, handicapped senior citizen and brutally harassed by me. I'm 2 years younger than Ema. Yeah, I'm a senior citizen too. Then the cop would come over to our house to ring me up for being such a horrible neighbor. Since my hair isn't grey, I look much younger than her. So the cop assumed she's much older and more vulnerable. After several episodes of this, I installed covert video cameras. 2 months after getting the cameras, Ema had in for the company of a uniformed officer. After hearing her sob story, he came to our house and told us to move away and stop harassing all the neighbors. To his credit, he agreed to view the video footage. The viewing left him speechless. Not only was there no wheelchair in sight, but everything she told him that I said or did to her, she had actually said and done to me. Shortly before we got the cameras, Ema tried to run me down with her car when I was out for a walk. When a friend of hers tried the same trick, we got it on camera. I didn't have to call 911 when that happened, because Ema called 911 first, with a pack of lies. The officer that responded refused to look at the video footage. Oh well. From time to time, Ema parked a car in front of our house and just sat there and watched us. She'd take photos and videos of us inside her house. She only did that once, after we got the cameras. We knock over into a corner. Using the camera in it, you see her. She toned down her act after that. We been so quiet for almost a year. And one night, we heard a loud boom, and the house shook. We peeked out the bedroom window and saw a couple of cars in front of his house, and a few people moving around the front. We got up and looked at the village edge. Inside was the sun. That's something we rode at our house. Toward our bedroom. Then the explosion that shook the house. We called the police, but since there were no injuries or damage to the house, only burned up plants in the yard, they wouldn't even file a report. A few days later, we met with a realtor. Psycho neighbor. Let's not ever meet again. For a bit of context, I grew up in the middle of a farmland, in a large 1800s Victorian home. Given its history, there has always been several shacks and barns that once belonged to the builder of this house. There is a highway that sees maybe 3 cars on it during the night, and directly across from said highway, about 200 feet inward of a cornfield, is a shack that I have always found creepy.
Has been killed.
As kids, myself and friends would dare each other to go inside and look, which always ended up with us going to the team. Nothing scary was ever found. Maybe a few broken glasses, metal piles, and miscellaneous items. There was no electricity or any sort of utility that made it homely. Years go by, and the existence of the shack becomes a part of my daily life. However, one particular night, I after getting startled, I dismissed it as passing cars.
The enemy's bottom tower is
Simply more frequent than they typically are. An hour passes. It's near midnight. The light stays on. This time I know for sure it's connected outside. My family was asleep. But being my parents' existed themselves, I needed confirmation. Too bad for me. No one wants to go check it out, so I go alone. I grab my pocket knife and a flashlight. The best I could think of with my shaking thoughts, then take off the light. As I neared the height, the light turns off, almost making me jump. But I had to figure out what the hell was going on. I make it to the entrance of the shack, which has no door, and slowly begin to enter. My flashlight scanning the room for any sign of life. What happened next, I'll never forget. 5 feet away from me, there's an old tattered recliner, facing away, that my father had tossed in there for future disposal. I shined my light on it, because I knew I'd seen it rock ever so slightly. As I did that, a man stands up from the recliner, saying absolutely nothing. All I could tell was that he was middle-aged and wearing a jacket of sorts. Before I could process what was happening, I was already sprinting across the road and praying he wasn't behind me. And it felt like years before I could make it to my door. But as I'm about to make it into safety, I decide to look back. He was standing in the road, completely still. No words whatsoever. It's been 7 years since then. The shack still stands. The recliner remains in place. My dad never believed me. I wish someone could share the dread I had when I realized the recliner was facing a window which was directed straight at my house. Let's not meet again.
This all started around December. I'm not sure if I should be contacting the police or anything, but it's quite unnerving. So I stay at my girlfriend's house on the weekends, and she lives on campus at a university. She lives with 2 of her roommates and lives next door to her friends. This one night, I woke up to screaming at 2 a.m. Now, typically, you'd expect to be hearing screaming on campus from people leaving bars late at night. However, this was very different. There was a blood-curdling scream from a girl yelling for her dad. She screamed "Dad" at least 4 times. I don't even know how my girlfriend didn't wake up from this. Then it became quiet, and my heart was pounding. At first, my girlfriend thought I was just having a bad dream, or something like that. But the scream was all too real. This experience was terrifying. But this wasn't the only time someone heard the screaming. About 2 months later, her neighbor texted her in a group chat, asking if anyone heard screaming. And then, exactly a week later, another neighbor heard it as well. Almost exactly another week goes by, and her friend, who lives a couple of streets down, had roommates that texted each other, asking about if they heard the screaming at 2 a.m. At this point, it seems pretty clear. It could be some sort of luring for trafficking. Less than a month later, around 11:30 p.m., my girlfriend's roommate thought she heard a girl screaming, "Get off!" And she looked out the window, but didn't see anything. That was the last time someone heard anything. These events seemed very planned. And the fact that my girlfriend lives with 2 other girls alone in a house, without a deadlock, makes it even worse.
A few years ago, I lived in my car.
Here, here.
I was fresh out of college and overwhelmed with student debt. And being young, dumb, and 21, I thought car living was a good way to save money. I live in Southern California, so the rent is high and the weather is temperate enough to make this possible year-round. One night, I decided to park in a neighborhood I thought I knew well. It was right by the beach and a couple blocks next to an ex-boyfriend of mine, so I felt safe there, as I had walked the streets at night plenty of times. I parked, locked the doors, hung up the curtains so no one could look in, plugged in my earplugs so the cars passing wouldn't wake me, and fell asleep. Now my earplugs were effective, but crappy, and I could always count on them falling off in the middle of the night. I actually preferred this because it meant I could fall asleep, but still hear my phone alarm in the morning. It was about 2 a.m. when I woke up to my earplugs already have fallen off, and something feeling wrong. Odd scratching noises were coming from the window. It started at the passenger side door and then moved to the back seat doors. I froze, unsure of what to make of it, painfully aware that I leave my windows slightly cracked at night for ventilation. I honestly didn't know what to do, so I stayed frozen, trying to make sense of it all. That's when the flashlight turned on, and some man unmistakably was shining his light in, trying to find a crack in the curtains, and to my horror, he found one and shined it right where my face was. It's hard to explain, but the position of my head made it so I could piece together what was happening based on the light everywhere, but he couldn't see my eyes. The scratching then continued, and I knew I was screwed. This went from potential attempted car theft to someone knowing I was in the car. I was literally paralyzed with fear and couldn't will myself to grab the baseball bat that I had. I wish I could say I screamed something truly bad, but what left my lips was a loud, aggravated and forceful. "Excuse me." It was super lame, but it echoed. To my immense relief, I hear the sounds of his footsteps running away at top speed. But I kid you not, the man was laughing as he ran, like it was some kind of game. I was still paralyzed, but eventually, him running gave me the courage to get up, grab my bat, and shove my way to the front seat, where I started the car and sped away. I didn't see him, and I spent the night at a friend's house. I live in an apartment now. It wasn't until the next morning I realized I had parked 1 block away from the bar, and at the time of the incident, the bar had just closed.
Attack! Forward. A path to pain. I'm under attack.
This happened a couple of days ago to me and my girlfriend. We were house sitting for my girlfriend's dad. My girlfriend's dad lives in a rather large house in a suburban neighborhood, just outside one of the major cities in Denmark. What I'm trying to say here is that his neighborhood isn't exactly scary or dangerous by any means, which only meant that this gave us a bigger scare than it probably would have had it been in one of the more dangerous parts of town. After coming home from buying groceries and stocking up on necessity for our weekend stay at his house, we went to the living room to lie down and have some quality time for ourselves, which we hadn't had in a long time. Now before I go any further, just let me clarify the lay of the land here. This house had a rather large living room and a floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the room. Outside this floor-to-ceiling window is a sensor-triggered light system. As we were lying there watching TV, I get this weird feeling that something is watching me. At first, I try and shake it off, like it's no big deal, thinking to myself it's probably just because I'm in a new house, where I don't yet feel entirely at home. But as I look to my girlfriend, I see too that she is quite shaken up about something. After a few minutes of silence, she then asked me if I had the same feeling as her, like someone was watching me. I try to play it off as nothing, and I tell her that I'll just go grab a cigarette and check to see if anyone's out there, just to make her feel safer. As I turn my head towards the floor-to-ceiling window, I notice that the lights are on. Now this shakes me to my very core, and I quickly decide not to go out for that cigarette. By this time, I feel my girlfriend's hand squeezing my arm. As I turn around to her, I see her pointing at one of the windows, and outside is a silhouette of a person. My blood freezes. In that moment, I turn around and quickly grab my phone, and as I turned back, the person had disappeared. I call my parents, as I know they were out at a friend's house not too far from where we were. My dad tells me to lock all of the doors and windows and just sit tight and wait for them to arrive. A couple of minutes go by, and nothing happens, other than me trying to get my girlfriend to calm down, as I know how this affects her blood sugar levels, and I would rather not have her have a seizure while a creeper or burglar or even a murderer is walking around outside the house. The silence is then broken by the sound of windows being tampered with. At this point, I'm trying really hard not to freak out and cause any further panic. But luckily, seconds later, I hear my dad pull up outside the house. My girlfriend and I have since discussed who it might have been, and we've come up with a few possible suspects. One of them being my girlfriend's crazy mother, who has a severe mental illness. The other more possible suspect would be just a simple burglar. I don't really care who it might have been. I'm just glad whoever it was didn't manage to break in. This past August, I picked up a lot of side jobs house sitting, while working at a ranch that gave horseback riding lessons. The families were all very nice and they paid well. This past November, I was house sitting for a family group and watching a Labrador Retriever named Maggie while they were on vacation. They lived in a very nice neighborhood on the outskirts of a small town. The house was on the far end of the neighborhood, and thick trees flanked the backyard. and a dirt road ran behind the trees.
Your top
I accidentally went down the road the first time and tried to find the house, but there wasn't much down there. Just an abandoned house with lots of deer in the front yard, and a small run-down ranch house. The first night, everything was great, but the second night, not so much. I had this weird feeling a few hours before I went to bed, but I wrote it off as spending too much time reading creepy stories on Reddit. I made sure all the doors were locked, blinds were closed, and I went to bed just after midnight. But as I fell asleep, I still couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. Maggie usually sleeps with me, but that night she just followed me up the stairs and to the bedroom, and then just sulked back downstairs. At 2:26 a.m., Maggie woke me up by standing up to the bed and whining. I had just let her out before I went to bed, and I was pretty sure she was going to go to the bathroom. I rolled over and hoped that she would stop, but she didn't. I gave in soon enough, and as I climbed out of bed, I realized that the house was freezing cold. I followed Maggie downstairs to the kitchen. All the doors to the house were weird. You can't open any of them from the inside or outside without a key. Not to mention, this was a very heavy door, not the kind that just gets blown open by the wind. The only thing that eased my mind was that Maggie didn't seem ready to kill an intruder, and she'll usually at least bark at you. So I did a quick look around. I was too scared to do anything more. Nothing seemed out of place. The owners often left credit and debit cards, as well as wads of cash lying on the counters, and it was all there. If anyone was going to steal something, it was right next to the door, and easy pickings. But since nothing was missing, I tried to brush it off as just forgetting to lock the door. I made sure it was locked this time and went back to bed. Maggie still didn't want to sleep with me, and went back downstairs. Less than an hour later, she woke me up again. This time, I didn't question her. I crept back downstairs more cautiously than I had before. The back door was open again. This time, the key that had been sitting on the kitchen counter was in the lock. Someone had been in the house with me. The police were called. They looked all around the house but found no one. Everything of value was still in place, so I was really worried about the intentions of whoever broke in. The family was shocked that something like that happened and have since moved to a large farm 20 minutes away and now have video surveillance.
Under attack. Your queen moves.
This happened to my sister about 15 years ago when she was still in high school, and I was in middle school. Our mom worked as a house cleaner and always became friends with everyone's home she would clean. One of the homes was owned by an older couple who had no kids but had a huge house and a really nice pool that they would always invite me and my siblings to come swim in. The husband worked as a COO of a large airline company, and they lived in a very nice neighborhood on a large lot surrounded by forest. When you were in their backyard, you couldn't see the other houses at all, just trees. It felt very secluded. Their house was very angular and architecturally interesting, with multiple levels made from stone. Pretty much every room had huge floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over the backyard and gave great views during the day. At night, however, the reflection from the inside lights prevented you from seeing out, so it was always a bit unnerving to walk by them, since you couldn't see what was out there. The couple also decorated with old Native American art and masks, which was a little creepy for middle school. But the couple were very nice and not so creepy, so I never got too scared. They had an older golden retriever named Samson that lived up to his name, as he was massive, but had a sweet and gentle temperament. They also recently rescued a husky mix named Sadie, who was the polar opposite. Psycho Sadie, as we so lovingly called her. She had intense separation anxiety, and she would destroy their house whenever they left her inside, jump their short fence if they left her outside, and if they took her with them to run errands, she would destroy their car and howl non-stop until they returned. So since they were wealthy and had extra money, they would pay for me or my sister to come over and dog sit while they went out. We got $20 an hour, so we were always excited to go over there and watch cable and swim in their awesome pool. Normally everything would be fine, and both dogs would usually just lay around. But occasionally Sadie would realize that I was a stranger and go nuts and start barking at me, and I watched her eyes literally turn red. I was convinced that she was going to attack me, but she eventually calmed down after I got up from the couch and showed her how big I was. Not, but I digress. This particular incident happened over Easter weekend. While the homeowners were out of town for 2 days, they were paying my sister to stay there over the weekend. And I stayed with her the first night. Because it was a big house and kind of scary to stay there all alone, we stayed up late watching movies and eating junk food. The next day we swam in their pool and hung out. But for some reason, I didn't spend the night again, and I'm so glad I didn't. Because what happened that night scarred my sister for life. It all started when my sister was working out on their treadmill. Their workout room was on the bottom floor of their home, which was a walkout basement. Just outside the room was a huge sliding glass door that opened to their patio and pool. She had the TV on in their workout room. As she was running and watching TV, she thought she heard the house alarm beep like it did when the door was open. She stopped the treadmill and went to look around and saw that the sliding glass door was open. Now this door was huge. There was no way it could have opened by itself. So she was instantly freaked. However, the dogs were just lying there in the workout room, and she figured that they would have gotten up to investigate if someone had come inside, and because Sadie was a bit crazy and hated strangers. She thought that she might have accidentally left the door open, and just imagined the beep of the alarm, and that it could have come from the TV or the treadmill. She closed and locked the door and went back to working out. A couple of minutes later, she had the distinct feeling of someone watching her. She looked around, but no one was there. She finished her workout, but couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. She decided just to go to bed, as she was becoming a little creeped out, and just wanted to forget about it. She went around and made sure all the doors were locked. The owners didn't give her the alarm code, so she couldn't set it. She took a shower and locked herself in the guest bedroom with both dogs, just in case, and eventually fell asleep. A couple hours later, she awoke with both dogs growling at the door. Now, it was very normal for a psycho serial to growl and bark for no reason, but Samson had never barked or shown any signs of aggression, so immediately my sister knew something was up. She was shaking and trying to convince herself that the dogs had just heard an animal and that it was nothing. But then she heard the dreadful door alarm beep. She called my dad in a panic, crying and screaming, and he told her to hang up and call the police, as he was on his way over. She called the cops, and my dad made the 15-minute drive in just under 5 minutes. When she opened the bedroom door to let my dad inside the house, the dogs took off running and barking through the house, and downstairs to the basement. My sister ran screaming all the way through the house to the front door to let my dad in. He quickly took a look around the house with his gun, but did not see anything unusual. The police arrived a few minutes later and looked around the property. They found that the back gate was open, as well as the sliding glass door again, but not enough to let the dogs out. Just barely ajar, like it had been slammed shut and bounced back open a bit. They said it looked like someone had entered the home through the sliding glass door because the lock was tampered with, but they determined that whoever it was hadn't stolen or disturbed anything. When my dad asked why someone would break in and not do anything, especially with the dogs locked up, the police said that they had been notified by the homeowners earlier that month that the husband received a death threat because of a decision that he made at his job that put a lot of people out of work. They had gone to the police about it, but didn't bother to tell my sister to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. Needless to say, we never dog sat for them again, and moved out of state within a few months, because the husband lost his job. And if you ask me, he deserved it.
I live in a town of about 11,000 in rural Wisconsin. Not by reference, but for a job. We're moving when I get a better one. I was on my way to my employer's house. He runs the company out of his basement until we get a new office space. I was being tailgated bad by a ratty blue car and a white bald guy. I drive a Kia Soul, which has a flat back end, so if I can't see your headlights, that means you're a mere few inches off my butt, and you will get me tapping my brakes. This guy did. Whatever. I flipped him off and slowed down the speed limit. I was wasn't anyone behind me, so I wasn't ruining anyone else's day. He had chances to pass me on the country road, but he didn't. After a few minutes with no other cars around and him still kissing my bumper at 50 miles per hour, I grabbed my cell phone and pretended to turn around quickly and take a picture of him. Then I pretended to call 911. I was in the country with no other cars around, and this guy was getting creepy. I came to my turn, but decided to see if this guy would follow me. I turned left, and he followed. Then I came to a roundabout and thought I would lose him. I traveled the entire thing around twice, and he still followed me. At this point, I knew he was messing with me, trying to scare me. Well, I decided to let myself be late for my meeting. I began to drive to the police station. He followed me the whole way there. I pulled up and parked, ready to run inside. He parked right next to me and just stared at me. And he pulled up on my side of the car, close enough that I would have a hard time opening the door all the way. He was in his 40s, I'm guessing, wearing sunglasses and a creepy smile. He was wearing fairly neat clothes, nothing scary there. The interior of the car was pristine. I was anticipating to see that guy. I should mention here that I'm training to be a behavior analyst. While I live with kids right now, my hobby is criminal behavior and profiling. I was seriously trying to read this guy. A few seconds went by and I grabbed my phone again, this time intent on calling 911 from the police station parking lot. As I dialed, he rolled his passenger window down, set my phone, rolled it back up and took off. I went inside and told an officer what happened. Sadly, I was too focused on not crashing for the plate number. Apparently there had been a lot of complaints about tailgaters recently, multiple with a blue car. I filled out a report with the officer, and they gave me a card for victim services in a local woman's shelter, just in case he followed me home one night and I didn't feel safe, but I live in a secure building with my fiance. I went out to my car, and there was a note on the windshield. All it had on it was a smiley face. Serious horror movie stuff there. I took it back inside. The officer said he'd call me a few times during the night, and I should avoid going anywhere alone for a while. He did call twice and said he was patrolling my parking lot during his night shift. This is a small town, and the attitude around here is very communal, so I feel safe that someone will back me up. If I ever see this guy again, no question, I will call 911 and lead him straight to the police station again. I also told my fiancé that I will post my work schedule, or even when I have to leave for another reason, and I will text him within 10 minutes of my estimated arrival to call 911. This happened like 16 years ago. I was 12 then. I was in the summer camp of my Boy Scout troop, but with both boys and girls. As are all in Spain, scouting here is actually a quite liberal thing. One of the most important activities during the summer camp is what we called the raid. Basically going out of the camp to adventurously trek for a couple of days. My friends and I planned an amazing route through a beautiful mountain range called the Pyrenees in the northeast of Spain. 3 days walking, 2 nights sleeping out of the camp. My raid group consisted of 15 boys and girls, all between the ages of 12 and 14 years old. We took food with us, knew how to read a map, how to build shelter, how to search for water, pretty much anything necessary to survive for a couple of days. So no adults were coming with us, and that doesn't happen anymore. Our plans for the first day were to climb a mountain that was just under 10,000 feet high, and see how Glacier Lake nearly on top of it. It was a long walk from our camp, about 15 miles and quite steep. So at about 1800, we decided we were going to not reach the lake at a prudent time. We found a nice place to build a shelter, did it, and then cooked some dinners. We were in the middle of a beautiful mountain, about 6 miles from the nearest road, and let's add another 5 kilometers more to the closest village. We couldn't have been happier. We still had nearly 2 hours until sunset when we finished our meal. We thought it was a good idea to send a smaller group of cleaning dishes and refill water to a spring that we'd seen in a while. I volunteered to go, and 3 other friends joined. We got a couple of light torches too, and headed towards the fountain. I came while we were on the way back to the shelter. We could hear the rest of the group singing and fun in the distance. One of my friends stopped thinking that something just beside of our trail. This was near the down. Sure, I said,
with a charming
There was a light
personality.
reflecting pole from the road, torn into pieces. We went from being happy and relaxed to being mildly scared in just a second, and rushed all the way to where the rest of our friends were. We told them about our creepy finding right away. We were just kids, so fear escalated quite fast. Who could be hiding in the same mountain we were at, and why? Two of the older guys, they were 14 years old, thought it would be a good idea to go and take a look around to try to calm us down. Although being without them was even scarier, we also appreciated it. They went away with a light torch, a knife, and a whistle, so we could hear from further apart if they were in trouble. We remained seated inside the shelter, which was nothing more than a couple of tarps held by sticks near a big boulder, silent and scared. I remember hearing quite a lot of sobbing around me. I was thinking I didn't want to die there. One of the girls suggested that we could sing, while we think of something else. Some disapproved because we might not hear the whistles, but we did anyway, although not very loud. We were like that for about 10 to 20 minutes. The whistle interrupted our song. We heard it clearly. Two whistles coming towards us at a really fast pace. I remember taking my knife from its sheath and keeping it in my hands. Luckily, it was our friends. They arrived nervous and exhausted from the run. They said they stumbled upon a long, standing stick with lots of blood all over it, more than what our nerves could stand. Most of us started crying. Some prayed too. They told us they were going back to look for whatever was in the mountains with us and confront them. If things go bad, we'll run somewhere else so we can't find them, one said. We asked them to stay, but nobody was able to move a finger to actually stop them from leaving. And then the same on all the friends. I just didn't want to die there. After a while, we heard some
beautiful
by the voices of our friends.
Personality.
They came back at a calm pace, with relief in their faces. It was all just a misunderstanding, one explained. It's just a frustrating. We found him and explained to us that he was just walking around as part of his duty, said the other. And the bloody stick was just from a rabbit he had hunted for dinner. It was quite a relief, and we relaxed. Someone even spoke about taking out our sleeping bags and going to sleep, and that sounded wonderful. But it wasn't long until one of the older guys said he was a bit suspicious. You see, he wasn't wearing a uniform, he said, nor a badge or anything that could identify him as a ranger, answered another. And he was belonging to the closest at night hunt rabbits. Are there any rabbits in the cemetery? In a second. They were right. That still didn't make sense. Let's go back there and freaking threaten him, one of the other guys said. We asked them to stay with us again and got the same results. Once they were gone, someone said that maybe he had followed them and now knew exactly where we were. We all shivered in panic. Nobody was paying the slightest attention to anyone else anymore. Nobody cried and nobody prayed. I remember I only had one thought in my mind. I'd rather kill than get killed in this terrible place. We waited seated, silent, and ready to fight for our lives. We all had our knives out and ready. Minutes passed, and suddenly we heard people running and approaching. We heard screams of terror. From the sound, it was obvious there were more than two people coming at us. I hadn't been more scared in my life. I hope I could say goodbye to my mom, my dad, and my sister. My knife was ready to stab whoever came close to me. We finally saw our two friends running for their lives, being followed by two men. They came just at the front of the opening of the shelter and stopped. The two men chasing them did the same, and we could see their faces. They were our camp leaders who had been following us all the time, but hiding. And the four started laughing at us and asking if we were scared. It was just a joke the entire time. Everyone started crying, and some even had trouble to grasp proper breaths due to anxiety for quite a while. We were all amused. It had been a joke way out of proportion or the most basic of common sense. They spent quite a while saying how sorry they were, but we didn't care. We wanted them to leave us alone. But on the other hand, we were still too scared to sleep on our own, so we reluctantly accepted that they all came to sleep with us. It took them months to regain our trust again. It was the worst night of my life, no doubts. I've never had nightmares about it, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Now that I'm older, I always like to think of what would have happened if two guys had them to kill us. We were children, sure, but armed and ready to defend ourselves.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I'm a journalist, so I can't help but think of some headlines. 2 murderers stabbed to death in the mountains by 13 children. Things were a lot different back then. And the sky has definitely changed for the better. When I was in my early 20s, I had a friend with a psychotic alcoholic father. She didn't live with him. He lived in a remote little coastal town. Now and again, we would go together to visit him and stay the night. My relationship with him was creepy in itself, but that isn't the subject now. One night, when we were visiting, my friend and her dad had a drunken blow-up and kicked us out of the house. It was about midnight. We had gotten the lift down and didn't have a car. My friend's dad lived about 4 kilometers out of town, a huddle of 2 or 3 shops by way of a dirt road. We started walking down the dirt road to the town where there was a telephone booth. This was in the days before it was commonplace to have a mobile phone. I was going to call my folks who lived about an hour and a half away and see if they would come get us. The whole way to town, my friend was drunkenly moaning about her broken relationship with her father, and she didn't let up by the time we got to the phone booth. We sat on the bench next to the phone while I woke my parents up. They agreed to come get us, and we sat down on the bench for the long wait. Shortly after this, a van appeared and parked just behind the bench we were sitting on, maybe 5 meters away. There were 2 young men in the front seats, and they were looking at us. If that didn't make me nervous enough, the van door slid open, and I saw there were a number of young guys in the back. Good number, more than 2. The place we were sitting was absurd. Houses and just one road. No which one. Driving by. It was a crappy little town. I stood up so I could see them better and kept my eyes fixed on them, acutely aware of our vulnerability. What I saw was that they were looking back at us. They were talking among themselves, quietly at first. Then they started talking more and more loudly. It became evident that they were deliberately talking loud enough for us to hear. They were talking about pulling us into the van and taking us somewhere to have their way with us and kill us. I can't remember the exact words, but that was the gist of it. My whole body was not shaking, but quaking with terror. I couldn't take my eyes off the men. I remember the face of one so clearly, the draw. He was just sitting in the door of the van, looking at me with no expression, with dead eyes, looking at the light. I was a thing. At this time, my drunk friend hadn't stopped sobbing to herself. Whether she knew the van was there at all, I couldn't say. And I had to tell her about the danger of it. She was so full of terror, I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. That was when the most incredible thing happened. My friend's father, who had never apologized to anyone in his life, appeared, drunk, in his car. It's hard to describe how unlikely it was for him to do this. He could hold a grudge like no one you've ever met, and he was such a stubborn mule. Feeling like an emotional redeemer. The whole time my eyes were fixed on the van, and he didn't stop talking, just watching. Let's go, he said. We got to the house with my friend's dad. The van stepped up and began to follow us. The traffic swung outside the back. He said, just slow down. They slowed to a crawl. Shouting at the windows, screaming threats. They followed us all the way down the dirt road, and not all the way down the driveway of my friend's dad's house. They just sat behind the windows, and we sat in the car waiting to see what would happen. All my friend's dad's neighbors were holiday homes, and nobody was in at night. We knew that if the group of men decided to get out of the van and carry out those threats, we would get no help. After a very long time, the van backed out of the driveway, and they left. My parents came in a panic to the house when they couldn't find us at the shops. My friend's dad hid in shame, and I went back to my family's house. I've been asked if I went to the police, but I can't remember. I don't think I did. It was a messed up time in my life. But that incident changed me forever. I'm a very fearful person now, and very overprotective of my kids. And I don't want to change because I'd rather be like this than accidentally trust one of the millions of psychos out there.
2014, after hearing all of the horror stories, I wanted to check the deep web out myself. In a way, I kind of expected nothing other than scam sites for assassins, people requesting CP, and some underground markets. However, I prepared myself for the worst and, frankly, I was more worried about getting in trouble with the authorities rather than having my mind bleached for the near future. Even after 2 to 3 hours of procrastination, nothing prepared me for what I saw. It was during the middle of the day when I began my search. Of course, there's no deep web Google or anything, but rather a wiki with a lot of links. The links are different than the links you may know of. These links have no way of knowing what lays behind them, just numbers and a .onion at the end. Of course, unless previously defined and listed on the wiki page. It was boring at first. A lot of dead sites, more than expected eBay-style markets for weapons, military grade mining, various services, and of course a lot of drugs. I came across a chat room where I saw a darker side of people I never thought was possible.
The enemy's bottom tower
So many people that were mentally ill, threatening others, requesting CP. It was truly disgusting. Think of the people who walk down the dark streets of a bad neighborhood, but with anything they desire. 2 hours later, I came across one site that ended my little adventure in the wastes of human consciousness. A cult site, perhaps, with little info other than an email address and some religious mumbo jumbo. However, it was a video embedded inside the email. Like a naive child, I clicked it without a care in the world. The video was shot on a crappy video camera. Perhaps it was shot in the early to mid-2000s. It was a man with a mask and a knife. As quickly as that scene showed up, another presented itself. He was cutting something in a similar fashion to a butcher. It was then and there I realized the body was bipedal and without fur. It was a human being.
The enemy's middle tower.
He was cutting the legs at the buttock level. A new scene shows the decapitation of the head. Then another shot of the man with the mask, followed by a picture of a church with a weird symbol. This was a cult recruiting website. It was followed by more bodies being cut up and hung in waves more gruesomely than others. Shortly after, I turned my computer off, and I stayed away from it for quite some time. This was my first and last visit to the deep web. I have never contemplated going back since.
Number 3. This was back before Google. Web pages were, for the most part, still very basic HTML and JavaScript. Hardly anyone